It's a Bud Light Football Friday as we head into the weekend with an interesting matchup for the Denver Broncos. One in which you have a decent feel of what your team is and a very, very light feel of what your opponent is. And these ones are always, I think, especially early season, games that you can run into trouble. Last year, Colts not good. This year, who knows? They put together one really good game on tape so far. Is that real, or is that a byproduct of the opponent that they faced? All of that up for debate. Last night, you saw a continuation from week 1 of the NFL season in which really no other conclusion to come to than the Green Bay Packers should be really, really good this year. They pretty much dominate Washington the entire night last night. And Jaden Daniels, as far as the start to this season so far, not exactly lighting the world on fire. They lose Austin Eckler in the middle of the game, but Green Bay handles them very soundly. And it looks like they kind of put all phases together. That is what you are tasked with heading into this weekend. I don't think there's anybody that is going into this game, even after the performance of Daniel Jones last week against Miami, that thinks he is going to be a threat to put a 30 spot on you against this defense. It's just not going to happen. Here's the thing about the offense. Offensively, we all kind of look at Bo Nix and say, all right, not a great first week. Kind of mirrors what happened last year in week 1 of the season, although at that time he was a rookie and not a second-year guy. What should we expect out of the Broncos offense? And I don't know what the expectation should be yet, but I'll tell you this. This is what you need. And there's a difference between the two. You'd hope or like to have this offense competing at like a top 10 level. Can they get there? I mean, it's possible. It's possible to be around top 10. They get the running game going. Bo Nix kind of finds his rhythm that he found at the midway point of last year. Sure. They don't need that. I'll tell you what they need. This has the feel of a, why not just play a clean game? And I really think that's what all the offense needs all year. Play a clean game. Don't get sloppy with the football. Don't turn it over. Convert on third down. Extend a drive. Get points out of it. Like it's just the simplest thing. You don't need this offense to score 35 points a game. Would it be cool if they did? Yeah. But you don't need it. For a vast majority of the opponents that you will play this year, playing clean offense is probably enough. You know, think about it like this. 4 turnovers last week and 0-2 on fourth down. And you won by 8. I don't know how many teams in the league could say that that is a possibility for them. Now, terrible opponent last year, perhaps worst in the NFL, sure. But you still have to come out on top at the end of the game. You still have to have your defense not allow a big play after a turnover. You still have to keep all that in check. And they did. But if they play a clean football game, I think that's all that matters. You know, Joe Lombardi talked about it yesterday, the interceptions that were thrown by Bo Nix and what they're a byproduct of. It's a similar thing to what we were told by Jeff Legwold yesterday.
Drop back, do it to the other team.
It's his footwork. When his footwork gets a little bit squirrely, so do the turnovers. Now, there are times in which Bo Nix has unadvisable footwork, and he still makes a play out of it because he's very, very talented on his feet. But that's when the mistakes start to happen. It's one of those that we kind of talked about with when they're bootlegging him to the unorthodox direction, the cross body for a quarterback direction, and he doesn't flip his hips and get his feet set, and he's kind of throwing on the run. Yeah. It's a risk. That's all. And he put the ball in harm's way. At least on the first interception, it was like that. And it got jumped. They're playing a lot of bracket coverage. You know what could really help that, by the way? Running the football effectively. Like a couple early texts coming through here. These are back-to-back. I have no confidence in the Broncos on Sunday. I have no faith that Sean Payton will run the ball. Here's the next text. I can't help but think we're going to come out and run the ball down their throat.
The RPO is frankly getting me a little PO'd.
I would...
Just R it, man!
There's only one way. Yeah, I can only do this one more time before I have to jump on with everybody else. It kind of feels like you're the last guy. Again, I don't know anything about stocks. I don't know the stock game. I don't know when you hold on to a stock and then when you let it go, and I don't know. I don't know any of that stuff. Here's what I do know. Is that I have been the last guy hanging on to a stock as it's about to crash multiple times. I just like to keep faith in something that I think will really help. And one example is Jerry Jeudy. I held on to Jerry Jeudy in Denver stock until it wasn't feasible anymore, until I was the last guy there and I was looking around like the Will Smith meme, like, where did everybody go? Now, turns out Jerry Jeudy had a phenomenal year last year, a career year in Cleveland. So maybe there is something there. But I held on as long as possible. When it comes to the running the football thing, I have said this all offseason. I've continued to believe in this. But if it doesn't happen on Sunday, I got to let it go. So I'm giving Sean Payton one more shot here. All offseason, I felt like the running backs in the running game were a personnel issue and not a willingness to call the play issue. After the first week of the season, that does not support the argument that I've made. Now, he goes into Sunday and starts playing some hard-nosed, old-school physical football. We can cook with something there. But it's like, if it doesn't happen this week, then you just have to be under the assumption that Sean Payton is just, it's like having somebody in your life that's an addict. They keep telling you, I want to get on the straight and narrow, and then all of a sudden it's like they're in a room with a whole bunch of pass plays surrounding them. And they don't know what to do. Texture says, Brett, it's not the Will Smith look around meme. It's John Travolta. There's both, but Will Smith had one in The Fresh Prince where they took all the furniture out of the house. That's the one I was thinking of.
He's standing in the house alone, looking around, and there's nothing.
Yeah.
And then the John Travolta one is where he's
Pulp
wandering.
Fiction.
He's wandering around Marcellus Wallace's house before he takes Mia out on the date, and he's just poking around looking. So whatever pop culture reference you want to use,
hey,
we take them all.
And you guys know this about me. I think one of the most creative people that exists in Hollywood is Quentin Tarantino. You want to drop a Tarantino reference on me? I'm totally down for it. Whatever. I've seen all of his movies. And all of them are like, I would see them multiple times. Now, some for different reasons.
Yeah, you're a big fan of the Little Piggies?
No.
Much like Quentin Tarantino, that's your allure?
I will say this. My least favorite of his, though, is From Dusk Till Dawn. Because I'm not a big fan of the movie in general. Like the vampire stuff, not a huge fan of. But if we're somewhere around the Salma Hayeks, maybe you just you peek in for a few minutes is all I'm saying. That's it. Anyway, play a clean game. Run the football. Don't turn the ball over. And with this defense going against Daniel Jones, I think it's going to be more than enough. But going back to the game last night, I mean, the Packers are going to be an issue. They're a problem. They are a big problem. Jordan Love, I always kind of thought with the Packers, their effectiveness was going to come down to him taking care of the football. Turned the ball over a lot throughout his career. He's got a little bit of that that Brett Favrean gunslinger mentality. And he just does it at moments that are killers. If he cuts down on that, along with the defense that they've built, along with bringing in Micah Parsons, along with the running game that they have with Josh Jacobs, like they're going to be incredibly difficult to try and stop. And for the first couple of weeks, Jordan Love has played almost perfect games. Now, he has, funny thing, the game in Detroit, he threw one into the hands of a linebacker that he just dropped. And the following play, he was picked off by a safety that got called back because of a penalty. Now, bailed out there. But clean game last night. Like when you guys are watching that game, as good as Jaden Daniels is, was there any question who the better quarterback on the field was? You know, Washington is one of those teams that I think Schefter said something about they might take a step back this year just because it's really difficult to try and replicate what they did last year. Both for the quarterback to do that a second year in a row, but just with the talent level that they had. They have talented players, but a lot of their talented players are older ones. And you saw Eckler go down with the injury last night. Don't know. I don't think there's any official thing yet with it. Looked like an Achilles. Non-contact, just went to push off on one leg, then fell down and grabbed the back of his heel. Like, seems pretty standard. That's going to be a problem in the Achilles area. But very similar to a discussion we have about the Broncos. You know, they were down a decent bit pretty much from the start, but they abandoned the running game immediately. Between their two backs, Eckler and Krosky Merritt, they had 12 carries. It's just going to make life so much more difficult if you're putting all of the onus on your quarterback, and that's what they got to stop. Talking about the Broncos, they can't be in that position again this weekend. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. So, coming up next, some hopeful signs on the injury report. Things that you probably weren't expecting heading into this weekend. We'll get to that. We got Brady and his bets at the end of the 6 o'clock hour. But it's a Bud Light Football Friday, and we are broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Good news on the injury front. We'll get to it next. All right, Bud Light Football Friday. The nice thing is, like, you don't know how things go. You don't truly know what people's bodies feel like. You just hear injuries or you see things, and you're like, man, that looks bad. Like when you see Austin Eckler last night, it looks like an Achilles. For all we know, he could go in, get something looked at. It could just be like a really bad sprain, and maybe he's back in 3 weeks. No, I doubt it, but could be. And so we all kind of saw Evan Ingram calf injury last year, spike the helmet, walk off the field, wasn't seen again. We're like, oh boy, now what? And then you look at the injury report yesterday. The only guy who did not practice at all is Dre Greenlaw. Because even Nate Atkins was limited in practice yesterday. Alex Singleton, who's got a thumb. So remember that surgically repaired thumb he had during training camp? Well, I guess he fractured it again, according to Parker Gabriel. And he might need to throw the cast back on. But he was a full participant. John Franklin Myers, who missed practice on Wednesday with a knee injury, was a full participant yesterday. And Evan Ingram, who was out early in the week, limited on Wednesday, practiced in full yesterday. That is incredibly good news. Now, I will say this. For all the three main guys that we're talking about when it comes to injuries, by the way, all injury reports are sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Here's how I'd put it. John Franklin Myers, his injury seems like it's the easiest just because from the way it sounded, it was just like kind of a rest day for him on Wednesday. Okay, fine. Next is Singleton. He'll need a cast again. It's certainly not ideal, but it's not going to hinder him from being able to play. I got a question when it comes to Evan Ingram on how you guys feel about this. Evan Ingram playing on Sunday would be awesome. But, again, it's tough when you don't know the extent of the injury. If there is a risk of re-injury in, let's say, another week or two, could give him a proper amount of time to have that not be a worry anymore, would you do that? Because I think I would. I know how excited Evan Ingram is to be here, to be playing for a competitive football team, and to be what I think is probably going to be the number 2 option in this offense in the pass game. He wants to get back out in the field. Great. Do you almost have to consider the long-term future? If you're a team that is going to be competing for hopefully a division crown, playoff appearance, maybe something more, isn't the health of your tight end with no real backup option at that position way more important to think about long-term than the next couple of weeks? All I'm saying is, do you save Evan Ingram from himself? You're playing a game here against a team that you should beat. Should. And then figure it out after that. Because I do think I'd have a little bit of this like, if we got any risk here, then I'm going to put you on the shelf sort of thing. I think there's an inherent risk whenever you talk about guys with soft tissue injuries that come back very, very quickly, in which it's just always like, I don't want to be in the position that the Nuggets have been over the past couple of years, where guys get hurt early in the year, they shelf them for a little bit, they come back for a couple of weeks, they get hurt again, they leave for a couple of weeks, they come back, and you're just on that sort of merry-go-round all year long. Again, it's just not ideal. Now, if there's any good news for the Broncos on the opposite front, the Colts have a bunch of injuries they're dealing with on their own. One thing that I talked about is the concerns I have with the Colts offense to the Broncos defense isn't a ton. It's not none. It's not last week against Tennessee. You know, they still have Jonathan Taylor, who can punch you in the mouth in the running game. They still have Tyler Warren, who after 1 week of being in the NFL, looks like another one of these tight ends that's going to get a lot of targets and be very, very good. They still have Michael Pittman that poses a big problem in their pass game. But I'm not concerned with how the defense is going to fare against them. I'm concerned how your offense is going to fare against their defense. Their defense is not only improved, they are healthier, and they have a defensive coordinator that garners respect in Lou Anarumo. Well, that defense for the Colts has suffered a couple injuries that I think could really, really help you out on Sunday. First of all, Travarius Ward is still in concussion protocol. If you are this late in the week, it is very iffy on whether you're going to play or not. And the guy that would be his backup has a hamstring problem. He is also going to be out of the game. So, and I hope you still run the football, but if you do go pass happy, at least you got a little bit of relief from Travarius Ward is a very, very good corner. If he is out of the game, that is a big help to you. Also, their first-round pick from last year, Latu, he's dealing with hamstring. He was limited in practice. He might give it a go, but maybe doesn't have the same burst that he did beforehand. So you could have a little bit of like the concern of Broncos offense versus Colts defense. How does that matchup stack up? You can have at least a little bit of a, all right, maybe we got a little bailed out and a little bit lucky in a couple of these areas. I look forward to this weekend, and I want to get to the Buffs in about 10 minutes. Because I got a question surrounding CU on two distinct possibilities that could go down this weekend, and which one is the better case scenario. But shout out to Nate Landman, former Buff, who just won NFC Defensive Player of the Year, or of the week. They gave him the NFC Defensive Player of the Year in week 1. You had to have a hell of a game. 100 tackles, 5 forced fumbles, couple of picks, something like that. But Defensive Player of the Week, Nate Landman for the former Buff. And I believe he was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. Here's the big thing that I'm interested in from a more wider scope in the NFL. The Chiefs play the Eagles this weekend. If the Chiefs lose, they're 0-2 to start the year. There have been, I think, 4 NFL teams, at least since 1990, that have made the Super Bowl after starting 0-2. It's a very, very short list. Now, could the Chiefs buck all those trends and still go on and do it because they're Kansas City and this is always what they kind of do? Sure. But you start 0-2 in a division that's already incredibly difficult. You put yourself that far behind the 8 ball, you could have some real problems here. The following week, they take on the Giants, which they should be fine. But then it's the Ravens. Then it's at Jacksonville. Then it's against Detroit. Ravens obviously going to be difficult. I think Jacksonville might be sneaky better than people think. I love the skill position talent they have on that team. It all kind of comes down to a Trevor Lawrence, how much do you believe in him sort of deal. But they have Brian Thomas Jr. and they have Travis Hunter and they have ETN and they have what's Schefter's boy's name? Boot Tootin? Something Tootin?
Boot, Scoot, and Boogie?
It's something
like
Bashan
that.
Tootin or something like that. They have talent. And by the way, fantasy note for all you guys out there. Brenton Strange, their tight end, their new tight end, think he's going to be involved in that offense quite a bit. So if he's on your waivers, go get him. Point point is, I think they're sneaky better than people think, and then Detroit, we'll see. Maybe Detroit bounces back and they figure out their offense, and then all of a sudden Detroit's Detroit again, and they pose a threat to when they play Kansas City in a month. It's just not easy. And it doesn't get much easier for them down the line from there. You start the year 0-2, you are in an incredible hole, especially if the Chargers take care of the Raiders this weekend and start 2-0, and if the Broncos take care of the Colts. You're 2 games up, and the season's barely started. So it's a huge thing, I believe, for the Chiefs to somehow, some way find a victory against Philly. The good news for them, it's in Arrowhead. Now, Philly is a 1.5-point favorite in this game. The question with the Chiefs really comes down to this, which is a weird thing to say now. What kind of offense are the Chiefs going to have this year? If it's similar to last year, with maybe not as much of a defensive presence, you just leave the margin for error so small. You know, going back to last week, and the texter says, come on, Brett, how often have people buried the Chiefs and been wrong? Dream on. Well, I don't think it's dreaming on to say that they might start the year 0-2, and that puts them in a pretty bad hole. They could easily work their way back. I'm not saying that they can't, but that's a tough thing to do. The point is this. If the Chiefs lose in week 2, that gives them more losses than the starters suffered all of last season. 2 weeks into the year. And we're treating them like they're an SEC football team. But the point that I'm making is this. When your offense doesn't have the same burst and oomph that it had previously, and you're really reliant upon end of game, I out execute you for the win, it's a very difficult thing to replicate week to week to week to week to year to year. The Chiefs are excellent in that category. It's why they won 15 damn games last year, because all of them kind of felt that way. End of game, I out-execute, I win. First week of this season, the opposite happened. Chargers had the football late. Justin Herbert out-executed and closed the game out. That's what the Chiefs have done to people in close one-score games. It's very hard to continue that stretch over and over and over again. That's all I'm saying. But who knows? Maybe they go out, they're playing at home, they take care of the defending Super Bowl champs, and then they're right back to 1-1, and then everybody's talking about how great they are again. Very well could be. But just something to monitor is all I'm saying. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight as Connor Cape and Mike Sanford call the action between number 5 Legend and number 11 Arvada West on 92.5 with a 6:30 p.m. kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips Pros in men's hair. So not only that tonight, we got a host of games that we will have on 92.5 over the weekend. So we have the high school game tonight that's going to be on AM 950. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock, Wisconsin-Bama. At 1:30, number 6 Georgia at number 15 Tennessee. At 6 o'clock on AM 950, it's Utah and Wyoming. And then at 7:30, it's Rapids taking on Houston. And then on Sunday at 11 a.m., Bears-Lions right here, 92.5. And then on AM 950, it is Giants-Cowboys with the Sunday night game of Falcons and Vikings also on here. Why? Because Altitude Sports Radio.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
That's why. So, I want to get to the Buffs in just a second. We'll get to Brady and his bets to close out the hour. The Buffs have a very precarious situation on their hands. They are playing a team in the Big 12 that I think is at best mediocre, at worst like the 14th, 15th best team in the conference. You have your own problems, in which I ask you who your quarterback is, and your answer to me is, I don't know, which is never good. Now, assumptions are, despite what Dion said earlier in the week, that Ryan Staub is going to be the starter. That's the assumption. Maybe not. Maybe he throws everybody a curveball and it's Salter or Juju or who knows. There has to be a clear and concise plan heading into the game, though, which I'm sure they have. But what is it? Is the plan everybody gets a taste again, and then we just ride hot hand? Is the plan I'm going to pick a guy and stick with him and give him the whole start? And which one of those is better for success? You know, there's a strong argument to be made that when you are still unsure of your quarterback position right now, that you give everybody a shot and see who just kind of separates themselves from the pack. But there's also something to be said about you don't want the guy every time he takes a snap to be looking over his shoulder that if he makes a bad throw, he's going to get yanked off the football field. So there is a very delicate tightrope that Dion and that coaching staff needs to walk in this upcoming game and really, I think, for the next few weeks. So we'll get to all that in just a little bit. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So we'll take a look at the Buff situation going into this weekend, some big games in college football overall, and we'll make Nelly sing. Stick around. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So, a few things as we close out the appetizer. We'll get to Brady and his bets in just a second. One thing I would like to point out is when you head into the game this weekend with the situation that is facing the Buffs, a very, very precarious one. It's the third week of the season. It is a situation in which you're playing a conference game and you don't really know who the best quarterback is. Okay, fine. Is it unheard of? No. Is it the worst thing in the world? No. But it's certainly not ideal. And there's a couple of situations that can happen. I'll lay these out to you. What happens if the Buffs use 3 quarterbacks and win? What if they do the same merry-go-round and they still find a way to win, and one of the 3 plays well for a couple of, let's say, 2 quarters, and the other ones get like a quarter apiece and blah, blah, blah? What if that happens? I don't want to say it's the worst thing because you would still get the win. I don't want that to take place. I don't want every week there's a question about who's going to play and who's not. Nothing I would love more than whoever starts in this game plays so awesome that they keep the job for not only the rest of the game, but the rest of the season. And I don't really care who that person is. Salter, Staub, Lewis, you take your pick. Don't care. But somebody just grabs the reins of that job and does not let go for the next 3 months. That would be ideal. I don't want the merry-go-round. Sooner or later, you have to make a decision. You have to be very, very cemented in your position of this is our guy, and we are going to let him work through things unless we just can't take it anymore. You know, there's a story just happened a couple days ago. Kyle Shanahan cut Jake Moody, his kicker. Jake Moody, by the way, was a very good kicker in college. He was drafted in the 3rd round of the NFL draft 2 years ago. 3rd round pick as a kicker. They cut him because he very obviously had confidence issues. And I don't think there's any spot on the football field that you can see the confidence more clearly than kicking. But quarterback's pretty close. And if your quarterback doesn't have confidence that he's allowed to make mistakes, it can provide a real issue. Because then you stop taking shots, or you aren't confident in the shots that you do take because you don't want to make a mistake. You start aiming the football instead of throwing it. There's a whole bunch of different problems that can arise from that. The quarterback of your football team has to have the confidence that if I make a mistake, it's going to be okay. And you can't do that if you're constantly rolling in different guys. Now, the other thing here is, what if they lose? They have something to prove this year. This is Dion in year 3. You start the season 1-2 overall and 0-1 in conference play to a mediocre to bad team. That's a bad standard to set. There needs to be some sort of footing, some sort of step that you look at and you say, you know what? Maybe not the ideal year, but at least we got this, whatever this is. But you have to have something looking forward to give you belief that this is still heading in the right direction. For as much as we kind of talk about the Broncos offense is in a situation where we don't know what they're going to be, The Broncos offense is virtually the same from last year. Same quarterback, same group of wide receivers. You mix in a couple of different running backs and a different tight end. Everything else is the same. And we're saying we got questions about that offense that at times competed pretty well. Deion's got the major question to answer of you don't got Travis Hunter and Shador anymore. So what does this look like? And starting 1 and 2, look, it's not the end of the season or anything like that, but it certainly doesn't instill confidence in a way that you'd hope you'd have. So they need to get something going this weekend. And I think the best scenario that we could have, they win comfortably against Houston, couple of touchdowns, and whoever the quarterback is, I'm going to say Ryan Staub, plays so well that he does not leave the football field for the rest of the year. Now, I already told you the game I'm looking most forward to outside the local stuff this weekend in college football is South Florida. I want them so badly, so insanely badly, to win that game against Miami. Because I just think it would be like one of the coolest 3-week stretches I've seen in a long time from any team in college football, where they go and they beat Boise State by 27 points. The next week they go to Florida and beat the Gators in their own house, and then go to Miami and beat Miami in their own house. I think it'd be an amazing 3-game stretch. But there's a lot of good games on the college football slate this weekend. You know, we're going to have a bunch of them. We just kind of ran through it about 15 minutes ago, but Wisconsin, Bama's going to be at 10 a.m. You got Georgia and Tennessee at 1:30. You have Utah, Wyoming, 6 o'clock, a whole bunch of good ones to keep in mind for the weekend. That's right, Moj. I mean, it's crazy. Wow.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
You know who else loves football? Me. And with that,
So does your mom.
start singing, Nelly.
Bretty and his bets. Come on, Moj. You're in early.
hit
You
that
can
high
sing
note.
with us.
Hit that high note,
Turn
Nelly.
your mics on.
Bretty and his bets. Yeah. I mean, it's such a beautiful song to get you ready for the weekend, get you like in a good mood heading into work. I mean, you're welcome. You're welcome.
look.
Oh, and Vic's here too.
Vic popped on the Zoom early
why don't
just to
you
show
start
his
singing?
disapproval.
You start singing too. So here's what happens. I pick a lock of the weekend and I pick an underdog of the weekend. I do no research on these. I am taking a look at this for the first time, and I'm just telling you right now what sticks out in my head. This isn't about the research. This is about making Nelly sing every week. So I'll go with the underdog first.
Nerd.
Underdog of the weekend. I think the Atlanta Falcons, they're 3.5-point dogs going on the road at Minnesota, is worth taking a money line look on. I think the Michael Penix and connection he has between Drake London, Kyle Pitts, who actually looked like a player for like the first time in his career, Bijan Robinson, I think that they have a very, very good shot to be a scary offense. And if not for J.J. McCarthy's late-game heroics in which he scored 3 touchdowns in like 3 minutes, they're going to lose that game. And so I think that Atlanta has a really good shot to beat Minnesota in Minnesota this weekend.
I agree.
Thank you, Moj. The lock of the weekend. I'm just going to do it. The more the week's gone along, the more I've thought about this. I don't think that Indianapolis is a threat. I don't. I think that 2.5-point favorites for the Broncos sounds exactly right. And I also believe that this defense is going to stymie their offense in a way that is just not going to make it possible for them to keep up with whatever the Broncos offense puts together. They're 2.5-point favorites. I'll take them as the lock heading into the weekend. The first time I've taken the Broncos in a long time. So there you go. Brady and his bets. As we move along, reminder that it's a Bud Light Football Friday, first of all. Second of all of the things that we have coming over the weekend in terms of live games starting tonight with Legend in Arvada West. That's going to be back on. Legend, who was on, I believe they were the game last week, weren't they, Nelly?
Yes.
But with that, at halftime of tonight's Legend Arvada West game on 92.5, you can tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado athletes. So, tune in tonight for that. That is at 7:30. Legend in Arvada West, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Getting back to the Broncos. I think the formula to a win is very, very simple. You have to do one thing against Indianapolis to really just make this game, I think, more of a breeze than a white-knuckle battle. And we'll get to that in just a second. You can watch us live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get an easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel on YouTube today. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the
Certainly
official
is.
beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Gotta
Remember
get
to
you
enjoy
some.
responsibly.
Today's Friday.
Today is Friday. Yes, thank you very much. Got to tell you, we got a lot coming up, not only on this station, but there's a lot of games I'm really looking forward to this weekend. And obviously, we'll start with the Broncos here. And it's just a thought that I had when it comes to the Broncos offense. That's the concern that we have. Concern is just, is the offense going to do a repeat of what they did last week? Because if that's the case, then you're in some trouble. If not, then you can go back to having the grander ideas of, I don't know, maybe AFC West division titles up for grabs. Maybe you make the playoffs and beyond. Who knows? But if I said this about the Broncos offense, is this fair? I don't need the Broncos offense. Like, you would love to have them a top 10 offense in the NFL. You'd be one of the best teams in the NFL if that were the case. If they just play clean, that's enough to, like, win enough games for the playoffs, isn't it? If they play clean. Like, you go back to last week. You go back to last week, Vic. They won a football game by 8 points in which they had 4 turnovers and they were 0-2 on fourth down.
So you're saying if they don't turn the ball over, if they win the turnover battle, would they finish last year in the turnover differential? Did they win turnover differential last year? I gather they did.
I think
they
they were
made
a plus.
the playoffs.
I think they were a +6 if I remember correctly.
Okay,
because they had
so right now they're a
19
-2.
giveaways. Yeah.
Okay, they're a -2. So if you want to make the playoffs, that's a pretty good indicator of how good your team can be. Win the turnover differential. At least don't get killed in that. Because if you lose that, I mean, if they're -2 this weekend, they lose the game. That's just how it works. More often than not. I mean, they were lucky to win that game being -2.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing last year, if I'm remembering things correctly, the only team that made the playoffs with a negative in the turnover differential department was Tampa Bay.
Huh.
Yeah, that was it. It's important, but it's just like me and Mose talked about this the Monday after, or this Monday, which is I don't have a giant concern that Bo Nix is going to become turnover prone because he wasn't last year. It just, that wasn't really his style of game, was like he gives the ball away. He would have like a couple of games, like that weird Cleveland game where he made a couple of big plays, but also I think it was 3 picks in that game. He doesn't strike me as somebody that's just going to be careless with the football, and that's why it was odd to see in week 1, but it's kind of a repeat of what he did last year. He had a couple of games to start the year last year, which he turned the ball over, then settled in for, I don't know, like a month and a half afterwards. But play a clean game.
You know, the Colts have some banged-up players in their secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Various Ward didn't practice yesterday.
And
he has the concussion.
He is good, by the way. If
He's
they're
good.
missing Ward, then that's an issue for Andy.
Well, if he doesn't practice today, he's out. I mean, he didn't practice on a Thursday. He's not going to practice on a Friday. You pretty much consider him out. They've got some issues defensively, so this is an opportunity, Moj.
To back you up on this, Vic, the backup to Travarius Ward is also out with a hamstring injury, and their first-round pick last year, the edge rusher from UCLA, Latu, is dealing with a hamstring. He was limited. He might not go either.
Everybody got something. I mean, here we are going into week 2 of the regular season, and every team in the league has got something. Did you see last night?
Mm-hmm.
Reed, the wideout for Green Bay, broke his collarbone. Eckler, they fear that he's now blown his Achilles.
Oh, and a guy doesn't get touched.
Fantasy team. What do I do now? He's on my fantasy team.
You drop him. He's not playing.
All right, so I can replace him though with somebody.
Yeah, you pick somebody else up, but you have to drop somebody.
It's got to be somebody on the same team.
Okay, mind you, Shockey helped me figure it out. Shockey, so I set my team last night.
Okay.
Is it good to be off to a 27-0 lead over Springer?
How did you get 27? Who played?
Last night I had Deebo Samuel collect some points and Josh Jacobs, who's a stud. Dude, Josh Jacobs, why would the Raiders let him walk? What are the Raiders doing?
I have no idea.
That dude is a machine.
He's
a plow truck.
Well, probably because they stink, and paying a running back, $12 million for a team that stinks probably just is a useless thing.
But he's different, right?
Oh,
you
yeah.
watch Josh Jacobs.
He's incredible.
You saw him he's different.
Yes.
Green Bay, I know you're scared as a Lions fan.
Hell yeah,
Green Bay's the real deal, man. That defense is suddenly dynamic.
Yeah, and I texted a little bit with the coach last night. I said it's hard not to love love.
Yeah, I like the guy.
You don't have to give any lip service. I know you're a Lions guy. You don't have to like Jordan Love.
I hated Aaron Rodgers. I don't mind Jordan Love. He seems like a good guy.
His personality or moral statues aside, the guy can throw the football like a mother, man. When Jordan Love throws the football, dude, it just looks so pretty. It's pleasing to the human eye.
He's one of those guys, he lets a deep ball go, you're like, oh, somebody's going to catch that, aren't they? Like, I thought that he had like 4 of them in the first half last night where he cuts one loose to a guy that's beyond camera frame, and you're like, oh, somebody's coming down with it. His whole thing, like, I thought the Packers, for them to be like contenders for a Super Bowl, which I think they pretty obviously are, at least after 2 weeks, it would come down to if Jordan Love can cut down on the dumb stuff where he has, 5 good plays, 10 good plays in a game where it's like really, really big chunk plays, but he negates that with 2 really awful turnovers or something.
Sure.
If he eliminated that stuff, then they're going to be a beast. And so far through 2 weeks, how many picks he got?
None.
Yeah. Pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
The Packers are really, really good. I'm to the opposite side, though. Washington didn't look great in week 1. And they played who they played. It was a bad team in week 1. Who was it again, Moshe? Can you look that up for me?
It was the Giants.
Yeah. Didn't look great in week 1 and really struggled last night. I don't know what they are going to be.
They don't look the same. And again, here's the thing. I believe in Jaden Daniels. I think he's a total stud.
No question who the better quarterback on the field was last night,
It was Jordan Love for sure. But when you get, I'm going to go back to leggy. This is, again, what we may deal with a little bit with Bo Nix. This is Jaden Daniels' second year in the league. Have you watched? I mean, did you watch what the Packers did last night? First of all, Vic, they hit Washington right in the mouth with an F. M-O-W-F. Mm-hmm. They punched him right in the mouth. And then what they did with Daniels, they put pressure on him, but they forced these difficult passes, these long outs and this kind of thing. They didn't give him anything that appeared to be, I don't want to say easy, because it's not easy in the NFL. They didn't give him anything that's higher percentage. They pushed this outside stuff, and they gave him some stuff, but it was all up front. His yards per pass were basically what Bo Nix was in week number 1. They made it really difficult on him. And so I'm thinking to myself, once they have film on you, it's up to you now. And we saw it again with C.J. Stroud in his second year. Vic, once they get the film on you and they know what you like to do, what you can do, what you don't want to do, they're going to try to exploit it. And it's up to you and your coach and your coordinator to then adjust to all of that and get even better.
You're right. He ran it 7 times. He had the second most rushes for any Washington player.
But he only
got 17 yards.
Exactly.
He averaged 2 yards a carry, basically. I mean, so he's not getting those big chunk yards like he did last year to break a defense's back. So you're right, man. Second time around, defenses know what to expect. Washington's not going to surprise anybody this year. They're not. They surprised everybody last year. Green Bay looks like a wagon, though. They look good, man.
Can
Tucker Kraft, that tight end? How about that tight end?
Yeah.
It's all over the place.
Did you guys see the play last night? It was in the first half. Jordan Love takes off on a scramble.
Oh, I know where you're
He's
going.
near the sideline, and he buries his shoulder and he takes the hit. So there's 2 things that I thought on that. Number 1, I don't think you want Jordan Love doing that, trying to run somebody over on defense. Number 2, it looked to me like, I think it was a safety. He was so caught off guard that Jordan Love was going to bury his shoulder as opposed to run out of bounds that he didn't know how to hit him. Did you guys, you know what I'm talking about? It's like he almost babied a hit. Yes.
He was tentative.
He babied a hit into him, and then he got ran over.
Hey, same thing happened between the Chargers and the Chiefs on Friday night last week when Patrick Mahomes barreled over a dude. Do you remember seeing that?
Mm-hmm.
He was making his way toward the sideline, and then at the last second decided to veer back into the field of play and run over, I think, a corner or a safety. And somebody noted if he keeps doing that, he's going to get slobber knocked.
Somebody's going to smoke him. Yeah, or they should. But
legally.
These guys, though, have been absolutely conditioned. don't hit that guy with the football, the quarterback guy, because, it's just over and over and over again. On that particular play, the only thing I didn't like about that, and I love Jordan Love running the football. If the Packers win or lose, it doesn't affect my life at all. But he'd already gotten the first down. By the time that he decided not to run out of bounds, he'd already gotten the first down. And then he said, I'm going to give me a little bit more, and here comes the poor safety. Bam!
I think that's what weirded the safety out. It's like, you already got the first down.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Why are you still running?
Either way, we'll find out this weekend. We're going to learn a whole lot. I guess we'll learn about the Colts because right now we have a ton of question marks. We're going to learn a lot about the Denver Broncos this weekend. A lot. This is not going to be an easy game at all. Week one should have been easy. This will not be.
Back to that quarterback debate. The only way to avoid quarterbacks taking advantage of the soft rules that are in place is for someone to light up a quarterback and accept the 15-yard penalty. Just accept it. We're going to take the penalty knowing that down the line, this guy – I said the same thing. Remember when Mahomes, guys, came into Denver running the option on occasion?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And it would just freeze the linebacker or defensive end. It would just freeze them, and they wouldn't know what to do. Blow him up.
Well, the biggest example,
blow
Vic,
him to smithereens.
The biggest example that I can remember in recent history is when Darnold's on the Jets and the Broncos are playing the Jets, and Darnold takes off a running, and he sort of looks like he's not really.
He does a fake. No, he does a fake slide.
I guess it was. He's like, and then he keeps going, and the DBs are like, "The hell's that?"
Yeah.
The hell's that?
Because if
you can't fake slide on me, then pick up another 20 because I would have smoked you. I would have taken your head right off your body. That's a bunch of bunk.
No, that's taking advantage of the rules, man. And that's, we talk all of a sudden about gentlemen's agreements in baseball all the time, right? The code. That's a code violation. Do you guys think that's a code violation in football? 100%.
If you have this sort of been watching a lot of shows about. I was telling Moj, Vic. By the way, you still haven't watched this. You need to.
I started it last night.
The Terminal List. There's a new season of it, and so I've been watching a lot of this stuff about protected assets in the CIA. It's like quarterbacks are protected assets, but really all you need is one crazy guy, and then that guy's no longer protected anymore. You know what I mean? You just need one kind of psycho that's going to be like, if I get flagged for this, I think I'll just take it. Well,
I mean, then it's a $25,000 fine. I mean, there's a lot that comes with getting flagged for it.
It's the end of Inglorious.
Well, then Mahomes should be fined for what he did.
I think so, too.
That's one of my favorite scenes of all time.
The end of Inglorious Bastards. Oh. You'll go to jail for this. No, I'll get chewed out. I've been chewed out before. That's fine.
No, I'll get chewed out. I've been chewed out before. I'll be okay. Donnie, get his scalp.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's just so the end of that movie.
But that's what a safety needs to do. Safety's going to blow the guy up. If he gets flagged, he's like, no, I'll get chewed out. It's fine. I've been chewed out before.
He hits people.
Big deal.
He hits people with his stick. He
bashes their brains in with a baseball bat.
That's what he does.
Anyway.
He's going to beat you to death with it. What a great movie.
Vic mentioned this earlier. Hopeful signs on the injury report. And how much do you believe it? Evan Ingram was a full participant in practice. Does that mean he plays? We'll get to it in just a couple of minutes. Reminder, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. High school football is on tonight. During halftime of tonight's game between Legend and Arvada West on 92.5, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. But the injury report. Positive signs next. All right, Bud Light Football Friday. The injury report from yesterday was really, really interesting. And here's why. There was only one guy on the Broncos active roster that did not practice, and it's Dre Greenlaw, which is not a surprise to anybody. But even Nate Atkins was limited in practice yesterday. If you guys remember, Wednesday, Evan Ingram was limited, and I said that to Jeff Legwold. Jeff Legwold said, to me, it looked like very limited.
Very limited.
Well, they have him as a full participant in practice yesterday. And also, Jonathan Franklin Myers, full participant. Alex Singleton, full participant. So here's, at least from what I understand, what's going on with the top, or the last three I just mentioned. JFM sounds like he was getting a rest day on Wednesday. So he's going to be okay. Singleton.
I don't mind, incidentally, Biggins getting a day to chill.
Yeah.
Hey, Vic, if you got your Biggins up front, and
Yeah.
I watched last night that the Washington defensive lineman who went down on an extra point. Did you see that? Had to be carted off.
And they had to truck him off the field.
And I'm like,
how he went down?
Dietrich Wise.
Yeah, and my wife goes, well, what happened? I said, well, you've got a pile of dudes who are like 300 pounds, and then everybody sort of falls at once, and big fellas their legs get caught and whatnot. So if JFM wants to have a day off and chill, that's totally fine with me.
You ever dropped, like, at the gym, you ever dropped a plate on your foot or something like that?
No, but you know what bothers me?
No, it's 45 pounds. Now I imagine. No.
How could you do that?
What do you mean?
How are you
Like you're taking it off the rack
foot?
and it slips or something?
Yeah. You never seen somebody drop a weight before on accident? I mean,
you're holding a 45-pound weight pretty. I mean, you're grasping that sucker. It's not like a 5-pounder you're flicking around.
No, you know what?
I've done it.
You know what I don't like though? Is when these big old dudes and they've got like 70-pound dumbbells or whatever, and they're doing whatever it is they do. These big old dudes, and then they just drop it and it hits the floor like an elephant fell over.
Yeah,
I know, and everybody turns around like, "What the hell's going on?"
And they're like, "Oh, that 70 ain't good enough for me, man." I'm like, dude, just set it down on the floor. You don't have to drop it from neck high. Am I right?
By the way, Moser, standing over for you, man. Moser told me he's hitting the gym now, early in the morning.
Before the show.
Before the show. You're one of those freaks.
I mean, you know what Moser could do if he wants to get up so early? He could do my hour every once in a while. Maybe I like to have a little extra hour to myself in the morning occasionally.
Who
ever think
told
about
you
that? Anyway.
Proud of you, Moj.
Move on.
The other one, Alex Singleton, he's on the injury list because of his thumb. Here's the problem. This is according to Parker Gabriel. He fractured his thumb again on Sunday. Remember the same one he had during camp that he had surgery on? So he fractured it again.
Thumbs?
It's in a different spot than the training camp break. Said he made it through the game just fine. He's been a full participant, but he might have to wear a cast on it. So do the old club on that thing again.
Does he play like this?
No idea.
What? How are his thumbs always? I think that's the third time he's damaged his thumb. That is a tough hombre. I tell you what, Alex Singleton is one tough hombre to be able to play through. Remember, he played through. Was it last year? He played through the ACL. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Was it last year? Yeah, early last season. He suffered that and played through the game.
Now,
I've got to be pretty honest about it though. I think as primates, we're pretty fortunate to have an opposable thumb.
oh yeah, it's pretty sick.
You know what I mean? It's pretty sick
Doing
to have
this is really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sick to have an opposable thumb, except when you're playing football and you're trying to tackle a guy and that thumb gets or whatever, but it's in a different. You say it's in a different spot, right? The break,
a different spot than his previous.
He's just going to have to be full mitten, like where the mitten is sewn into the actual hand part. He's going to have to put his thumb in a mitten and tackle. Yes, Vic, you have opposable thumbs. You're like an opossum.
I'm trying to figure out what my hand, how would it operate without thumbs? I'm just trying to.
I mean, you would be
get
like
that
a
feeling.
dog. There's no thumb. You know what I mean? It helps with it. It helps in running. Like eating and climbing.
Hang on. Let's go around the room for a second.
All right.
I'll start with you, Moj.
Yes. Yes, I have opposable thumbs.
If I took that, where's that little stick thing?
All
If
right.
I took this, your little pointer thing, and I said, I can hit you on the shoulder with it.
Or
No.
Oh.
There's no or. If I hit you on the shoulder with this, you get the opposable thing on your foot like an ape has. Would you take one of
a
those?
chimpanzee.
Yeah. Would you take
I
one?
I don't think so, because then you can't run. No. I want my toes where they are.
Nelly?
See,
Nelly, would you take the chimp extra opposable toe thing that they have?
What does that have to do with you whacking me with the stick? I don't understand
Because
the
it's a
premise,
magic
Your
wand.
Honor.
It's a magic wand. If
dude.
I
It's
hit
Harry
you with it,
Potter.
you get one.
Yeah,
Harry Potter.
let's go. I want to swing from the monkey bars better than ever. Let's go.
Vic, would you take the toe?
Well, see my thumbs, how inverted. See these bones
Yeah, and
here?
your feet are like that too.
Yeah, they
My
are.
feet. I'm convinced because I'm born like that with genetics like this. That's why my back is bad. So I would do anything to relieve the pressure there.
Okay, got it. Here's the question that I have when it comes
What a dumb
to
poll.
Next
What
question.
I think, you know what? It's actually, thank you, Vic. I'll put it out on Twitter. I want to see how many people would take that.
Wait,
Stupid ass questions.
you're talking about having an opposable toe?
Would you
Like to be able to smoke a cigar with your foot?
yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Oh, my God.
that'd be
All right.
so cool.
All right.
It's just me in the garage. I got my foot up. I got my foot
Can
up. My
you
legs
get your
crossed,
foot all the
Yeah.
way
and
up?
then just bam.
Yeah.
No, I can't do that. So
Welcome to a Bud
So
Light
hang on a
Football
second.
Friday. Opposable toes.
hang on a second. So I'll put the poll question up in a minute. Reminder, all injury reports are powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country.
Did you burn
The-
yourself trying to smoke a cigar with your foot?
Yeah.
Ramos Law.
When it comes to Ingram, I have a question. And Vic, stop sitting like that immediately.
I know it's kind of gross.
Evan Ingram was a full participant. He might be good to play.
That's crazy to me.
Do you want him to? Like, if there's a risk, and look, they would know better than us, but I would assume that if you injure your calf enough to where you can't return to a football game, then a week later is probably not like 100,000% fine. Would you almost be like, hey, Evan, at least take this week off, make sure it's good, and then when we play the Chargers next week, we can have a different discussion.
Vic, you seem to know a lot about calves and
I do.
calf strains. So what are we
I'm a
talking?
leg expert.
Okay, what are the odds of restraining it or
High.
okay, so what you're saying that even if he's a full participant in practice, once you go for real in an NFL game in a dome, the odds are now, if it doesn't have a whole lot of time to heal, that it's going to be a problem again.
Yes. For those that are veterans of the calf strain, and I've done it so many times I can't even count. Here's what happens. You feel that little tug. You get a little scared. You're like, oh, wait, something going on there. It's not right. So that's when he limps off the field. And he did that in the opener, right? He limps off the field, says, okay, something's not right. I am not going to push this. And then the next day, you're like, okay, it's sore. And then the next day, it's like, oh, it's better. And then on the third day, it's like, oh, I'm healed. It's not healed. It's not. It's not. I think you always have to wait a week more than when you feel good.
Yeah.
You know, a week after that even. Just keep going. Hell, do you remember how long was Aaron Gordon out when he had the calf issue?
Which time?
The first time last season.
I think it was like 2 months.
The first time, yeah. He was out a long time, right? I don't know. I don't trust it, man. I don't trust any hammies or calves. I think you stay long as you can until, I mean, the last thing you want to see is him in the game at Indy running full speed and then grabbing
Bam.
his leg.
Yeah,
That's
then
when you
a
know he's
bam.
really
So-
pulled it.
So would you not play him on Sunday?
I wouldn't play him. But,
I
but you
wouldn't-
know what? I'm not listen, dude, those people are, those medics there, that training staff, they're way more scientific about this than I am.
Yeah.
This is home remedy Vic talking.
Yeah, you ought to see the kind of machines and whatnot they have nowadays to try and heal tissue. It's pretty remarkable in all sport. Electronics, Brett, and things that pulsate and vibrate and send in, I don't know, who knows what. I mean, it's pretty awesome. That being said,
It's a calf.
yeah, that it's hard, and he's a guy who runs a lot. And it's hard for me to believe that a guy who leaves the game and can't come back and throws his helmet A week later, it's like, oh, yeah, I'm great.
Right.
I feel
did he throw his
terrific.
helmet? Was he that frustrated?
Yes, he threw his helmet.
Yeah, he spiked it on the sideline.
He did.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't see that part.
Yep.
Yeah, that tells me that there's more to it. Listen, man, you hope that he sustains and doesn't have another injury. But, man, even if you escape without a calf injury, what happens just naturally is you start to compensate on the other foot, on the other leg. Compensation happens.
It certainly does. And I wonder, in terms of a full participant, are we parsing words here, or I obviously did not see it myself. Is he actually
did he fully participate in walkthrough?
Is he running routes, and is he going full speed and blah blah blah
Well,
blah
let's see
blah?
what it says here.
Well, it says full participant,
Evan
but I don't
Ingram,
know exactly what that
Calf.
means.
It says limited here. Oh, Wednesday was limited.
Wednesday.
Thursday was full.
Yeah.
Thursday was a full participant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I don't know, Moshe. I don't know what that is. I think I would operate right now out of an abundance of caution when it comes to him. Reminder, Evan Ingram is maybe the only guy on this roster that, at least on paper, because we haven't seen it quite yet, but we could tell during camp he was a level above anybody in that room behind him. That you lose one guy, and it's not even close to who the replacement is.
Well, if
There's
you
only
lose-
a couple
if
of guys
number
on this
two-
roster.
If number 2 goes out, you're like, oh, golly.
Yeah, it's like
I'd hate
it's
to lose.
Sertan, it's Ingram, and kind of like any offensive lineman, to
I'd
be
hate
honest.
to lose
But,
Quinn Miners, yeah, all those guys. I'd hate to lose any one of those guys.
but it was such a point of emphasis on where you wanted to improve in the offseason, and then you got Ingram, and then thought you were good, and you're dealing with this. Like, I don't want this to turn into a long-term issue. Hey, quickly here. The Chiefs play at Arrowhead against the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles this weekend. They have a really good opportunity to go 0-2 to start the year. They could beat the Eagles at home because that's who the Chiefs are, and they do this stuff all the time. But only 4 teams since I think it's at least 1990. Maybe longer.
93, the Cowboys were the first. They lost their first 2 games of that season. They went on not only to get to the Super Bowl, to win the Super Bowl. The Patriots did it later in that decade. The Giants did it in 2007. And then there was one more I
Niners.
can't think of. Carolina. Carolina did
I
it.
thought it was the Niners. Am I wrong?
Could be.
Who
check
gives a rat's rip?
The point, though, Moj, is only 4 teams, I think, is it ever or since 1990, have made the Super
Again,
Bowl after starting
it's
0-2.
irrelevant. I don't care. It's very difficult to do. That's it.
Yeah, it's
You know what, though?
Only
It's
6
easier
teams
now with
since
17 games.
1953 have actually had a guy named Jeff who ran for 1,000 yards.
Oh, really? So you don't appreciate history of sport?
No, I completely do. I know it's hard, dude. Listen. If you go down 0-2,
your point is you don't care about the exact stat. You know it's difficult. That's all.
That's
you care
all I'm
about.
saying.
Okay, I got it.
Hey, yeah, I mean, it's like Springer. Look, it's like Springer trying to hook up at a bar. Okay,
Here it
I
is,
don't know.
4
I don't know
teams.
the exact stat, but I know it's almost an impossible task. Okay. No offense,
Only
Springer.
4 teams have reached the Super Bowl after an 0-2 start. The Cowboys of 93, the Patriots of 96, they got waxed, the Patriots of 01, and the Giants of 07.
So it's really difficult. Now, here's like, I said this in the appetizer, and then a whole bunch of people started telling me, wow, how many times do people try and kill off the Chiefs and they don't die? It's like, I get it. I totally understand. Here's the one thing from Kansas City that I don't think is sustainable. If they lose this weekend, the starters will have lost more games this year than they did all of last season. The starters. Because remember, they were 15-2.
Correct.
But they lost the final game against the Broncos when nobody played. The way I think about it is this. Go back and look at how they won last year. And this is not, I'm not saying that this is lucky. This is a quality trait of a great football team. When the game's tight late, they out-execute you and they win, right? It's kind of was their MO all year.
Yep.
I feel like to try and do that 2 years in a row repeatedly is going to be really hard.
I agree.
And you saw it in week 1. because it was the exact same type of game. It was who's going to execute late. And the thing is, if the ball's in Mahomes' hands, you got a really good shot. Herbert said, I'm not giving it back. I'm going to keep this until the clock's hit 0. And if teams can start doing that to them, if their defense can't get the stop at the end of the game, we're talking about a different situation.
Did you see this? The rollout to his left, and he scramble. Then he gets caught by the Charger, who doesn't let him break contain, right, for a sack. And that usually does not happen to Patrick Mahomes. Okay, everything you just said, I'll buy into all of that. But were you nervous in that game? I mean, did you think, hey, the Chiefs with the ball in Mahomes' hand, they can come back and beat anybody and will beat anybody at any time?
You know what, though? There's a certain...
Because Vic, I did. Now, again, this goes back to...
I wasn't.
Okay, well, this goes back to this then. Depending on how good you think the Chargers are, that's what you're basing how good you think the Chiefs are right now, a team that went to the Super Bowl last year in Vic. Yeah. I'll say this. When was the last time the Kansas City Chiefs were a home dog? And period, number one. Number two, they were a home dog against, I don't care, anybody, including the defending champs, and you didn't take them.
Yeah. Two things can be true. I think the Chiefs will beat Philly this weekend. I do. Doesn't mean that the Chiefs are necessarily back. Vic Fangio loves facing the Chiefs. Vic Fangio started this whole thing. Do you know what he did when he was with Denver and now every team is doing it? He's just dropping everybody back in zone. Mm-hmm. He's just dropping Mahomes. Hey, you do not single cover with Mahomes back there. And you don't blitz him. You don't blitz him either. Occasionally you'll dial one up. Occasionally. But that's what the Chargers did. If you watch the game, they just dropped everybody and said, okay, where are you going? Where are you going with the ball?
Right.
And I think that is... I'm not saying it neutralizes Patrick Mahomes because he'll figure his way around, but at least it slows him down.
Sure. 100%. And he's done
Vic
that.
Fangio started that trend.
Yes, he's done that his entire career as a defensive play caller. He's been the best at least stymieing what the Chiefs do offensively. Just to look ahead, by the way, if they do lose this game, so the next week they play against the Giants.
That's a win.
But then they got the Ravens.
Tough.
At Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville might be I think Jacksonville can be sneaky this year, by the way. Mm-hmm. Sneaky.
Take it easy.
Then I do. I just like their offense.
I just want you to take it easy. I want you to get some rest. Take it easy. I want you to get some rest. Get a lot of rest.
Then it's Detroit.
Okay. We don't know who that is, but that yeah.
And then
Where is that? Where is that?
In KC.
Okay, well that's the benefit. Where's the Baltimore game?
In KC.
Okay, so those are
what the hell?
Those are big time benefits.
And then Raiders, Commanders.
Where's that at?
Both of those in KC.
That is a dub.
Wait, so the Ravens, the Lions, the Raiders, and the Commanders are all at home.
So yes. So
the
out
hell's
of
that all about?
Eagles, Giants, Ravens, Jags, Lions, Raiders, Commanders, only the Giants and Jags are on the road.
So you're
the
telling
two
me
bunnies
the Chiefs
are on the road.
15 home games this year. They have 15 of them. It's like you know what it is? It's like a Nebraska Cornhusker schedule.
Yeah, it's exactly.
I remember watching some of those corn games, and I'd look at the schedule and say, "Why does Nebraska have 10 home games? What the hell's going on?"
I don't think that's possible.
No, you remember?
It certainly
you
felt
remember
like
before all this, before this conference realignment stuff. I remember looking at every year Nebraska would gosh.
But you need.
Do they play a road game?
When you play conference games, you need to have splits.
Minimal road games. I don't know how Nebraska got away with it. Maybe they paid them off or something. Come play here.
Now, if it makes you feel any better, after that, they're at Buffalo and at Denver. So,
Okay.
I mean, they got a couple. But, yeah, it's a long stretch of home games for them.
I'll tell you what's interesting, though. When you look at that schedule, the team that lost in the Super Bowl, the AFC champions, compared to, the Broncos schedule, you're like, man, that's a pretty tough schedule.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's that's what you get for being good, is you get the more difficult schedule. But that's a kick in the backside, man.
As I've said all along, the AFC West is gettable. It is gettable this year.
Yeah,
as much as it's been in 10 years.
Bud Light Football Friday, a whole bunch more to get to, including college football, where there's, first of all, a lot of good matchups in the college slate this weekend. But is it almost worse if the Buffs use multiple quarterbacks and still win than just settling on one? We'll get to it next.
Guys, I got to ask you about your life. Now, it's none of my business. It's between you and your spouse and yourself and whatever else. Are you dealing with erectile dysfunction? Those words scare you? Or you're like, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to hear about that. Well, it's a real thing, right? And it can ruin your life. But you can get help and you can get fixed. Don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Do something about it. Tens of thousands of guys every single day are doing just that. And they're getting help at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. They got 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, including Castle Rock, all revamped, all renewed. This is the place to go because these people are experts and you can be back in business right before you know it. So give them a call today. Go to 720-440-7900 on your phone or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com on your computer and see what they do because they take care of your entire dude engine. You don't have to live with ED. You don't have to struggle with it. You don't have to be embarrassed. Man, it's 2025. Get yourself fixed up. Get back in the game and be yourself. Again, that number is 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We've been waiting for you. All right. Three's company is right because that's what's happening, or what did happen last week with the Buffs. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. This is conference season now. They got their first conference game of the year. They're taking on Houston, which is going to be either a mediocre team in the Big 12 or ass. And I don't think there's really much in between for Houston. They aren't going to be competing for anything, I guess is what I'm saying. They just aren't good enough. And so here becomes the rub. Dion is either unsure of who his starting quarterback is or who he wants it to be, or he's unwilling to tell anybody who the starting quarterback is or who he wants him to be. If your best guess, if I set the over-under at 1.5 quarterbacks that play on Saturday, what are you taking?
Martin Luther Staub.
I think this is almost a lose situation. I'll answer your question, but let me answer what I believe here to be true.
Okay.
If you start Ryan Staub, which is going to happen, right? And he plays really well. This is the conundrum. This is the Buffs quarterback conundrum.
Well, is he Staubby or is he the Stauber?
Okay. If you start him and he plays well and they win the game, that's a win for the Buffs. It's a win for Ryan Staub. But is it a win long term? What does it do to the quarterback dynamic in the room? What does it do to Juju Lewis? What is it his long term approach? You wonder, what does that do? If you start Ryan Staub and you play the entire game and you lose the game, okay, now what? Do you go elsewhere?
Yeah.
The worst case scenario, you start Ryan Staub, you replace Ryan Staub, and you still lose the game.
Yeah.
And now you're just grasping at straws. Option 3 could be a killer. So you tell me, if you win, you better be married to him for the next couple of years. You better be, because you may have already done it. You've betrayed whatever deal you had with the other guys. That's a tough situation. And this is why sports is beautiful, because football is the meritocracy we all adhere to and we all try to aspire to in life, but it really is the best player plays. The end.
You just mentioned the word betrayal. So you're saying you betrayed Salter because you got him to come from Liberty and play for you and be the starter?
You don't think assurance
you betrayed Juju Lewis because he's only 17 and you said we're gonna feature you. You're gonna be a 3-year starter here at Colorado and then go pro.
I'm not calling it a betrayal, but you're darn sure that they may think it's a betrayal.
Yeah, I would assume, Moj, if you are a 5th-year transfer, you're under the assumption you're starting for that football team.
Okay.
Well, and, I understand it's all competition and stuff like that, but I don't think you would commit to a school that you didn't know you were going to play at.
That's a setup.
I'm under the assumption you're going to beat Georgia Tech at home. I'm also under the assumption that it's not going to be 10-7, a 3-point lead over friggin' Delaware mud chucks.
Yeah, no, you're right.
At halftime, okay?
You're right.
So the way I look at it is we got to win games. Here's what I do know, gentlemen. If you play 3 quarterbacks every football game, 2 things. Number 1, either it's the most unique offense, you're revolutionizing the game, you're keeping you're keeping the offense, on the field, doing different things all the time. Defense is freaking out, or it's an absolute freaking disaster. There's no in between. So you cannot play 3 quarterbacks. You've got to settle on a dude or maybe spot duty another dude who's different than what the Stauber brings to the table.
Moj, you know what this is?
That's a hook. Here? Is that a hook?
Yes, that's a hook. The question tonight will be, how quickly do they pull this out if things don't go their way? Because if the hook is early, is it just as early on the next guy?
Well,
I'm telling you, man, this is a Pandora's box.
Vic.
It really is. You better hope he plays well. You better hope he plays well. Because if he doesn't, we're juggling quarterbacks the rest of the season.
What you have just mentioned is a fear that I have. Part of me is like, you can't have a quick hook. I don't think you can do it. You think about this. You got a quarterback who is obviously in a battle right now for playing time. And you tell me, is a good thing for that quarterback who is in a battle for playing time to go out on the field and looking over his shoulder every time he makes a mistake?
No.
That is maybe more unwilling to take the the big throw or the big shot downfield because he doesn't want to make the mistake that gets him hooked. Like, that's the stuff that, outside of what? Outside of kicker in football, there is no position where you can more easily see a lack of confidence than quarterback. I mean, kicker's obvious. Do you guys see what happened with San Francisco and Jake Moody, their third-round pick at kicker from 2 years ago? I mean, it's obvious. I don't want that for your QBs.
Okay, but on the flip side, Vic, on the flip side of that, I want a QB who puts all that crap aside and says, you know what? I'm going to go on out here and ball. Hey, listen, if I'm Staub, I say, look, I've already been sitting around for a couple of years.
Yeah, they've already counted me out.
Yeah, they've already counted me out. What do I have to lose? I can always hit the portal anyway. I'm going to go on out there. I'm going to ball my Staub off. That's what I'm going to do.
You've already hit the portal. I don't think he's hitting the
Me and my Stauber. Yeah, me and my Stauber. I'm going to ball my Stauber off, and I don't care. Be damned. I'm going to try to make plays and help this football team win.
Moj, in an ideal situation, tell me if you guys would agree with me. Back in the old days, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, back in the olden
days, yes.
You would take
just a child.
No, I'm dead serious. Consider this. You would take a 17-year-old incoming freshman, younger than most. You would say, tell you what, we're going to redshirt you. We're going to preserve one of your seasons. I want you to learn the system. I want you to practice. I want you to do everything that we do in college football practice, but we're going to redshirt you. Those things, these guys can so readily pick up and leave now, and the portal has changed. The old draft and stash and recruit and stash, that feels like it's gone now. Why would you do that, right? He may say, no, I ain't doing that. I want to play right away. I want to play next year. I want to play now. I mean, do you think that conversation's been had about redshirting him? Because, I don't know, we saw 2 series of Juju Lewis. I can't make an entire opinion about 2 series of Juju Lewis. I don't know what he is.
Well, I believe
he didn't look ready in those 2 series.
The rule now is you can play, I think it's 4 games and still get a red shirt out of it.
Okay.
So he can still enter some more games, and maybe he's still in competition and blah, blah, blah. But I think it's changed so much. But if I remember correctly, the new rule is you can play up to 4 games and still redshirt at the end of the year. Any more than that, you can't. And maybe that's the conversation you have. But,
sure,
more than that, he's got a lot of talent, sure. But part of me is like, you got to win, like, now. If they lose this weekend to Houston, that puts them at 1-2 overall and 0-1 in Big 12 conference play in year 3 of Deion's tenure as the Buffs head coach. Which I think for any Power 5 program, if that's the way that you start, nobody's happy with the coach results at that point. Like, again, I think year 3 for a college head coach, there has to be, for really any coach in any league, there has to be real expectations for your team.
You're pressing this more than I think most people are. I mean, I'm not. My expectations for CU football this year were not, okay, take another step. They lost a Heisman Trophy winner and a quarterback who broke records. Automatically, I thought they would take a step back. I did not anticipate anything but a step back this year. So I'm going to give him more grace than you're willing to do.
Yeah, but if Ohio State, if Ohio State or Alabama
but this isn't Ohio State.
I understand.
See, this is the problem you guys are having.
No,
you guys,
I'm in between.
No, Moshe, you guys think, some people out there think that Colorado is on this level of the blue chips. They're not.
No, I'm not.
They're not.
But they're also in the Big 12. They're not in the SEC or the Big 10.
That is true.
Exactly. They're in the Big 12.
Right. So my point is that being said,
It's the Big 12!
Yeah, the competition isn't as difficult overall.
Yeah, it's loud.
Thanks, Coach. And then number 2, you're Coach Prime. You've been bringing in talent after talent after talent. You see what I'm saying? I mean,
did you think?
I know. No, look, I'm not the Buckeyes. They're
Brett,
not the Tigers. They're not this, Vic, but they should be a decent football team.
If you actually walked into this season thinking that the Buffs would do better off than they did last year, you're fooling yourself. They lost too much.
Yeah, but
they lost the most valuable positions.
Hang on. This is where I'm more with Moj on this, to where, you want Ohio State, and that's not the expectation where you should just replace a national championship quarterback with another guy who could win a national championship. That's not what I'm talking about. Playing in the Big 12 does make a difference, though, because you aren't dealing with Bama and Georgia and LSU or Ohio State and Penn State and Michigan and all these different teams week to week. We're talking about Houston here. And in a game against Houston, you're in a 6.5-point dog. And I think that's dropped a little bit since then. Maybe it's like 4.5 now. The point is, Vic, I don't think anybody was expecting you lose Shador, you lose Travis Hunter, and you have a better football team on the field. But I expected competitive. And look, there has to be a line here. If the Buffs go back to winning 4 games, that's not acceptable, even if you lost 2 really talented players. It's not acceptable. Because if
I
that's
didn't say 4.
Well, I understood. I even think like 6. 6 isn't good enough for me. Like, you have to be at least competitive within this, let's be honest, the worst of the Power 4 conferences. If you aren't, then $10 million a year for your coach isn't being spent properly.
Vic, Andre Ware ain't walking through that door tonight. Andre Ware ain't walking through that door for Houston, okay?
I get it. But see, again, it goes back to expectations. A close game against Delaware surprised me. That was shocking to see, to be honest, at home. Losing to Georgia Tech, that never surprised me. I told you guys all along Georgia Tech was the better team. See, you seemed, after that game, like, oh, my God, what's going on? I was like, what? What'd you expect? What'd you expect? Georgia Tech had a grizzled veteran quarterback coming back. They beat some really good teams last season. They were the better team. That didn't surprise me like it did some.
We can jump back to this in a bit. I can explain this. We'll get to it later. But coming up next, I want to play a little game heading into this weekend. It's called More or Less. We'll do it next. It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Again, reminder tonight, 7:30, Legend at Arvada West is going to be on AM 950, so you can hear that. Here's just a few of the games from over the weekend that are going to be on here. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Wisconsin at Bama. Should be a decent game.
Hey, Bama. Bama got to win football games.
1:30, number 6 Georgia at number 15 Tennessee.
That's going to be good in Knoxville.
I attended Georgia-Tennessee game in Knoxville years ago, man. That is one of the best parties. Knoxville's a fun party. I mean, college football in Knoxville, you won't regret it if you ever get a chance.
Sunday at 11 a.m., 2 games. On 92.5 will be Bears at Detroit, and on AM 950 will be Giants at Cowboys, and then Sunday Night Football, obviously, Falcons and Vikings.
Dude, that's a pretty awesome weekend of football.
And actually, Brett, that was a copy-paste error on my part because the high school football game tonight, that's going to be on 92.5.
Oh, that is on 92.5. That is my fault.
No, that's my fault. I put the wrong thing on your rundown. That's on me. So, yeah, 92.5, but then afterwards, the Colorado Preps scoreboard following the game will be on 950.
That's right. Now, heading into the Broncos game this weekend, let's play a little game called More or Less. I give you a number. You tell me if there's...
This isn't true or false, then? It's more or less?
It's kind of like true or false.
It's kind of like this. So are the Broncos a decent football team? Yeah, more or less.
No, not like that. No.
Oh, not like that more
It's
or
more
less.
like an over-under situation is what we're going to do
Well,
here.
you call it over-under then?
I like more or less better. Everybody has over-under. I changed the name. Now it's something different. Here's the first one. Will Bo Nix have more or less passing yards than Daniel Jones this weekend?
Well, I hope it... Oh, criminy, that's a pretty good one. I hope it's less because I hope they can run the football and do it effectively. Is that a cop-out?
I don't want to be that guy. But if we're going to do this grammatically correct... And you're talking about numbers.
He doesn't want to be that guy.
Fewer is the word you need.
I'm not doing that. No, it's called more or less.
Fewer
more
yards.
Or less.
I mean, that deals with numbers.
Vic,
more or fewer.
Vic, I don't know how else to tell you this. It's my game.
Okay,
it's
my answer is false.
It's his game, man. False. Yeah, we say false.
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
I will say less.
Okay. Is false less for you, Vic? Is that what it is?
He's gonna throw for more.
Okay. Will Bo Nix have more or less rushing yards than Daniel Jones? 2 guys that
I
can
think
run.
Daniel Jones is gonna run for more. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, you know what?
Bo will have fewer rushing yards than Daniel Jones. I'm not going to repeat a grammatically incorrect
appease
sentence.
Vic, I'll say fewer from here on out.
Yeah, that being said,
Go outside, nerd.
I think that probably your logic would say, well, the Broncos defense is going to flush Jones a lot. He's going to be running for his life. He only had one rush in week number 1. So is Bo going to have more rushing yards than Daniel Jones? I'm saying yeah. Yeah. I'm saying yeah. I'm going opposite Vic. Yes.
Okay. The new name of the game is Morer or Fewer. RJ Harvey. More or fewer rushing yards than J.K. Dobbins?
I'm going to say more.
I'll say more. Morer.
Cortland
more.
Sutton. More or fewer receiving yards than any Colts receiver? That includes Tyler Warren, by the way. I'm including the tight ends in this package.
Well, the tight end, that tight end's pretty special. I'm going to say fewer. I think Pittman's.
Daniel.
If you got Pittman and Warren, if you get the field against Cortland Sutton, and Pittman and Warren are two pretty damn good football players, I'm going to say fewer.
I'm going to say more for Cortland Sutton simply because Daniel Jones is going to be thrown against that Broncos secondary. This ain't Miami. This ain't Duck Storm.
Storm Duck.
Whatever.
Yeah, but at the same time,
more
Vic,
or less, fewer
Storm Duck.
Do you want me to tell you? And again, you think the Dolphins are just bottom feeders? Not even dolphins. They're more like sucker fish. Dude, the Colts were all over his butt. I mean, they could have lathered him up with massage oil. They were all over him so much.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Will the Broncos have more or fewer than 2.5 touchdowns?
Oh, man.
2.5 touchdowns.
Yeah, they'll have 2
You're cutting
touchdowns.
a touchdown in half? You
2
mean
touchdowns,
more?
3 field
More
goals.
or less than that? That means 3 or 2, 3
They
or
will
more,
have,
or 2
they
or
will
less.
Have, they will have
What do you
fewer.
mean?
Fewer.
Oh, I got you.
Fewer.
I'll say fewer too.
Okay. Will the Colts have more or fewer than 1.5 touchdowns?
Morer.
Fewer. I think there'll be a field goal machine.
Dude, somebody's going to score on the Broncos this year. You know that, right? Somebody.
Yeah,
is.
it'll happen.
That'll happen. Bye.
Jonathan
They'll score
Taylor,
a touchdown maybe.
more or fewer than 70 rushing yards?
Morer.
What did he have last year against the Broncos? I'm just curious.
You can check real quick if
I
you
will
would
say, my answer, running the football in bunches like that is hard. I'll say fewer.
Morer.
I'll say fewer.
Was he healthy for the game last year?
He had 107.
107.
He had 107 last year. And he he dropped the ball on the 1.
Yeah.
Morer.
The Broncos will have more or fewer than 3.5 sacks.
Fewer.
Fewer.
The Colts will have more or fewer than 19.5 points.
Fewer.
Fewer.
Same question for the Broncos, but 22.5.
Fewer.
I look at this game going like 20-13. So I'll say
dude,
fewer.
I feel.
Ooh, you're thinking it's like a repeat.
I think it's like 20-17. I couldn't agree with Vic more. I think he's right. You're right there.
More.
I couldn't agree with Vic Morer. I think he's right. I think right there is the groove. That's the honey hole right there.
And that is more or fewer.
See, doesn't that cleanse your palate, your soul, knowing that you got it grammatically right? You can't.
The easiest
think about how many kids are on their way to school today listening to the show, and they got it right. I mean, they got it right.
Are there any
and
parents?
you helped with that.
Yeah. Are there any parents taking their children to school right now? 303-504-0925. And they just heard that thing there that changed
and Uncle
names
Vic had to fix it
3 times in 9 minutes. And you're afraid that your kid is now dumber than they were before you left the house.
You're welcome.
More dumber.
More dumber. Do you feel like your kid is more dumber, uneducated than they were when they left the home?
I mean, it's actually
things,
fewer smart. Do you feel fewer smart now?
Fewer smart than you did when you left the house.
Few things upset me more than when people misuse fewer and less. I'm not joking. It really torques me when I hear it. I'm like,
I love how you,
it's not hard.
I love how you mixed in a few and a more before you got to fewer. Few things upset me more than the fewer use.
Figure it out.
Honestly, though, Brett,
Numbers.
This is good. Maybe we should do más o menos and turn it into a little Spanish.
I have no problem with that whatsoever. But when you're going through those numbers and those questions and whatnot, golly, I wish this was about week 5 and I would have a much better handle on exactly what the heck we're talking about. Because honestly, I thought Miami would win in Indy in week number 1. And the Colts beat them up. Vic, that Colts defense punched Tua right in the mouth. MOWF punched him right in the mouth.
The biggest.
Dude, they beat.
Oh, go ahead.
They beat Miami so bad that people are doubting Miami. Miami had like a player-only team meeting week 1.
Yeah.
Week 1, the team meeting.
And that was just Tyreek yelling at people. That's all it was.
Maybe.
The biggest spread of the year so far, and this is very, it's understandable, but this might be the biggest spread of the year for a few weeks. Baltimore and Cleveland are going to face off against each other. Baltimore is coming off a loss, and they're playing in Baltimore. They're 11.5-point favorites right now against Cleveland. So you would think Cleveland's in for a world of hurt. Cleveland has some thoughts on this game. Some players do. You might remember a player by the name of Jerry Jeudy who used to play here.
Sure do.
He was asked on the difficulties of facing the Ravens secondary.
No challenges.
That was his
Wait.
answer.
He said what?
No challenges.
No challenges?
No challenges. He said no challenges.
What's the challenge of facing the Ravens defense or secondary? And he said no challenges.
No challenges.
Wow.
That was the end of his answer.
Well, they gave up what, 41 points to Josh Allen and company.
Carl.
Well, Brown safety Grant Delpit was also asked, hey, how hard is it to tackle Derrick Henry?
Not hard.
So wait, where does that come from? Is that a mindset? Is that...
I mean, we're playing football, man. It's tackle football. Somebody got the ball, you got to bring them down.
Just look, I don't know exactly what I guess I want them to say. The coach speak thing would be like, yeah, Derrick Henry's a great player. He's a very big man. He's hard to bring down, but we're all professionals. We're going to do it. I guess that's the answer you're looking for. But
I guess the answer is pretty simple. You know, it's going to be a challenge, but, you know, we're grown men, and grown men have to play the game. But the way he did it, it's not hard.
Just feels like you're poking a bear that I don't want to poke.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth. I would just love to poke the bear a little bit.
It's Derrick Henry. Is he hard to tackle?
Yeah.
Not hard.
Not hard.
So wait, where does that come from? Is that a mindset? Is that...
I mean,
okay. You try
My
to think.
immediate reaction, if you know, you say it now, but if you're in the moment, but that would have been a fun response. What do you mean it's not hard? The guy's 6'4", 230, and he barrels people. What do you mean it's not hard?
I've seen a lot of
Browns.
examples in the history of Derrick Henry's playing career in which it looks pretty hard. I'm going to be honest.
I'm the Cleveland Browns. I'm anybody on the Browns. I'll be whomever you want me to be. Ask me questions about the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay, you're Myles Garrett. Is that what you're saying?
Anybody.
Okay.
Anybody.
Does Lamar Jackson pose a problem in stopping him defensively?
No problem. In fact, let me expand on it. He blows. Okay, go ahead.
Well, maybe maybe Cleveland's at that point where enough's enough. We're just going to take this approach to every game.
It's not difficult. I don't know what to tell you. It's not hard.
It's not. I mean, look, I know he's a former MVP, but he's really lucky. Number one, number two, he's weak. In
the hey, Joe Flacco, the Ravens secondary, they just extended before the season started a very, very talented safety in Kyle Hamilton. What does he bring to the table?
Overpayment.
You're just like me.
Joe.
Trash.
Joe, is there any truth to the rumor that you once played for the Ravens and won a Super Bowl as the Ravens quarterback?
I want to defeat everything about that organization.
The old Aaron Rodgers.
God, doesn't it feel forever?
It does. It feels forever ago. I know.
It feels like
forever ago
that Joe Flacco was running the show there.
I don't think listen. I don't think the tact that I would take when asked about questions regarding the Baltimore Ravens would be to slough anything off.
Yeah, I don't think I'd do that.
I mean, listen, you can have pride and you can say, look, it's a division battle. This is going to be, really tough. You can say all these kind of things, but you can't say, whatevs, no big.
I mean,
you can't say that.
Is it difficult to stop Lamar Jackson? Bum.
Is it difficult to tackle Derrick Henry?
Derrick Henry is much easier to tackle.
His cousin Daryl is easy.
Yeah.
Derrick will throw you through the crust of the earth.
Bud Light Football Friday. We got Chad Brown breaking down the Buffs game for you next.
Thank you to our listeners. You people are really funny. Some of the stuff you've sent in about the horrible grammatical errors that were inflicted upon you. You're really funny people. Thank you very much for chiming in.
What happened? What do you mean?
Yeah, you're banned from the text line, so you can't see it, but people are saying some funny things.
Like what?
Like these grammar lessons shouldn't be taken for granted.
Like,
don't ever pronounce it granted.
My son just gave up on English forever. Thanks, Vic.
I like it better what a texter said.
What are you talking? Wait. Stop. Whoever wrote that, I'm helping you. I'm educating you. This guy from the Plains came in here with the wrong grammar, and I fixed it for you and your kid.
My kid just said, are we most or fewest in 5 minutes than 5 minutes from school? Thanks, guys.
Look, I'm not your teacher. I'm not the kid's parent. It's your responsibility, not mine.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Listen to me. I'm not a role model. I like it better anyway. I think next week we're going to do Más o Menos. I like that a lot better. We'll be joined by Chad Brown shortly on this Bud Light Football Friday. Speaking of college football, a lot of good games this weekend. I said it earlier in the week. I am geeked for South Florida and Miami. Like I want South Florida to win this game so damn badly. Mm-hmm. I might go out and buy a shirt before the game starts. No. Like, I might adopt this team.
Well, I've got, there's something in it for you, Vic, Brett, Nelly. There's something in it for you. Should the Bulls win on the road against the Canes, everybody's getting a South Florida hat if you want one. Now, you don't have to take it. But I will get us all a South Florida hat.
No, see, I have different reasons why, much different reasons than you. You're rooting for the underdog. I want Miami to win by 30.
Yeah, because you want your loss not to look as bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how we roll. See, I'm thinking a little deeper than you guys. You guys want instant gratification. I'm thinking down the line.
You're thinking a little more selfishly than we are.
No, you're just being selfish.
Yeah.
Don't act like you're more intellectual than us. It's just selfish.
Oh, no, I'm sorry that I have a team that's involved in the national championship hunt every year.
Okay, selfish and arrogant is no way to pick college football wins and losses, Vic.
That's how I do it.
Okay, well,
Pure selfishness and arrogance.
You're very, very good at it then.
All I heard was I get a free hat if South Florida wins, and my brain stopped there.
Nelly's like, hell yeah.
Free hat, dude.
But I'm just geeked for that game coming up this weekend. Again, there's a few. Would you be surprised if I told you this? The spread in South Florida, Miami is 17.5. Do you think Wisconsin, Alabama is more or fewer than that?
You know, it's surprising. How bad is Florida? How bad has it gotten in Florida when a team goes there? That was at the university. That was in Gainesville, correct?
Yes.
That was in Gainesville where that game was played. I mean, think about what South Florida's done in 3 weeks. They played 3 reputable franchises, reputable programs. They've beaten 2 of them, and now they got the toughest test left. That's a hell of a slate, bro. I mean, when their AD said to their coach, "Here's what you got," what do you think their coach said?
Oh, that's what I literally think if they somehow win this weekend, it would be one of the coolest 3-game stretches to start a year in a long time for like any school.
100%.
By the way, Wisconsin is more of a dog.
You're kidding.
21.5.
How
Bama.
far have the Badgers fallen? Holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
And why are the Badgers playing Alabama anyway?
Strong non-con game? I don't know.
Why in the world in week 3 would Alabama and the Badgers play each other?
Well, probably when they scheduled it, Wisconsin was still pretty good. I mean, they don't make these schedules a week before.
No, I understand, but I'm saying it just seems a little bit odd when you should be in conference play that you've got a Big Ten versus an SEC. That's all. Listen, this is what's so great about college football for me is every year there's one of these little engines that could. I mean, we've seen it recently. Cincinnati was a little engine that could. Arizona State last year was a little engine that could. Boise State has been a little engine that could. You always have these teams that sniff around. TCU, a little engine that could, but obviously they got waxed in the title game. I'm just saying you got these teams That they have these spike ears and they kick butt. And the South Florida Bulls, man, I think it's a great story, Brett. They play in the American Conference with Navy and Memphis and North Texas and Temple and, East Carolina, all these teams. They smoke Boise. They win in the swamp against the number 13 Gators. This is a big deal, Vic.
If they win this game tomorrow, pencil them in right now for one of the 12 teams.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, they're almost automatically going to be the non-Power 5 that gets in, because look at the rest of their schedule and tell me if there's a team that's remotely close to a Miami that's on it.
Zero. I mean, there's absolutely nothing. Now, again, they've got some teams that are 2-0 on the season, Temple, Tulane, and Memphis, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, maybe one of these teams sucks it up and can get it done, but it's really fun to see these teams that come out of the American and they beat the big boys, and maybe they can make a run. That's always cool to me.
So, again, a whole bunch of games that we have this weekend. 10 o'clock tomorrow is going to be Wisconsin-Bama. 1:30 is Georgia-Tennessee. And then on AM 950, it is Utah and Wyoming at 6 o'clock. So all of those coming up. But, again, talking about the Buffs, it's either Dion is, well, I know what's going on. He's playing his cards really close to the vest on this because he doesn't want to announce starters. He doesn't want to give away game plans. And with that, we'll head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined, as we are every Friday, by Chad Brown. Chad, how we doing?
I am doing fantastic, fellas. Happy Football Friday to you.
Happy Football Friday. So with the Buffs, I was asking the guys this earlier, what they expect to see. But in your best estimation, do you think that the Buffs play more than one quarterback tomorrow?
I think they do, and I think it's because all quarterbacks will have a short leash on them. So I'm not sure if any of the guys are ready to be the full-time, we have 100% trust in you starter. So because of that, as soon as they run into some issues, there will be probably a quick hook on whoever it may be. So the Buffs find themselves in a difficult situation. We've all heard the football adage, if you have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. Well, if you got three, you definitely don't have the guy. So it's going to probably take some time to sort all this through. And I think one of the difficulties is each of the guys is a slightly different quarterback. So it's not just you're just sending another quarterback into the game where the game plan remains the same and the play calling remains the same. All those have to shift depending on who's under center.
Chad, I think Prime's got himself into a bit of a pretzel here for this reason. If Staub does really well, and you hope they win the game, then you got to wonder about the future of the young quarterback. Who knows? Maybe he's like, hey, maybe this is not my place. If Staub performs poorly and you replace him, now we're involved in that door where everybody walks in and walks right back out again. You don't know who the quarterback is. That's not a good place to be. Do you think how much of a leash, if you were running the show, how much of a leash do you give him? Do you pull him out, sign a first problem, or do you let him work through it?
And who are we talking about here? Staub?
Talk about Ryan
Lewis,
Staub if he starts. We assume it's going to be Ryan Staub.
Well, obviously the program is would want it to be Juju Lewis just because of the stature of the recruit.
Well, then start Juju Lewis. Then what are we doing here? If the program, if they recruited him to be the guy, let him be the guy. What are we waiting for?
Well, because then you could lose the locker room if you give a guy an opportunity because he gets NIL dollars and because of the stature of recruit that he was versus a guy who everyone in the locker room has seen in practice may be better. No, I haven't seen all the practice, so I can't say if Ryan Staub is better or not, but that's the risk there. So to your point, the pretzel is very, very twisted for Coach Prime here. There's a lot of things he's got going on. Does he lose his locker room? Does he lose his number one recruit? Does he lose a football game? Which is more important to him? Which does he value the most?
Chad, that's such an awesome point. I can picture you guys, and there wasn't a lot of consternation back in your Buffs days, and there shouldn't have been. But I think with every football team on the defensive side, right, I'm sure you guys get together and go, why are they starting this guy when we know this other guy's better? You can't fool the room. Every other kid outside the quarterback room on that team, they want to win. They want to go to Houston and beat the Cougs. You can't fool guys as to who the better player is. And if you want to divide a room, you want to divide offenses and defenses and blah, 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 man, that's the way to do it. Play the guy who hasn't earned jack squat. Now, he may have a ton of talent. He may be the guy in the future. But if you're throwing him out there to get his ass kicked in Houston and Stabby's the better guy right now, every guy in that room is going to know it, are they not?
Yes, they will. And I've been a part of a few quarterback controversies in my time in football, none in college football. Obviously, Darian Hagan was the starter at CU and maybe the greatest option quarterback of all time. But when I was in Seattle, we had Matt Hasselbeck and we had Trent Dilfer. And this was the year after Trent Dilfer won the Super Bowl with the Ravens. So from a defensive perspective, heck, he did the job good enough for the Ravens defense to win the Super Bowl. So we were all in favor of Trent. Not that Matt was a bad quarterback, but Matt was coming from Green Bay. And Matt still was working on getting all the Brett Favre out of his system. So he was putting the defense in bad spots. So when Mike Holmgren chose Matt, the whole defense was like, oh, here we go again. 2 turnovers, a bunch of risky plays. We're going to have to take the field, and our opponent's going to have the ball inside of our 30-yard line. It's already going to be a field goal situation. So we felt like we knew what that was going to come with. So for your point, Moj, the defense will know. The locker room will know. And for Coach Prime, who's already got a difficult situation, this would just add more toxicity to the mix.
Chad Brown with us. Game tonight, 5:30 on ESPN between Colorado and Houston. It doesn't feel like Houston's going to be a team that's competitive in the Big 12. They don't feel like they're an upper echelon team, maybe somewhere middle of the pack or less. They are favored in this game, though. They are favored by 4.5 as of right now. What do you think puts them as the favorites over the Buffs in the, the national scope?
Well, it's hard for me to, talk harshly about my Colorado Buffaloes, but let's not give the win against Delaware too much credit. It was Delaware, and your quarterback of choice, and this, feels like always the overhyped part of things. Now, Ryan Staub is certainly the starter because he played a couple good series against Delaware. Yeah, he looked good, but is that a fair sample size to be able to judge off of this? So while we may feel good about, hey, we got our quarterback, do we? Do we? Is that a good enough sample size? Is that really an accurate picture of who should be starting against a Big 12 schedule where there are literally 8 or 9 teams who are in the mix for the conference title? So that's why. Vegas is rarely wrong on these things. And unfortunately for the Buffaloes, I think what we saw against Delaware could be a bit more of a smoke show than an actual representation of who should be the quarterback and where this team accurately is compared against good Big 12 competition.
You cover a lot of college football. You watch the entire country at this game. Who's the best conference? Who do you think has the best conference in the game right now? Is the SEC or the Big Ten?
I think it's the Big Ten. And I don't have a game this week. So as you guys all know, when you're working football, sometimes you don't get a chance to watch enough football. So this would be a great chance for me to really dive into Big Ten versus SEC. And then next week, I've got Illinois at Indiana, a Big Ten matchup. So it won't be necessarily the upper echelon of the Big Ten, but it'll be the Big Ten Tier 2, most likely winner there. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the second tier in the Big Ten looks like. I know I had Michigan, Oklahoma last week. Oklahoma's got a quarterback who has vaulted himself into the tops of the Heisman favorite candidacy. So
how did Mateer look in person?
He was quite impressive.
Yeah.
He was quite impressive. The ability for him to make plays with his legs, Michigan had literally zero answers for that. On the planned quarterback runs where Michigan was able to have 10 Oklahoma blockers coming at them, and Mateer was the runner, I think he probably gained 5 yards a clip, if not more than that. Throwing the ball, 3 or 4 throws he would want back, but I think he'll probably get better as the season goes along. But it's a very fair question, Vic. But I think right now I lean towards Big Ten.
But I love that you got that game because that's all of a sudden 5 years ago. Yeah. But Illinois and Indiana now is tasty. And I would say this, You put Belimo's team or you put Cignetti's team in the Big 12 right now, either one of those teams, and they got to be a favorite to win the dang conference. I mean, maybe we should look at the Big 10 and say that's how good this conference really is. Illinois is no joke. I watched them beat the snot out of what's-their-faces last weekend, and obviously Cignetti says, yeah, I'm good. Look me up, right? I mean, these guys are playing good ball, Chad.
Yeah, Google them because they are playing.
Google them, exactly.
They are playing really good ball. And I think that the same thing that exists now between the Big 12 and the SEC and the Big 10 as existed in the past with the Pac-12, where, yes, there are talented players in the conference and maybe some talented quarterbacks and a couple of talented skill position players, but the big difference between those conferences is the offense and defensive lines. Those lines for the Big 10 and the SEC are just levels above what the Big 12 has. And so that's always going to determine most football games in college football, because now that gets to dictate the pace of the game, what you can run offensively, what your quarterback can do. All those kinds of things are going to be dictated by the play up front.
Chad Brown, you got one more, Vic? Go ahead.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Chad Brown joins us every single Friday leading into the Buffs game. Always appreciate the time, Chad. Thank you, buddy.
I appreciate it, guys. And just as an aside, I'm 55 years old, and there was an Eagles cover band playing here in Cherry Creek North last night. So it just brought me back to how far I have come from my teenage days in Southern California with NWA and Eazy-E to being 55 years old, going to an Eagles cover band last night.
Have you
and
gone
having
soft?
a great time. Huh?
Pretty soon you're going to go to candlelight vigils with Moser over there and do candles for Def Leppard. Is that what you did, Moser? You take him along with
Chad,
you.
my wife and I went to a candlelight. It's like a 4-piece symphony doing all Fleetwood Mac songs, right?
Oh, I did that in Arizona.
It was
awesome.
There was killer. Yeah.
I did the Beatles version of that. So it was an hour of Beatles tunes played by a classical quartet.
Yes.
Did you take your Metamucil?
Oh, forgot.
Jesus, old man.
You know what?
I take my magnesium.
Listen,
I don't take Metamucil. I take magnesium.
Look how good he looks right now, Vic. I mean, he's still got it. So just chill out a little bit.
Hey, I ask this every year. Chad, every birthday you have, you attempt to dunk. Can you still dunk?
That part of my life is done, Vic. I stopped at 50 years old because I was afraid of blowing an Achilles or tearing the ACL on my dunk attempt. And I think it may have been you on my 50th birthday, my last dunk attempt. Said it looked like I was going to tear an Achilles. And I thought, I think Vic's on to something. So you were the one who discouraged me from this.
That's an athlete right there. If you could dunk up to 50 years of age, you could do something that most people can't all their lives. So congratulations,
no
Chad.
doubt.
Chad Brown joined us every single Friday. Thank you, Chad. Appreciate the time.
See you guys. See you next week.
Chad Brown joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. All right, so again, game tonight, 5:30 on ESPN, Buffs and Houston, and what I think is it's a pretty big game. Like, this is one of the teams, like, if you're just trying to stack, where are you in the pantheon of the Big 12? This is kind of like, are you in the bottom half or at least in the middle somewhere? This game will determine a lot. We'll get back to it a little bit later.
You're talking about flicks. It cracks me up. Remember Deuce Bigelow, Male Gigolo? Did you ever see that?
Yeah, a long time ago, but yes.
And they're talking about the dude's fish tank. You're a little bottom sucker here, and you're this king lionfish up here, right?
Yeah.
Are you lionfish, or are you a little sucker fish in the bottom getting it on with the Aquaman?
What the hell are you talking about?
I understand
it's
the
pretty
reference.
funny,
It's a
though,
very
right?
specific reference.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, though.
If you said something like Derrick Henry, we're talking about Derrick Henry, and you said, that's a huge, like, that's different. Back after this.
I'm 55 years old, and there was an Eagles cover band playing here in Cherry Creek North last night. So it just brought me back to how far I have come from my teenage days in Southern California with NWA and Eazy-E to being 55 years old, going to an Eagles cover band last night
Have you
and
gone
having
soft?
a great time.
Hey, I can appreciate the wide sort of spectrum of music you listen to. You go from NWA all the way to the Eagles, that's cool with me. Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So, going back to the Broncos for this weekend, I just have basically one standard. Like one thing that I think if they do, they win. And it's play clean offensively. Pick up third downs, move the chains, get scoring drives somehow. I'm not even talking about touchdowns. Just get points on the board. Keep time of possession in your favor. Don't turn the ball over. Don't commit penalties. Like, I just really think against a team like the Colts, they looked really good in week one. If you do those simple things, I think you get the win. Now, as you move forward, as you play against the Chargers next week and some of the better teams in the league, that's not going to be enough. But for this week, I think that's it. Just get back on track by playing clean offensive football. And what can really help that is running. And I'm telling you guys right now, I am guilty over and over again of being the last person to hold on to stock to something. I held Jerry Jeudy stock until the day he left the team. I held on to Michael Porter Jr. stock the day he was traded to Brooklyn. I'm telling you, this is the last week I'm holding on to this stock. If Sean Payton doesn't commit to the run this week, then I'm just letting it go forever because it's never going to happen.
That's why I was going to simplify all your strategies there and make it very easy. Run the ball on first down.
Yeah.
Just R it, man.
I don't care what the situation holds. I don't care if they stack the box. I don't care if they expect it. Run the ball.
Yeah.
Run the ball on first down at least. Just stick your nose in there.
Like,
stick right in there.
I have held on to this theory all offseason that it was a personnel issue. It wasn't a Sean Payton commitment issue. It will be a commitment issue if it doesn't happen this week. Because he called himself out in a way that I told you, I felt like it sounded more sincere than other times he's done it in the past where he's like, I messed up the game plan. I need to do better. It just sounded different to me. If he doesn't do it this week, then it's just like, it's never happening. It's just going to be lip service every time. It's going to turn into the Nate Hackett, it starts with me thing every post-game press conference. So I want to see that right out of the gates. Commit to it early. Just do it.
If they don't do it, then what? If they don't do it, if they don't do what? If they don't run the football, Vic, if they can't run the football with any kind of consistency, then what?
What if they win the game without running the football and win the game handily without running the football?
I'd be happy.
My answer would be, well, then that game plan was pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'd be very happy, Vic.
I don't know what else to say there.
But I don't think you can do that all season long and get away with it. Not anymore. I just don't think you can do it. I don't. I'll tell you what's interesting. You know, we talk about Bo Nix not turning the ball over a lot.
Yeah.
How about this as a stat? How many picks did he throw in week one?
Two.
Broncos quarterback Bo Nix has had 5 games with multiple interceptions since the start of last season, tied with Baker Mayfield for the most in the NFL. Does that surprise you when I make that proclamation there?
Chop back, do it to the other team.
Okay, it does, but can I say this?
Sure.
He either turns the ball over multiple times or doesn't at all.
Correct.
There's there's no in between. So you said 5, right? 5 multi-interception games? Is
Correct.
it 5 multi-pick or multi-turnover?
Multi-interception games.
Multi-interception games. So here's what they are. Obviously last week, it was the first 2 games of the year against Seattle and Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And so you're like, all right, new rookie starting.
Yeah.
Then it was another back-to-back weeks where he had 5 picks in 2 games. That was the Cleveland game in which he threw 2. And against Indy, he threw 3. And then you have a whole bunch of zeros mixed in.
Yeah,
You
no
know what I
doubt-
mean?
no
Like,
doubt about it.
A ton of them mixed in
Absolutely.
between.
Do you want any little betting nuggets? I know you like that, Brett. That's your thing. Vic, Sean Payton is 40-29 against the spread in his coaching career as a road favorite. So he's 11 games above as a road favorite, including 3-0 with the Denver Broncos. So when he's been a road favorite as head coach of the Broncos, he has not lost a game.
The best case scenario for the Broncos this weekend, what would you characterize last season as their best? Well, it could be their best all-around game. Certainly their best road game. The game in Tampa. Do you remember that? Where they came out of nowhere and surprised everybody?
Yep,
Tampa was hot. Baker was hot. You go to Tampa, and you devour them in every which way. You really did. You played a clean game. Bo, that was his breakout game. He played great. I mean, I'm not saying you have to do the same thing, but they've proven they can do it against good teams. They've proven it. They did it last year, early in the season.
The Atlanta and New Orleans games were pretty good, too. Those ones were like,
I get it, but I guess I
better
take
opponent.
the opposition into account.
Yeah.
Tampa was a better team.
Yep. It's interesting because as I looked around the league, all these quote expert picks and all this kind of thing, there are a couple of people who are picking the Colts to upset the Denver Broncos as a home dog.
I can see that too. I mean, would you be shell shocked? Are you going to sit here like everybody? Oh my God, Moser, I hate to invoke this. This is the NFL.
Shall I?
Please.
It's the NFL. Anything could happen on any given week because it's the NFL.
You're the same
God, that hurts,
Keon
dude. I can't
who
do that.
last week you said, watch out, Tennessee, watch out. Remember we told you not to worry? Well, it turns out you were right.
Well, they almost, listen, thank God Callahan screwed up. Thank God they had a rookie quarterback making his first start. Thank God Ridley and company dropped the ball late in that game. Who knows what could have happened? Yeah. John Breach from CBS Sports. I never thought I'd say this, but I think I might believe in Daniel Jones. Am I totally overreacting after one game? Probably. Will I get laughed off the internet if he throws 4 picks this week? Definitely. But I don't care. I believe in Jones, and I think he's going to lead the Colts to an upset here. Okay, that's from Breach at CBS. If you go to like USA Today, everybody but one person's got the Broncos getting the job done. And some of them by a nice margin. Yeah. You go to ESPN, Maldonado and Moody and Walter, they all have the Broncos knocking off the Colts. And I think a lot of that has to do, I think I still know who the Denver Broncos are. I do. I mean, you have a much firmer grasp on the Denver Broncos. You know the defense is kicked butt. You know that the offense is going to figure it out. You've upgraded the running back room, even if Ingram can't play or isn't 100%. They're a better offense than they were last season.
What are you banging on?
The arm of my chair, sorry. So you know you have a better offensive team, and you know who the Denver Broncos are more. Right now, the Indianapolis Colts are a huge unknown. Yeah, they beat the snot out of Miami at home, right? But really, what are they? And I think Daniel Jones' history is playing a lot into this. Bang! Yeah, bang. People just can't, they simply cannot bring themselves to think that this guy could even remotely be any good.
Guilty.
There you go. I mean, you've already made the proclamation.
Yeah, guilty. He does not scare me.
All right.
He does not. Jonathan Taylor scares me.
He should scare everybody. I think Jonathan Taylor right now, Vic, here's a proclamation for you. Derrick Henry's the best back in the league.
26 going on 57-year-old Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor is, I think, still the second best running back in the National Football League.
First half of that game last year, Indy and Denver. Remember the first half and how you felt watching that game?
Yeah.
Indy looked damn good.
They sure did.
They ran the ball at will.
When we return, a good update on both fronts, not just your injuries, but also some injuries that might be plaguing the Colts coming up on Sunday.
Also, before the end of the program, football-wise, do you like free money?
Love free money.
I know you're 35, but what happens every year? Grammy and Grampy do what?
No more Grampies.
Well, Grammy, what does she do?
She says happy birthday with like a 20 mixed in there.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Didn't you have a C note at one point?
Yes.
Yeah, you got a C note, didn't
I
you?
did,
Oh, that's
yeah.
pretty big. Still, it's pretty big because you're still her little grandbaby.
My grandma's a saint.
She is. That being said, I got some free money, and you're going to have to take that money on these teams. You have to lay it down before the program is done.
Ooh, Moser's got some locks.
You're going to take that bread, you're going to lay it down.
Get to it next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Before we go anywhere else, just quickly, how about a quick shout-out to former Buff Nate Landman, who was on Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday for NFC Defensive Player of the Week. So he's kind of bounced around a couple teams, but now it looks like he's found a nice little home in L.A. with the Rams.
He was one of those guys, when you watched him in college and you saw just the poise and the power with which he played, and you're like, that guy's going to be an NFL player, and he had so many injuries. Remember the injuries?
Mm-hmm.
Injury after injury, and the fact that he's making it now, it doesn't surprise me one bit.
Nope.
He was always a player. If he could just stay healthy, he could kick some major butt. And he had that thing. Landman had, it wasn't a neck roll, but it was the
like they call it the cowboy something.
Yeah. Like the bull rider thing.
Yes.
Yeah, love that.
You see a linebacker with one of those, don't care who they are, they can play on my team. If you got one of those things, you can play middle linebacker and just shove your face into anything that's in your way, please.
I've got to be, go ahead. Do your thing real quick.
Well, I was just going to, if you guys missed it.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you want to say something or not?
I thought you were going to read something.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to say something.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. Oh, well, Moj. Go ahead.
So what I was going to say is, your calmness regarding this Broncos game on the road.
Me?
Both of yous. Is kind of remarkable. Why am I more hesitant? Why am I more, I don't know, nervous? I'll just say it in layman's terms. I'm nervous about this game.
Because you think that Daniel Jones might be good, and I don't. I mean, it's that simple.
Now
I think the Colts might be. I think the Colts might be decent, and I may be.
They were decent last
wrong.
year. No, they were decent last year.
You know what? The feeling that you've got in your tummy right now, it's a feeling that's been missing from Denver for many years, man. We went 8 years without that feeling of expectation, that feeling of fulfilling expectation, right? Where every week is a nervous entity in its own, and it's a wonderful feeling to have. That's what fans should feel. You know how many years, remember the feelings you used to have? Remember? Oh, geez. Oh, another snorathon. Oh, where are we now? And that feeling is disgusting. That's the worst for a fan. So it's not asking a lot to expect the Broncos to win this game. And I was thinking about this. Not many teams can say this, guys. How many teams? Who led the NFL in retention, in player retention?
Denver Broncos.
To the tune of 85%.
Roster retention. So I could say, and it's not even debatable, you can draw a line from last season to this season and say, it's the same team. Albeit a couple more additions here and there, right? But it's the same team. So you expect improvement for that team that made to the playoffs. You expect that team to take the next step. That's why. That's why you've got that feeling. And it's okay, Moj. It's okay to be scared.
There's been there's been so many times I go to a football Friday and I have dread. Like, oh man, Buffs are going to get whacked. Rams probably will get whacked. Broncos are going to get whacked, right? You had no hope for anything going into the weekend.
Moj, remember we talked about this when the Nuggets were making their championship run. Remember that feeling we had before every game of just utter dread? Remember that? It just didn't matter.
But there got to a point where I felt so dang good. I'm like, they're going to kill
after
these
the
guys.
Western Finals, yeah, sure. But it was like, it's just like, oh my God. The anxiety. It's okay, man. You know what? That's been missing from Broncos country for a long time. Here it is, man. Love it. This is why you pull for your team.
And it looks like they might be going into the game with a pretty full deck. I mean, we were a little bit nervous about a couple of names heading into this week who had injuries. Dre Greenlaw was the only guy on the active roster that did not practice yesterday. Even Nate Atkins, who's been out all year, he was limited in practice yesterday. But Alex Singleton, John Franklin Myers, and Evan Ingram, all full participants. Now, I'd say this. We kind of went through these earlier. It sounds like JFM just had a rest day. Alex Singleton has another fracture in the same thumb that he had surgery on in training camp.
That is crazy. I mean, but it's in a different place.
It's in a different place.
Is he making tackles like this?
They said I think what's happening, they're going to throw a cast on it and he'll play, which he did before.
You know, it really is too bad you need a thumb. I mean,
I'll tell you what, though.
You don't need a thumb, but thumbs are really nice to have, right? Otherwise, just whack that sucker off with a meat cleaver and just play football with a mitt and just go banging guys around.
Can I ask something real quick? So the MLB, they outlawed the big, if you remember, like Barry Bonds had the big bionic elbow when he went up to the plate. And what he did with that was put his toes on the inside corner of the plate and stuck his elbow over the middle of the plate. And they said, you want to throw it outside? Well, that's now down the middle. And you want to throw it inside? I'm going to wear it off this thing and get first base. And they said, well, that's cheating. You can't have a big piece of machinery on you. Can't do that. I feel like a casted hand is a club. That's a weapon that you can just hit people with. I know you can't grab, but still. Think about if you're in a pile. I'm going Myles Garrett. Bam!
Okay, I was a little tiny kid. In fact, I wasn't even born yet, but I do know the story behind this. Deacon Jones was a defensive end for the then Los Angeles Rams.
Mean fella.
And this was not outlawed in the NFL. Immediately on the snap, he'd wear a cast. He'd have a club on one hand.
Helmet slap.
And he'd go and he'd hit a guy right in the side of the head as hard as he could.
Yeah.
He could break helmets with that thing.
He would stun him.
My question is, how is that legal? How is the NFL like, if you need to wear a cast to play, then you can't play?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that Jonathan Taylor's running through the line and you come up with your cast and you whack him in the head.
You want to try and punch the ball out, though.
Well,
no fear of that. I always think about that when those guys go in for the punch when somebody's got it. You see them. They do one of those.
Yeah.
What if you miss and you just get all helmet? That's going to hurt a lot. Not if I have a weapon on my hand.
Good point.
Did you see today's helmets? They're scientific. They're sci-fi, right? But the old helmets, the plastic things you just wore over your head, if you – and this would hurt. I remember you would take a chin strap, right, and take the metal part of it and play jokes on each other and just whack it across somebody's helmet.
Oh, the little snaps?
Your ears would ring.
Oh, yeah.
Your ears would ring for the rest of practice. You couldn't even feel anything. That stuff's you're right, man.
So
it could make a difference.
So Singleton, I all systems look like a go for him. The one that's interesting, though, we all thought when Ingram left the game last week, he left with a calf injury. We saw with Malcolm Roach that is a long-term issue for him, and you would think it's probably like some sort of short, long-term, whatever, like weeks-long issue. And then yesterday, Ingram's a full participant in practice. Now, does that mean he plays? Don't know. But even if he is technically good to go, do you consider Evan Ingram shut it down this week? Let's not push it. You're too important to the rest of the season. Let's not push it this week. Next week against the Chargers, we'll have a discussion, but I'm not playing you against the Colts. Is that what you would do?
I'm going to quantify it, Vic. He may go on Sunday at Indy. I can guarantee you that he is not 100%. Now, I don't know what the percentage is if he does go, but a guy doesn't go from 1 week, in a span of a week, from limping off, throwing his helmet, and not returning to a game to all of a sudden, oh my God, an angel came down from heaven, massaged my leg, and I'm 100% now.
Well,
the modern technology, Vic, is we've talked about this. It's amazing. The machinery they have, the scientific stuff that they have, the nutrients that your body can take to heal it. I mean, these are amazing things. That being said, dude, he's a runner. And if you're talking about a calf strain, and you know all about those more than anybody, Vic, I cannot believe that he would be 100%.
Everybody heals differently. I certainly, if I had a strained calf, it's 2 weeks minimum. Everybody's different, though. I mean, I recall, do you remember when Aaron Gordon pulled his hammy Game 6, and no one expected him to play in Game 7. And albeit he was nowhere near to 100%,
right.
But he played.
He played,
so
but he was not himself.
Everybody's different. Yeah, I know he wasn't, but he still had, you know what? He still led the Nuggets in rebounds. Think about that in Game 7.
Yeah.
Here's a guy who's playing with one leg, and he led the Nuggets in rebounds.
A couple of good texts coming through here. Evan Ingram isn't a slow healer like you, Moser, from Amato. Second, what if you have no hand and have a hook like a pirate? Is that allowed?
I would guess.
Question.
Well, I get you wouldn't. Here's what you wouldn't. You wouldn't have a permanent hook on your hand. Okay? By the way, people are saying Saquon is the second best back. Yeah, I guess Saquon. Taylor's the third best back. And you can go Saquon or Derrick Henry 1-2. You don't have a permanent hook on your hand like it's not like sewn onto your limb. You can take
could.
No,
Like
nobody's putting a hook on. Nobody's grafting a hook onto somebody's arm, for real. Even Captain Hook, dude, he had like a thing that went over his arm. So then you take.
Can I make an
off.
admission?
Yeah.
Because Moser, you mentioned earlier what do you need your thumb for? Can I make an admission? This is a lifelong admission that I feel really dumb admitting this now. I'm 56 years old. I've tried. I don't know how to use chopsticks. I can't do it,
bro.
My thumb doesn't up. I don't know what's going on.
Let me tell you something.
I try. I go in there. Every time I go in there. I watch the family, everybody, and I'm like, nah, give me the fork. Let's go. Can't do it.
Okay. I'm with you. I don't understand the science. I've watched videos on how people do it, and it still doesn't make sense to me.
I've trained.
And I've gotten it to the point where if I have sushi, I can pick it up. But if I put the sushi in the soy sauce and I try and bring it back up, there's a 50-50 shot that thing's just dunked in there forever.
Can't control it. And I've seen people like, man, I marvel at their ability to use chopsticks.
Yeah, look at Nelly. Look at Nelly do that with just two pens.
Yeah, I can't do. I don't know what's going on. I've got maybe my thumb's paralyzed. I don't know. I can't do it. No, I'm with you, bro.
See, it's
broken.
See, I can kind of get it. Like I can pick things up, but this is not how it should be. That is not how it should happen.
And the other thing too is I eat too fast. I just snarf it, and I need a fork to shovel.
Dude, I don't care if I'm uncultured. If I'm at a sushi restaurant and they bring it to the table, I'm like, if you have a fork, I'll take it. I'm just going to be honest with you. If just easier for me. I just don't want to do all hands, and I don't want to look like an idiot with the chopsticks. Help me out. Bail me out. Anyway, on the opposite side, just real quick, the Colts, they also have some injury trouble. So their number one corner, Charvarius Ward, is dealing with concussion protocol. He did not practice yesterday. We'll see what happens today. But if he is out, that is a huge blow for them because the backup to him is also out.
Jones has a hammy.
With a hamstring injury. And a really good pass rusher for them, Latu, the kid out of UCLA from last year. He's also dealing with hamstring. He was limited yesterday. Doesn't know if, nobody knows if he's going to go yet for Sunday's game. So that's a lot of firepower in the place that I am concerned about the game, which is how you stack up against Colts defense and Lou Anarumo.
Did you see what happened last night between the Packers and Washington in the early going? They went out. The Packers went after Lattimore big time.
Yeah.
They went after him like he had two passes thrown against him and a PI in the first three passes of the game. Like they're attack. If Ward can't go, and Jones is obviously questionable too with his hammy, man, I try to get Cortland Sutton on whomever they put over there, Vic. Whomever. You're talking matchup city, man, and I'm sending my best wide out, the best I possibly can against whoever is on the other side. Because Xavier Howard, fine, he can play. But if it's Blackman, I don't know who it's going to be. Edwards, I don't know who they're going to throw at the other corner spot if those guys can't go.
Veteran quarterbacks do that so well, and we'll see if Bo Nix can figure that out, can see that opening, that gap, and say, I'm going to pick on this like a scab the entire game, because we see it happen all the time. Is there anything that makes you feel more humbling than when you're watching your favorite team and you know one side of the field is, they're going to pick on them, and they do time and time and time again, and there's nothing you can do to stop it?
Hey, Moj, for a minute here. Per Alexei Shevchenko, the Minnesota Wild have asked Kirill Kaprizov for a trade list.
Well, he's got a no movement clause already.
Saw that coming.
So if he truly, you know what would stink is if he rejects the highest contract in the history of mankind and says, "No, I'm going to play here. I'm going to play out the string and mini," and they can't trade him because he's got a no movement clause, and they can't trade him for anything, and he walks for free. How much would that hurt? If that's true, though,
it would put a smile on our faces if that happened to Minnie.
If that's true, it stinks right now because every team has their cap locked up for the year. This is not a hey, before the draft, we have a lot more flexibility.
Yeah.
This is a hey man, we're up against the cap as it is. How do we afford this guy and sign him to a new contract? That's a tough deal for Minnesota. He's put them really in a bad spot. Bad spot.
So that's the latest in Minnesota about Kaprizov, who, again, he's reportedly turned down the richest contract in NHL history, and now he's been asked for a trade list.
One more time, the college games we have, or the football lineup for 92.5 this weekend, please.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Tell you what, I'll give you the full smorgasbord next. Just quickly, Mose, you're so right about this. I get so many Ring doorbell things, and I'm always like, who's at the house? And it's always, hey, Scruffy got out of the yard. If you guys see a little Pomeranian, and I'm like, you know what? Keep your dogs in the yard.
Couldn't care less.
There's the same people that lose their dogs over and over and over again. I'm like, good God, enough. I'm not going to be on the lookout. Keep it in the yard.
Or it's, what animal is this? It was lurking around behind my house. I don't know, a friggin'
capybara.
Yeah.
Or capybara. Is it capybara?
Capybara?
Capybara, yeah.
What's the one from New Jersey? Yeah, whatever.
It's
Anyway.
a werewolf.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's Mothman. I'm sorry about that. A couple things. You said you're going to give us the rundown of football this weekend.
So tonight we have Legend at Arvada West on 92.5. That's going to be at 9:30 today. High school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues. Connor Cape, Mike Sanford going to be on the call.
Awesome. 7:30.
At 7:30.
And then the prep scoreboard is coming after at 9:30.
High school football is powered by Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. Is that a conflict of interest if Mike Sanford is calling the game against teams that he is going to be facing
He's
against?
He's going to be like, these guys stink. These guys stink.
I heard him last night. He was talking about it, and he said he's recused himself from any conversation with the opposing coaches that that are in the same class. So that's a tough situation. It's almost like the Tom Brady situation.
Hang on. No, it's more like this, Vic. Be sure to tune in tomorrow at 2 o'clock. The Broncos will take on very tough opponent, the Indianapolis Colts. On the call will be Iron Eagle and Jim Harbaugh. And you're like, wait, who?
Wait, whoa.
Anyway, so you can hear that tonight. And then tomorrow we have a host of college football games starting at, Nelly, I think these times are a little bit off. 10 o'clock, I believe, is Wisconsin and Alabama. As two Power 5 teams face off. At 1:30, it's Georgia and Tennessee. And then at 6 o'clock on AM 950, it is Utah and Wyoming.
That sounds good. You say Georgia, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Vic, put your hands in the air like this next to your head, please. Put your hands in the air. Put your hand. Yeah, okay, don't move. Vic, I will give you $50 if you can sing the first stanza correctly from Rocky Top.
You know I don't know words.
Okay.
I've been trying to learn words for all my life. I don't know words.
Okay, well, you're the one who said, well, I've seen Georgia and Tennessee in Knoxville. I'm a super stud. But you can't sing Rocky Top?
I know the song. I don't know the words to the song. I can tell you it's one of the most unique college football experiences out there. They have a river and they actually have boats that go up to the stadium. It's cool as hell.
Then hum the tune.
So what? I have to know the words to be a
Yes.
I don't get it.
Hum the tune then. Do the tune.
Rocky Top, Tennessee. Rocky Top, Tennessee.
Okay.
How would you grade it, Moj, on a scale of 1 to 10?
-3.
Rocky Top.
Can I give it a shot?
Rocky
Sure.
Top, Tennessee.
Hang on.
Don't get
Big
lost
shot.
in
Let me
the
give it a
woods
shot.
because I'm in Tennessee.
Let me give it a shot.
That was terrible.
You take I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the tree farm. Yeah.
Rocky Top, yeah.
Is that it?
Okay,
No.
let me see how good you guys are. I'm going to give you a school. You give me their fight song. Hum it for me. Sing it for me. Ready? USC.
Running with the devil.
Oh, Vic,
yes,
it's that stupid.
Okay, we're not doing this because
that one's stupid. It's the only song.
No,
they know.
it's not stupid. It's effective. If you know it, it's effective.
That's
That
the
means
only
that they
song
play
that
it
they
a lot.
teach the band. It's pathetic.
Hang on. I have, when it comes to college fight songs like that, it is, what do you call that when everything just kind of melts together?
An amalgamation?
I don't know.
That's pretty good. That's a good one.
Sure.
Yeah.
All of them sound the same to me. And I understand that they're different. I can recognize that they're different, but they all do sound the same.
Do Michigan.
I'd have to hear it, Vic. I mean, when I hear it, when I'm watching Michigan games, I can pick out the Michigan fight song easily.
Hang on. I'm not kidding. I lived in Nebraska for 25 years. I did Nebraska pre- and post-game shows for like 6. I've been to the stadium multiple times. Top of my head, I cannot hum. I can't even hum the Nebraska fight song for you. I can't do it.
I mean, it's just okay.
Boomer Sooner's the only thing in my head.
Move on.
So, look, a whole bunch of games interesting over the weekend. We've been through some college ones, some NFL ones. I think for Broncos purposes, outside of their game, the Chiefs.
Jeff says Kawhi Leonard's appearing at the Tree Farm this weekend.
No, he's not. It's a no-show gig. What do you not get about that? He's not going to be there.
It's a no-show gig, right? My bad.
It's his Uncle Doug.
Oh, gee, that's funny.
So,
good job, Jeff.
For Broncos purposes, the most interesting game in the league, I think, outside of their own, obviously, is, like, are the Chiefs going to start 0-2? Are they going to get beaten by the Philadelphia Eagles at home, at Arrowhead?
Well, when we get to my free money, you may hear me talk about that. Hey, the other game, I mean, you're not even talking about it. It's the last game of the football weekend, and you've got the 1-0 Chargers at the 1-0 Raiders. Now, I think that the Chargers are going to win that game, but they're only a 3.5-point favorite. So one of those teams is going to be 2-0. One of those teams is going to be 1-1. I think you'd prefer the Raiders somehow pull the upset at home.
Yeah.
Because you think that you have a better shot against the Raiders. So if you go to 2-0 and the Raiders are 2-0, I think, in my opinion, you're a half game ahead. That's the way I look at it.
Your annual apparition, it may come true this year. Every year, Moser gets into this. Oh, Justin Herbert, Chargers. This might be the year where you got to pay close attention to them because they might be the best team in the AFC West right now. I mean, if you ask me right now, who's the best team in the West? It's the Chargers, right?
Yeah, they've earned that
right
after
now.
beating the Chiefs. Sure.
Right? I think they're real.
Part of the problem, Vic, though, over the years, a couple things. Number one, they had a dumb head coach for a little while, and they've dealt with injuries like you cannot believe how many guys they have lost over the years to injury. And I heard you talking about Keenan Allen the other day, Brett, and about, oh, my God, that he's looking like him. He looked like his old son. Well, Keenan Allen, dude, he's one snap away from blowing something up.
Why do you say that?
Because
he's been really healthy his whole career.
Not for the Chargers, he hasn't. There's no way. He played. There were 2 seasons there where he missed. He played 9 games in 2 years.
When?
Am I wrong?
Are you really going back 10 years ago to tell me this guy has injury problems?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Actually, in 23, he was really good. My bad. Okay.
Dude, I'm telling you, the guy's a really good player, and for them, they need a sure-handed wideout because Quentin Johnson has the drop
He's in his mid-30s. I'm waiting for him to blow up. That's what's going to happen. He is going to get injured. He's going to miss at least 4 games.
You're right. He missed the full season in 2016, so that guy is definitely going to get hurt now.
Injury prone.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Here's the point, though. I think the Chargers are really good, and this is where the Broncos need to continue to do one thing. If they keep doing this, they're going to be okay, even if it doesn't look pretty. What did the Broncos do more than anything else last year as a team? When they were favored in the game, they won. They were favored against Tennessee. They won the game. Good. They're favored this weekend. Slightly, but a favorite against Indianapolis. Do that, and you'll be fine. If you can do that and then add the games where underdogs sneak a win or 2 out of it, like you're in golden shape. That's what great teams do. So that's sort of the focus. I'll go back to where we started today. Play a clean game on offense. You do that, you win. You don't turn the ball over. You do well on 3rd down. You run the football effectively. I have a really difficult time seeing you lose that game. If you just do that, that is going to be enough, I think, this weekend. Next week, completely different story. This week, play clean. And if you do that, that'll be an improvement from what last week was to open up the season. Don't turn the ball over. Keep things together.
Well,
that's
help
to me the goal.
Help your buddy out. Vic, help me out. We're buds.
I will.
We're buddies. Help me out. Why am I nervous about this game? Why am I scared?
It's just welcome anxiety. It's competitive.
I don't know that it's welcome, bro. I mean, I'd like to feel. The Broncos play the Colts last year. I'm like, the Broncos got this, man. No probs. No probs. Now they got some help from the Colts, no doubt. They had no probs. I'm worried about this game. I really am. I mean, I know what I saw against the Miami Dolphins. Now you could think they stink. And Jeff Legwold, how do you categorize it? The Dolphins played like they had somewhere else to be.
Yeah.
Like somebody told them on Sunday morning, oh, by the way, you got to play a football game today.
Moj, there's no shame in losing a road game in the National Football League, especially early in the season. If the Broncos were to lose, worst case scenario, worst case would be giving up 70 like they did to Miami. If the Broncos were to lose, season's not over. Season's just beginning. It's okay. There's no shame at all.
No.
I think they'll win this game.
Okay.
I do.
But
you're
too.
making it sound like, let's just go ahead and call it. They can't beat Indy on the road.
No. But okay, Vic, but then they've got at the Chargers. Home against the Bengals in a shootout on Monday night. Gah. And then on the road at the Eagles.
Well, so guess if they what? You got to win one of those games.
If they
you
lose
got to
this
win
game,
one of those games, you're not supposed to win.
If they lose this game, they could be looking at 1-4 in the face. Now, I don't think they will be. I think they'll be like 2-3, but they better win this dang football game. The opening 2 weeks are winnable. I mean, obviously big-time winnable games. Brett, you even said it last week against Tennessee. It couldn't have been a better team to start the year against.
Yeah.
And they looked like, on offense, crap.
No, that's it.
So you listen, man. If they don't get their offense figured out, the Chargers are going to roll them. Joe Burrow will come in here, even against that Broncos defense. He's going to put up some points. And going on the road to the Link against the defending Super Bowl champions is no picnic. There'll be dogs in 2 of those 3 games at least.
Moj, regarding Joe Burrow, and oh my God, watch out for Joe Burrow. Did the Browns have a better defense than the Broncos? Who has the better defense?
The Broncos by a mile.
All right, how'd the Browns do against Joe Burrow?
Well, they lost the game, but they played pretty well. They played pretty well. They did great.
Okay. All right, so what are we talking about?
It's only week one. It's only week one, dude. Teams are just getting things figured out.
But hang on. This is just kind of how.
By the way, that Bengals defense was actually really good in week one.
This is how sports work, though. When you go into a season with a concern, and we were concerned about the offense, we watched it in the preseason. We're like, that didn't look great. And then you're like, it's at least me. I was like, it's preseason though. Like, they'll be fine. They were good towards the end of the year. They were at least okay. And then you got that in week one. That didn't make you feel good. If they go into Indy and you guys are set, like, yes, on the surface, you lose an early road game. Is it like the end of the world in the NFL? No, it's fine. Teams do it a lot. It's a lot different though if Buffalo does it. Because you're like, oh, well, that's just a weird outlier game for Josh Allen. Their offense is going to be fine. If the Broncos lose, they're going to lose because their offense messes up on Sunday. They aren't losing because Daniel Jones is putting 35 on them, right? So if that happens again, if that happens,
hope.
Well, I'm just saying, let's play the odds game here.
Sure.
Broncos lose on Sunday. The reason is because they didn't score enough.
That's probably the case.
And if that for the second week in a row against what you feel like is the lower tier of football teams in the NFL, then yeah, you got real concerns on your hands. Because now all the grand sort of plans that you had for, hey, maybe they can win the AFC West, maybe not just make the playoffs, but win a couple of games in the playoffs, that starts to be put on the back burner now of, can we figure out the basics of score? Find a way to score and be effective on offense.
I completely agree. And I don't want to go to the scariest common denominator, but win this game. Man, you got to win. And that maybe, Vic, that's part of my trepidation is I realize you're going to be a dog at the Chargers. Maybe you can win that game. But the Chargers look like the real deal. We'll see what they do against the Raiders on Monday night. The Bengals, I don't want any part of just because I know that offense you can't. I don't care what the Browns did or what they didn't do against the Browns in week one. That offense is going to get theirs. Burrow is going to throw for 4,000 yards. Higgins and Chase are going to go insane on people. Okay, so that's scary. And then going to Philly, you're going to be a 7-point dog.
With all due respect.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do? Go hide in the bathroom?
I would love it. Yeah, please. Go in the
What are
portal
we
for 20
talking
minutes.
about right now?
Go in the portal for 20 minutes. Close the
You
door.
sound like a scared little child.
Well, maybe I am.
Calm down, man.
Okay, I'm calm.
Let the season play out. You're going
Okay.
to win some and lose some that you don't expect. This could be one of them. This could be one. Hey, man, road games in the National Football League are tough enough as it is. Against a team that's confident now, after what they did, they eviscerated the Dolphins. That's a confident team you're playing. There is no shame in losing to that team this Sunday. I think the Broncos will win a very tight game. But if they were to lose, big deal. Big deal.
This year, dude, it's not. It is a big deal. I think getting into the AFC is going to be. It's going to be like pulling teeth. It's going to be hard. I would much rather have them win the dang division.
Hey,
it's going to be difficult.
Nelly, before we get to drunk takes next segment, I want to get some of your locks. But can you pull up the DM that I sent you, the picture from last night? It's preposterous. Now, I am not a big jewelry guy. I haven't worn my wedding ring in like months. Not a big jewelry guy. There's no trouble at home. We're A-okay.
You got something to say?
I don't like. I'm with you. I'm like most guys.
Hey,
where
Vic,
I like the.
hold on, Vic. He's got a wife now that's a two-timer. He doesn't feel the need to wear his ring.
Oh,
I mean, come on,
He's
man.
vetted?
Yeah, come on, dude.
No, I told you I have. It's one of those irrational fears. Remember when Jimmy Fallon had that ring avulsion thing, and he almost had to have his finger cut off, and it happened to you?
Vic had,
like,
yeah.
Happened to me.
I don't want to do
You
that.
got to get one of these little plastic ones.
I have one, but I lose them all the time.
Yeah, dude.
Get a rubber.
I lose them.
I've asked the bear to get one of those, and she's like, "Are you serious?" I'm like, "Yeah."
I want you to look at the guy on the Packers bench and the chain that he wore last night. And
That's a medallion.
Dude,
what is that? That's his manhole
That's
cover.
That's an Olympic medal.
It's bigger than that.
When I tell you, like, I'm trying to find the right sort of like what circumference
billboard.
would that match, Moj? Like, if you put that
It's
on
like
a what?
That's a dinner plate.
Yeah, it's like a little mini dinner plate.
Yeah, one of those smaller dinner plates.
A
yeah.
small dinner plate is being worn
Maybe
around
like
this guy's neck.
like a salad plate at a restaurant or something.
And I've said this before. I just feel like this is a giant rob me sign. And it would scare the hell out of me to wear anything like that outside of anywhere, to be honest.
I can't see it clearly. What does it say on it? It has some sort. Looks like, is it AC/DC?
It says something.
It just feels very cumbersome. Like, I want to move.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, like a Flavor
Flav clock. Yeah.
Clock.
Yeah.
That's the size of it around his. I'm not kidding, but it's all diamonds. All of it. By the way, Nelly, did it say on that tweet who the guy was? Like, who is that?
I didn't see it. I can look. No, the tweet you sent me, it says, just an insane piece of jewelry to wear if you're a guy on the bench.
It really. Yeah, I'm not in the game, but check out this
listening,
dinner plate full of diamonds.
First of all, the actual chain that it hangs on is like the size of a Rottweiler collar.
Dudes, I'm amazed by the chains that are worn by guys in the game. When their chains come out of their shoulder pads, I'm like, my goodness, what do we do?
I think if I have this right, it's at least $1 million, perhaps $2 million, in the chains that Justin Jefferson wears in the middle of a game. Like, you're rocking $1 million around your neck in the middle of football, which is wild. Wild.
More power to them. Don't take that around Aqib Talib. You'll lose it.
I want that guy, so he's on the bench, he's not playing, he's not suited up. I want him to wear that during the game. I want that to hop around as he's like running around, or I don't know what position he plays. Looks like a skill position guy.
It ain't going to happen again.
Moj, you still wearing that really bright ankle bracelet? Still wear that?
What?
Yeah, from that run into the cops that you had.
Oh, yeah.
I said if he wear that chain in front of me, I'm going to snatch it off.
All right, we'll get to drunk takes and Moser's locks next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So, as we head into the final segment here, we'll get to drunk takes in a few minutes. Mose, you said you had some locks for the weekend?
Do you guys feel good about any games this weekend? Brett, I know yours is unscientific. I get that. But you got to feel good about some games, don't you?
I don't do a deep dive into this stuff. Here's what I will say.
It ain't like I'm setting a new world record with the Scooby gear. There's teams that I like.
Here's a game I really like from an underdog perspective. I think the Falcons are going to be pretty good this year. I really like their offense. They take on Minnesota Sunday night. Minnesota looked like they were going to get blown out by Chicago up until the fourth quarter started. Now, credit to J.J. McCarthy and Kevin O'Connell and that offense for putting together that much scoring that quickly. But I think the Falcons could beat Minnesota in Minnesota Sunday night.
I do too. That's not one of my picks, but I do too. I like that. See, Vic, you got anything you feel good about?
Hold on.
That's not going to happen.
Say that again.
What's that?
Detroit
is not losing at home to Chicago.
Turn me on.
I agree, actually.
Okay, so
that's one. The other one, Miami, I think, rebounds and beats New England at home. Did you see Tua's record against the Patriots? He is 7-0.
If they don't figure it out, then McDaniel's gone. Okay, so here's what you do when you go place a bet, and I used to do this years ago in Vegas, right? You go up to the window, and what do you do with your cash? You lay it down. So my first pick of the week, I really love Green Bay at home.
Wait, so is this segment called Lay It Down with Moshe?
Damn right. I love the Packers at home -3.5 against Washington. I just think Jordan Love is way too much for the Commanders. I really like that. So if you listened to me yesterday, the Pack -3.5.
I don't think you said that.
I think I did.
I don't think you said that.
We'll have to go back. Okay, let's get the NFL first. The Los Angeles Rams and Matt Stafford. How's his back, Brett?
He's playing.
Yeah, he's playing. Well, they're on the road at Tennessee, but they're only laying 5.5. And again, I don't know that the Titans can score touchdowns yet. I don't know that they can. Here's what I do know: the Rams can. So even if the Rams, like last week, get the
only scored 2 last week. They only had 14 points last week.
And what they do? What their defense do to Houston?
They held them to 9.
That very well could play out again this week. I like the Rams -5.5 at Tennessee. Lay it down. Damn right.
Give me an upset.
Well, hold on. I got one coming. Just can you hang on, please? Kansas City and Philly. This sounds really weird, right? Well, the Chiefs go 0-2. No, they won't. Kansas City is still a proud football team. There's a lot on the line for them. Well. Yeah, there's a lot on the line for them. And Andy Reid and Mahomes and company are going to have this team ready. They had to play in Brazil. Where, Vic? Brazil. They're going to be home at Arrowhead. Here come Hurts and the Eagles. I just like Kansas City as a home dog. They're getting 1.5 at home. I can't even remember the last time they were a home dog, let alone lose that game. I like Kansas City at home, +1.5. Lay it down. Let's get to the college ranks.
I actually kind of like it.
Let's get to the college ranks. Clemson is number 12 in the country. They ain't nobody's All-Americans. They lost at home on opening week to LSU, and LSU is pretty damn good. Then they play Troy at home.
Oh, can I before you do this,
sure.
Moshe, just to back you up on your Kansas City thing.
Yeah.
This is only the second time in the Mahomes era that they are underdogs at Arrowhead Stadium.
And what they do the first time?
What was the first?
The first was 2.5-point underdogs at home against the Bills in Week 6 of 2022.
What'd they do?
The Bills beat the Chiefs 24-20 in that game.
Doesn't bode well for old Mose then, does it? So Clemson beat Troy 27-16 in Week 2. Like, they were embarrassed at home against LSU. They beat Troy 27-16.
I don't mind this one, Mose. I don't mind this.
Dude, I think Georgia Tech is pretty damn good. And I guess I'm a Haynes King guy now. Give me all the Haynes and King you got. They beat the Buffs. They blow out Gardner-Webb, which is an easy task. This one's being played in Hotlanta. Obviously, because that's where Georgia Tech is.
Mm-hmm.
So give me the Yellow Jackets at home +2.5. I think they win outright against the Clemson Tigers. Lay it down. And then I think
John Gruden.
Then I think one of the most underrated college football teams on the planet, because I've seen them now play 3 games, and I think they are freaking for real. Dude, the Iowa State Cyclones are a damn good football team. They really are. They're 14th in the country. What? They beat K-State in old Dublin. They blew the snot out of South Dakota, which is great. Then they win at Iowa, or they win against Iowa, right? A Big Ten team.
It was an ugly game, but every game against Iowa is ugly.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
So here they are on the road at Arkansas State. And Arkansas State, all they've done, well, they beat Southeast Missouri. Nobody cares. They lost at Arkansas, one of the bottom-rung teams. No offense, Brandon, you hillbilly. No offense. But Arkansas is a bottom-rung team in the SEC. They lost at Arkansas 56-14. This is Arkansas State we're talking about. Iowa State's only a 21.5-point favorite. Will they call off the Dogs? No. You know why? Because they can't afford to. If Iowa State wants in without winning the Big 12, and they very well could, but if they want in, they are going to have to roll everybody on their schedule. Give me the Cyclones on the road, minus 21.5. Lay it down.
There you go, Moser. Very nice.
Moser, what's Iowa State's quarterback's first name?
I can't.
Oh, it's Becht. I forget his first name.
It's
Rocco.
Rocco.
That's right.
Rocco.
Hey,
Becht.
Rocco.
Hey, I'm going to do a bonus non-football bet.
All right.
Tomorrow night on Netflix, the undefeated, greatest pound-for-pound champion of the world, Terrence Crawford, takes on Canelo Alvarez for the first time, I think, in his career as an underdog. Bud Crawford with the KO.
Are you going to lay it down?
Lay it down, Nelly. Lay it down, Bud Crawford.
So that's on free Netflix?
I think it's Netflix for free, yeah.
So it's not like on some other tier. Netflix has never. I've never seen another tier. So they don't have other tiers. On Netflix,
you have to upgrade your subscription if you want to see either of their entire asses, like with the Tyson.
Yeah.
fight.
Yeah.
That's behind the paywall.
You got to see naked butts. Okay, good. Thanks, Nelly.
But yes, cannot wait for that either. All right. As we head into the weekend, it's our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Lay it down. All right. Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the
my
week.
new favorite segment on our show, I'll be honest with you.
A texter writes in, incredible segment. I couldn't agree more. Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We're slowing down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Comfort Specialists. Heating.com.
I love this. This is great. It's like a sitcom. So,
Big dog.
Wait a minute.
Old dog. Lie on your uni.
Did you just run Drunk Takes through the Drunk Takes machine?
Well, here's the thing. It's Moser in the background yelling 8 big dongs talking about Nolan Arenado.
Big dong. Big dongs.
What's next?
That's on you, man.
Sure.
So I don't want to hear Baltimore and Buffalo sure looked
Oh, just give me that again.
Control delete.
Just give me that
Alt
again, Nelly.
Control delete.
That's on you, man.
Sure.
So I don't want to hear Baltimore and Buffalo sure looked hurt.
Oh my God. That one's the best. I'm telling you, the best ones are the ones that actually sound like you're hammered. And that for sure
What were you trying to say?
Sure as hell looked good or something like that, right?
Sherbert?
What's next?
Easy for
It's a no-brainer.
No brainer.
No-brainer for me.
Let's do it on the count of three, Vic. Let's say it. 3, 2, 1. Run the football.
Run the game.
Did you say run the game? Run the game. What's next?
Hey, Nelly told you it was coming, and so I'm going to give it to you right now.
Yeah. Unfortunate use of words there. All
Ay,
right.
ay, Mama Mia, Papa Pia.
Got one more left?
I was talking to my lovely wife last night about Russell Wilson. So, but I don't know, man. I'm looking for needle movers. Russell obviously is not a needle mover anymore for the New York Giants. So, is that a rake? Did I step on that?
You stepped right on it.
On that rake.
How dare you, Vic? How dare you? All right.
So good.
And with that, have a wonderful football weekend. We will talk to you guys on Monday, breaking down everything from over the weekend in the NFL and college football. Have a great weekend.
Broncos win 20-17.
We love you all
Go
very
hide
much.
in the bathroom there, Moj.
Yeah. Have a great weekend. Love you. Talk to you Monday. Bye.
Baltimore and Buffalo sure looked hurt.
Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly, and Week 2 is underway officially with a 27-18 win for the Packers at home over the Commanders. Jordan Love, a dominant game, 292 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Tucker Kraft, 6 receptions for 124 yards. He averaged nearly 21 yards per catch last night. As Jaden Daniels and the Commanders looked pedestrian, certainly on the ground. And that was the funniest thing that I heard all night as we welcome you into the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, the chants of "Thank you, Jerry," as Micah Parsons looked every piece the part of the best pass rusher in the game.
In terms of mutant players in various sports, in a particular uniform combination, did anybody maybe in the history of the game look more terrifying than last night's iteration of Micah Parsons in a all-white Packers jersey at Lambeau?
There's something about him in number 1 that makes him look better and
looks
faster.
Huge and jacked and scary.
I know he only had 2 tackles last night, and he was credited with half a sack.
He makes his presence felt. His
3
presence is so
quarterback
felt,
hits. I think I saw at one point 5 or 6 pressures / hurries. He completely took Jaden Daniels out of the game last night.
And I said it. You already had 2 very competent edge rushers between Lucas Van Ness and Rashawn Gary, and you add Micah Parsons fresh to the fold of that. Are the Green Bay Packers the front runner in the NFC right now?
I was about
to
to
go
say,
to the Super Bowl?
I was about to say, brother, can I go back and change my Lions Super Bowl pick?
They are a wagon, man.
Because I had Lions over Packers in the NFC title game.
Dude.
And I want to change that right now.
And my former pupil, Jordan Love, after a season a year ago that was hampered by an opening game knee injury. He had a torn meniscus or MCL, one of the two, in the opening game last year against the eventual Super Bowl champ Philadelphia Eagles in that stupid game in Brazil on a terrible field. He's healthy.
What's the point in pushing the Brazil thing?
It's dumb.
Brazil, I get London.
Brazil and the NFL just don't feel like a match.
Nope. I don't get that. I get Mexico.
I really get Mexico. I don't get Canada.
Nah, neither do I.
Because they already have a...
And they're proud of the CFL.
They also don't have
They love the Grey Cup.
They don't have many great outdoor venues either.
No, north of the border gets chilly quick.
It's chilly and it's also small because there's no sporting event that would command 70,000.
Tell me that the Argonauts don't draw 100K?
Nah, not too frequently. Yeah, the BC Lions or the give me the Montreal team. See if you got it right.
No idea.
Yes, you do.
The Montreal CFL team?
The Alouettes.
Yeah, no clue. What was that? That was funny, Zach.
That's my French, my zesty French impersonation.
L'Alouette.
Alouette.
The Packers look terrifying. That is what that version of Jordan Love is what I hope the ceiling-ish of Bo Nix is.
Ooh, doesn't it feel a lot different? Guys, I love Bo Nix. I love the Denver Broncos. But the ceiling component of Jordan Love has always been higher than Bo Nix's because of his ability to uncork downfield throws. He did miss the early one in the game on 4th down, wide open downfield. And I think he just didn't want to overthrow it because he was jacked up on the first drive. He egregiously underthrew it. After that, when he throws the ball down the field, I heard Moser talking about this, and me and Moser are part of the we're in the fan club, the Jordan Love.
Oh, I believe in him.
Denver Bronco fan club. It's just there's something about when a ball that he throws leaves the screen, the TV screen, you just feel like it's going to be complete.
You know what it is? It's so funny because he's a Packer. The last time I remember feeling that way, Aaron Rodgers.
And then Favre before that. It's what it felt like. I know Favre's more my childhood, my vintage. It's like you see that confident stroke, like it is fully committed downfield throw, rearing up, and you know that some receiver, in the case of the Packers, who knows who it's going to be? They got like 5-6 dudes that can catch balls. Tucker Kraft looked unbelievable at the tight end position. He might end up being the next great tight end in the league. He might be in the Travis Kelce discussion. He looks so dang good. And they got Luke Musgrave, who was a higher draft pick than Tucker Kraft out of Oregon State. I coached against him. Now he's finally healthy. They still are waiting for Christian Watson to come back, who's been a part of it. And that's terrifying team. And Matthew Golden's just getting started. He was open down the field a couple times too. On the flip side, the Washington Commanders, you and I talked about it. When they made the decision to move on from Brian Robinson Jr., who was going to be their running back?
51 total rushing yards, including the 17 that Jaden Daniels added last night. Each one of the Washington players that ran the ball, Bill, as you know, Herbstreit and Michaels loved to refer to Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt as Austin Eckler, who goes down with an apparent ACL injury.
No, it looks like an Achilles.
Oh, sorry, an Achilles.
Which is terrible.
Dude, for a guy that old.
He's about the only hope they had to have a consistent running threat. That was a terrible decision to move on from. Is it BRJ? Is that right?
Yes.
Brian Robinson Jr.
He's in San Francisco now.
He is the backup to Christian McCaffrey, and I think that was a big mistake.
An Achilles injury at 30 for a guy that already showed signs of slowing down. That might be like a career ender for Eckler. If
and I hate that too
season.
for obviously a proud Western Colorado and Eaton High School native here of Colorado. But one thing I will say about Jaden Daniels, he hasn't looked great in either one of his opening games. But can we all agree to a certain extent? There was a very loud crowd talking about Bo Nix deserving the Offensive Rookie of the Year a year ago, and you talked about the numbers, and they are supported. What I will tell you is when you see air quote bad performances from Jaden Daniels, like you saw last night at Lambeau Field, it's nowhere near as bad as a bad Bo Nix performance.
I wouldn't say he was bad last night. I thought he was slightly below average.
He was 57% completion percentage, but he still had 200 yards. He still had 2 touchdowns to 0 interceptions. And that right now, it feels like where the Commanders as a team don't appear to be as good as the Broncos as a team. If you're just going quarterback versus quarterback, there's a reason Jaden Daniels won the Offensive Rookie of the Year. And there's a reason, like last week against the Titans, who, by the way, are the Titans anywhere near as good as that Green Bay Packers defense?
No.
Not even in the same planet. As a Broncos fan, would you have taken the stat line from Bo Nix of 24 of 42, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions? Would you have taken that?
Still too many throws, but yes.
Agreed.
But yes, I suppose I would take that. Now, if you tell me that there's only 51 yards on the ground from the team, I go, you are against Tennessee, you're not losing the game, but it's way closer than you want it to be, which is what week 1 was.
Of concern.
If he throws for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns and the Broncos run for 150
zero
on the ground,
takeaways, 0 turnovers. That's the key.
Sure. I guess I'll take that, but you can't average 2.7 on the ground like Washington did last night and hope to win a game against a good team like Green Bay.
One of the differences, though, I will say in Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels, at least to his start to this year, and we'll be able to compare this and contrast, but Jaden Daniels, this is alarming for Commanders fans. 2 games, 1 against the lowly New York Football Giants. He's been sacked 7 times in 2 games. 3.5 sacks that he is essentially been taken down in just 2 games. You don't love that. He still looks small, doesn't he? He looks skinny.
Yeah.
Like when I saw him get rolled up and his ankle kind of got rolled
That's
up
the reason
in that
why
third quarter.
It's the reason why I can't choose Washington to come through the NFC, because I don't believe he can play 17 games. I don't.
I agree.
Not fully healthy. Like, could he play 17 and 6 of them are at 70, 85%? Sure, I guess. I don't believe in him for 17 full games in a season. Now, if you're taking that much hit or that much contact, rather, certainly not. And no, it's not. This is not crap on Bo Nix Day here on the Morning Sprint. It's not. There is a difference between those 2 quarterbacks as we compare and contrast, Daniels and Love and Nix. And when we're gushing about the deep ball that Jordan Love can throw, and he unleashed a couple of times last night, Nix has that ability. Right? We saw the multiple downfield throws to Marvin Mims. We saw what he did in that first drive in the playoff game against Buffalo. He has that ability. Now, does he do it to the same extent consistently as Jordan Love does? No, not at this point.
I think the Bo Nix downfield throws they're captured over like a 14-game sample size and then compiled into a 7-play highlight tape to prove that he can throw a deep ball, as opposed to Jordan Love that will uncork 7 to 10 in one game.
True, but like
And
Love's
with
also in his
consistency and
5th
average-
year.
Yeah.
He's in his 3rd year
No, I
as a
agree.
starter, but he's in his 5th year in the league. Bo's in year 2.
You know what else I feel like? There's a different rhythm to how Matt LaFleur calls a game right now than Sean Payton. It just feels different. There's a zip to it. There's an in and out of the huddle nature. And I'll say this from Jordan Love. I coached him. He's not the guy that handles the declaration of independence play call very well. He does better with tempo. He does better with, hey, let's get in and out of the huddle. I want to feel bouncy. I want to be.
It's a great way to put it.
That's what it is. I think Bo Nix is the same way. While he is intellectually capable of spitting out the Declaration of Independence each and every time Sean Payton says, green, white, left. Hey, hold on. V counter. No. V, 97 power. Nope. Kill. V right. Hound 2 double. Sean! Hurry up! I have 6 seconds to break the huddle. That's where I think that Matt LaFleur is played to the strengths of his quarterback, especially in year 3, because year 2 for Jordan Love wasn't great, man. It wasn't great. It wasn't bad. I mean, he was still in the mix of top 10, top 12 quarterbacks in the league. It wasn't great. He needed to deliver as the head coach and play caller. And guess what he's done? He's made it about what his quarterback does really well. And it's been a lot of fun to watch.
Can you give me the first sentence of the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence as though you're calling it to a quarterback? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. If you're going through a headset to Bo.
We hold these truths. Hey, no.
Let's go. 12
To be
seconds.
self-evident. Hold on. All men are created.
All right, I got it.
Look.
Sean, I got
Look,
it.
listen, Bo. All men are
We
created.
gotta go. We gotta go. Time out.
Relative
We're out.
relative to that they are all endowed by. Hold on, easy by their creator. Relative to it, certain delay of game.
I got it.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Make sure you guys get on out to the Old Town Tavern in Arvada. Hang out with Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac today. You can register to win a pair of tickets to go see the Broncos take on the Bengals on September 29th. You can also win a pair of Bud Light VIP tailgate passes to that game. Again, 12 to 3 at Old Town Tavern up in Arvada with PhD. Getting into the thick of things here with Indy and Denver as we welcome in, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by 1/3 of the morning show on 107.5 The Fan in Indy, Kevin Bowen. Kevin, what's up, man? We're doing great. Maybe not as great as you guys are, considering everyone here in Denver is panicking about the quarterback experience from week one. You guys move on from Anthony Richardson. You bring in the reclamation project of Daniel Jones, and he looked stellar in week one against Miami.
Yeah, pretty wild to think that Colts fans would be rejoicing about their quarterback in week one, considering how the last X amount of years have gone and how this offseason went. But yeah, Jones was great. And honestly, I want to start with the offensive line. I think they just provided such a clean pocket for him to operate. He was hit twice in 29 attempts, and that's certainly not what he was used to in New York at all. So great day by that unit. And then again, Jones did a nice job getting the ball out quickly, distributing it, finding guys to make some plays post-catch as well. So really, really efficient day from him, and certainly got Tyler Warren involved early and often.
Yeah, what have you seen out of Tyler Warren at training camp and just all the various ways that he's been utilized? Obviously, he's used as a wildcat, a running back, an H-back, a slot, an outside receiver, an inside receiver, as a Penn State and Nittany Lion. What have you seen, and how do you see Shane Steichen using Tyler Warren over the course of the next 16 weeks of football?
Yeah, they're going to keep on utilizing him, I think, in more and more ways. You saw him as a fullback at one point on Sunday, and I would expect that backfield package to expand and continue, again, to be a part of what certainly he did at Penn State, and I think that further attracted the Colts to him. So, I was stunned, not to turn it into a gambling segment, but I was stunned when I saw the over-under at 3.5 catches for him in week one. I thought that was just really an outrageous number. He had 3 on the first drive. So, he is going to be a big, big focal point for them. And again, you saw him utilized at every level. And like I said, I think a little bit more of the expanded role in the backfield is going to continue. We're in Big Ten country, so we got used to Penn State and Warren, cooking, everybody pretty much in the Big Ten. And, again, they utilized him in such a multitude of ways. So to me, he's the top pass catching weapon. I know there's some balance to the group, but if I were Denver, that's who I'd be keen on when it comes to third down, comes to red zone, things like that.
Yeah, speaking of Big Ten country and just the build that the Indianapolis Colts have just silently, at least from a national perspective, have been building a really talented roster. What can you say about some of these players over the course of the last 3-4 drafts that the Colts have been able to get into this roster to the point where it really, when healthy, is one of the top 10, 12 teams from a talent perspective in the league?
Yeah, I think honestly that was the thought process in going to Daniel Jones. It's like, wait, in the last 2 years they've won 8 and 9, and they've had really inconsistent quarterback play to bad quarterback play. So, I think the thought is, can you get someone that just kind of steadies the ship, keeps you above water, if you will, and then rely on Jonathan Taylor in that run game, rely on the pass catching group. It's probably been its best in a while. I mentioned the O-line earlier. It's a coordinator change. Louis Anarumo comes over, but you've got Pro Bowl caliber players at every level of that unit as well. So I think that was some of the thinking and going with Jones of, if you want to use the baseball analogy, he might not be the home run hitter that Anthony Richardson can be, but he's probably going to get on base a little bit more. And I think at the end of the day, that's largely what the Colts were hoping for and saying, all right, let's try this option. Again, steady has not really been Daniel Jones' MO, but steadier than Anthony Richardson, certainly.
The defense was excellent against Miami. Again, Kevin Bowen, our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline, host of the morning show out at 107.5 The Fan in Indianapolis. The defense was excellent against Tua. It's just turnover after turnover after turnover. The Dolphins couldn't get anything going, but you just got done with practice out there with the Colts. No Charvarius Ward, right? Concussion protocol. Latu didn't practice today. Are there any other injury concerns going up against Denver this week?
Yeah, so those are the two big ones. It's, in all likelihood, I just got off the practice field, actually. Our media availability just ended. Latu was not practicing again off to the side. And then Mooney Ward hasn't practiced all week. Travaris Ward, former All-Pro corner with the 49ers. So he's concussion protocol, so he's out. And then Latu, I don't know. Anytime you see a limited on a Wednesday and then a DNP the rest of the week, it's probably not good. He is out there for what it's worth and, off to the side. But, I guess you could maybe pitch count him, but still hamstrings in week 2. I don't know if that's stuff you want to play around with. So, yeah, I mean, if I were going to rank the Colts defensive players, I mean, Buckner is certainly atop the list, but outside of that, you could make an argument. Ward and Latu might be 2 or 3, certainly 2 of the top 4 or 5 defensive players for you. Now, conversely, and you kind of let off talking about this, how much can Bo Nix and those pass catchers, test you and try to expose you in that area? Something I said on our morning show today of I think there are more potent passing offenses on the schedule that you might have a little bit more of a concern or a little bit more of a worry about. Can Denver look at that on paper and say, hey, we need to take advantage of that, even though that might not be a strength or MO?
Most of the concern I would expect in Indy out there is Pat Surtain II and Riley Moss being arguably the best 1-2 corner combination in the league, and certainly the pass rush combination of Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito on his new deal. You're probably worried about what happens there, even though you started off our interview here going, the offensive line is stellar, especially that left side with Quentin Nelson. Is there anyone on the offensive side that makes people in Colts country nervous about what Bo Nix and the Broncos offense can do?
Yeah, I mean, part of me goes back to last year's game and just thinks, the Colts largely controlled that game until Jonathan Taylor had the gaff of all gaffes. I mean, he drops that ball on the goal line at that point. I mean, it was about to be 20-7, on the road in a must-have December playoff game. And then Shane Steichen with one of the more idiotic play calls you'll ever see with the throwback lateral, and
that was wild.
See Nick Bonito jumping in the air as he crossed the goal line there. So,
Kevin, would you also agree that when AR5 is your quarterback, it does make you go crazy as a play caller to try to extrapolate some type of explosive playmaking out of a player like that?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And at that point of the game, I think they hadn't really, sustainably put together a bunch of big drives. I think they had crossed midfield, if I'm not mistaken, at that point. But still, yeah, I mean, those two plays, I mean, if you're going to make a Mount Rushmore of just idiotic Colts plays, frankly, in recent franchise history, those two would certainly be on there when you consider the magnitude of the game. But, I think that's where Colts fans walk into this game probably a little bit more optimistic than maybe what the Vegas line is. It's like, wait a minute, and I get last year. But, the Colts largely controlled that game. Bo Nix really struggled. Now, granted, it's a new defensive coordinator here in Indianapolis. I know he did see Louis Anarumo late in the year. But, I look at the Colts on paper and think they're probably built a little bit more to stop the run, albeit that's like the one thing they really didn't do great in week 1 by any means. It was the only thing they really didn't do great against Miami. I think Miami was like 6.5 per carry. Now, granted, they couldn't keep it close on the scoreboard to really try to, really try to make that a huge part of the 4-quarter game plan there. So, that'll be something I think to keep an eye on.
Kevin, The Athletic released a hope-ometer ranking for each team in the preseason, but 1 week in, I think the hope-ometer has changed dramatically for the Indianapolis Colts with a new look and Danny Dimes and seeing the play-calling chops of Shane Steichen with a competent quarterback. When you look at the rest of the AFC South, and you see that the Texans didn't have a great start, the Titans obviously don't look great, and who knows about the Jaguars, where do you think the hope-ometer is right now for the Indianapolis Colts to not just compete, but potentially win the AFC South?
Man, there's nothing like week 1 in the NFL, right? I mean, it can all of a sudden make your fan base, DVR every Arch Manning game that's out there to all of a sudden be like, yeah, remind me again, where is the Super Bowl this year? So it just, it's why probably we love the NFL, frankly. But, certainly coming into the year, I've never seen, this is my 15th year covering the Colts, I've never seen this much apathy into a season. Attendance at training camp was the lowest it's been in a while. Just general, I'd be curious what the secondary ticket market looked like for those first couple games. Maybe it's changed, after week 1, but, now all of a sudden, you've won a season opener for the first time since 2013. It's kind of a wild stat. I don't know how many people around the NFL realize the Colts hadn't won a week 1 game since Terrell Pryor and the Raiders came here in 2013.
What a name.
Yeah, that's Terrell Pryor, quarterback. I should probably mention that, not playing wide receiver there. So, you're going for your first 2-0 start since 2009. And 2009, they made the Super Bowl. So it's just, we are not used to September optimism here. And again, the GM's been here for 9 years, haven't won a division title. Shane Steichen's been a 500 head coach in a couple of years. Obviously, Daniel Jones, I don't think anyone viewed him as, saving the franchise. So it's such a, and then you have, the tragic passing of Jim Irsay, and, now his oldest daughter's in charge. Okay, what is her decision-making process? So it's just kind of an odd time to be a Colts fan. But, as you laid out, you're in the gift of all divisions. This is not Mahomes in the West. This is the AFC South. It's, again, the Colts haven't won it since 2014. If I named you the quarterbacks that have won the AFC South in that span, you'd want to barf, imagining what Denver has had to deal with in the West. It's just, it's amazing. And so now, yes, you have the week 1 hope, and you play Houston late in the year, and the schedule's very favorable early on. So, again, that's why we love the league, 4 new playoff teams every year. But at the same time, it's amazing what the tone of this conversation would have been this time last week for Colts fans versus what it is here this Friday.
All right, Kevin, 205 Mountain, Denver, 1.5-point favorites on the road against the Colts. As we get you out of here, give me a game, give me a score prediction, and we'll let you walk.
Yeah, I said 1916 Broncos this morning. I'm just a huge fan of their front and their back end defensively. I'm not breaking any news there. And I thought Miami looked pretty darn dysfunctional in those 2 areas in week 1. So I think that wake-up call will create things to be a little bit harder for the Colts. They do have an inexperienced kicker. He kicked very well in week 1. But Spencer Schrader has not kicked a lot in the NFL. So, a little field goal battle here. I'll go 1916, but I think it's going to be a great game. And I think I'm not very sold on the Denver offense causing too much stress for Indianapolis. But having said that, I like their defense a whole lot. So 1916 Broncos.
Kevin, as we have some of our listeners are saying they went to high school with you as a former Carmel Greyhound there in Indianapolis. Wow. I myself, a former Penn Kingsman from Mishawaka, Indiana. So to that, I think you are accurate in your prediction that it's going to be a close football game, but ultimately the team from out west in the AFC West is going to prevail.
Well, my high school classmates would have to correct you just a little bit on that. I did grow up in Carmel. I went to Cathedral, which is in Indianapolis.
Okay. Yeah, I know Cathedral.
For high school.
Yeah,
so Cathedral and Penn definitely cross paths.
Shamrocks.
In a variety of sports over the years. So, yes, Carmel Public Schools, but Cathedral High School.
And that's the Shamrocks, right? Is that the Shamrocks?
The Fighting Irish.
Fighting Irish,
so,
okay.
Yeah. Try to pretty much copy everything that Notre Dame does.
Kevin, we appreciate it, man. Get out of here. Thanks for your time.
All right, guys. Have a great Friday.
Kevin Bowen of 107 The 5 in Indy. You can follow him at KBowen1070 on a Football Friday here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Make sure you guys tune in for high school football this evening. Coach, you're going to be on the call.
I can't wait.
Valor's got a bye week, so Sanford calling a game alongside Connor Cape this evening.
My heart rate doesn't have to be hovering at 197 like it has been the last 3 Friday nights.
High school football continues tonight on 92.5 between number 5 Legend and number 11 Arvada West with a 6:30 p.m. kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. Interesting take there from Kevin, where there's excitement from the offensive line, the nitty-gritty, the defense, and Buckner, and Zaire Franklin. Now there's a few injuries that they have to worry about there. Travarius Ward and Laiatu Latu. I kind of expected a little bit more. We feel great about where Daniel Jones is bringing this offense. It was, we have a feeling the other shoe is going to drop.
Do you feel like the Indianapolis Colts are almost identically in the spot that the post-Peyton Manning Denver Broncos fan base was in? For them, really the post-Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck was kind of an enigma. It was short-lived, where they just are always waiting for the other shoe to drop because it's been ugly really since the departure of Peyton Manning. Hasn't been great. I mean, there were a couple decent years here and there with Andrew Luck, but he fought a bunch of injuries. His offensive line got him murdered year in, year out. That's a fan base that I think has dealt with a lot of scars, and even more so than the Denver Broncos in the post-Peyton Manning era.
Well, they haven't been able to find anyone. Like even the 1 year that they got out of Phil Rivers was solid, but you knew it was going to be a year. It was going to be just a hand. Maybe you get over the course of 2 seasons, you get 25 games out of him, something like that.
It's got to be wild, too, just knowing that all of those...
You got 1 year out of Matt Ryan.
All of those superstar quarterbacks have come through your exact building and participated at that combine. And all those quarterbacks, you're like, can we not just get one of these guys to stay here in this building in the post-Andrew Luck era?
The post-Andrew Luck era is Jacoby Brissett, a year out of Phil Rivers, a year of Carson Wentz, a year of Matt Ryan, Gardner Minshew, Richardson, and now Daniel Jones.
And what it all feels like is very similar to what the post-John Elway era
no doubt, dude.
Of the Broncos, and most importantly, I mean, even more consistently, I'd say the post-Peyton Manning era up until Bo Nix.
Well, yeah. Tell me the difference between Simeon, Keenum, Flacco, Locke, Bridgewater, Wilson, and now Nix.
Almost that.
You do have way more excitement here in Denver over a young second-year quarterback in Nix as opposed to a reclamation project in Daniel Jones.
Yeah, and Daniel Jones played better in week 1 against a worse defense. Both were at home. Daniel Jones beat the brakes off of the dysfunctional Dolphins at home, but scored every single possession. Bo Nix had his worst performance as an NFL starter, I would say, in week 1 of his second year.
Weeks 1 and week 2 of last year may have something to say about it, but because of where expectation was going into week 1, yeah, sure.
And the opponent.
Versus expectation, I say
Would
yes,
you also
it's worst.
agree the opponent in your own building plays a role in it?
Of course.
Because if he has that same output against, I don't know, like one of the top defenses in the league, say the Chargers, it would have been concerning because you're.
But you can explain it away.
You can explain it away a little bit. Bo Nix is going to play better against the Colts. He's going to play better. Sean Payton's going to be better.
During halftime of tonight's game between Legend and Arvada West on Altitude 92.5, we will honor the Athlete of the Week presented by Backus and Shanker. Their passion is justice. Call 222-2222. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy. You guys are listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and I got the perfect spot for you to get the best bang for your buck up in the mountains that are world class, as we all know, here in our backyard. And that is Loveland Ski Area. Not only does Loveland Ski Area have an incredible amount of skiable terrain at 1,800 acres, also has the highest average snowfall in the Front Range and Summit County resorts. What I love about Loveland, the food is awesome. The beverage options are awesome. I love getting down into that old school basement bar, the Loveland Rathskeller, which is one of the greatest places to après ski on planet Earth. So check out Loveland Ski Area at skiloveland.com. Check out the season passes, which are nearly 50% the total cost of a season pass if you choose to go the Epic or Icon route. So go to skiloveland.com and check out discounts today.
Take us wherever you go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Head on out today to the Old Town Tavern in Arvada. Hang out with PhD from 12 to 3. You can win tickets to see the Broncos take on the Bengals coming up on September 29th. That'll be a hell of a game against Joe Burrow. That's a test for this Broncos defense, man. That is your first, maybe the Chargers with the way that they played in week 1 with that offense. I was going to say it's the first true test for the defense.
Yeah.
At least the secondary.
I think this defense is going to be good against everybody they play against. But I think true test, man, it's the National Football League. So would you argue that even Cam Ward at times felt like a test because of...
No.
Okay. I feel like athletically he did some things to extend plays and make some kind of otherworldly, off schedule, off balance, no look throws that made you just he took your breath away on 2 or 3 different snaps.
Sure, but at no point did the Tennessee offense make me go,
they had 133 yards of offense.
There was no point in that game where the offense made me go, oh no, Tennessee could beat you. It was Denver's offense that made me go, oh no, you could lose this game to the Titans.
And there were a couple times last year with this defense that we all, especially up in the press row, looking at each other like, what's going on? Like the Browns game.
Right.
How are you giving up these types of yards to Jameis Winston and Jerry Jeudy?
The Bengals game.
Yeah, and that one you can kind of understand a little bit just because those. But yes, I think this is going to be a challenge. It's going to be you know what it is, Raj? It's an NFL road game against a competent football team that was. I mean, the fact that team hovered around 500 almost the entire year with how bad Anthony Richardson was playing is. It's both miraculous and concerning.
Well, you hit it. It's a testament to how well they've drafted over the last 3-4 years outside of the skill position, right? Like Pittman, good wide receiver.
Yeah, but I think Adonai Mitchell,
elite.
AD Mitchell, who's not even really a starter. Like if he gets his stride, that's a terrifying player.
It's just a solid. I mean, the team in general is solid, and the defense did scare you. But as we take a look at the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos, we see big-time players like Charvarius Ward, who is likely not playing. He's in concussion protocol. He did not play Wednesday, didn't play Thursday at practice. He was not out there this morning, as we learned from Kevin Bowen about 15 minutes ago. Michael Pittman was full participant in the past couple of days. Laiatu Latu went from limited participant on Wednesday to not playing on Thursday or Friday in practice. That's an issue for Indy on the defensive side.
It's a big issue, especially Laiatu Latu. He's a type of player that in his second year, you look for him to make that next step, which he did in the opening game. I like that player. He's one of the most advanced pass rushers from a toolbox and move. Like
you liked him in the draft.
He was good. Now he had a neck fusion surgery when he was playing at UCLA, which injuries were a concern. And not that this is related, but here we are. He might not play in week 2. Injuries were a concern for Evan Ingram. He did practice yesterday, but
full participant both Thursday and Friday. He was limited on Wednesday. Jonathan Franklin Myers did not participate Wednesday. Full participant both Thursday,
which is
and expected
news.
Today.
Great news. What's the Malcolm Roach IR? We talked about that. John Franklin Myers up, and Dre Greenlaw nothing. He's not playing.
I don't expect Dre Greenlaw to play.
He's done for.
Done.
Well, I'm saying. Reading the tea leaves, he's ruled out for this contest. I would say.
I would expect that he does not play week 2. Are you worried that he doesn't play week 3 against the Chargers?
Yeah. Are you worried at all about Evan Ingram?
No.
You think he is going?
I think he's going.
Does strained calf, which this strained calf is this new, it's like this new football and basketball injury that it's like, okay, is it an actual calf, which is completely different? The actual calf muscle, which is grab the upper back part of your lower leg. That's the calf muscle. But then a lot of things are being lumped in with Achilles strains or dents on the Achilles. and you start getting into the 30-year-old age bracket,
gastrocnemius.
that starts scaring me. Is the gastrocnemius the actual
That's
real calf muscle?
That's the upper meaty calf muscle.
And it's almost as if, does that actually get injured very often, or are all of these
or
things
is it the
revolving?
soleus?
Is everything revolving around the Achilles? Because that's what I don't like. Like I have a player that got a dent on his calf or on his Achilles. Like it's not.
How does that happen?
It's basically a deep bone bruise, or it's a deep tendon bruise that it didn't shrug like.
It just impacted.
It impacted
That is
it
bizarre.
because it was a 300-pound lineman that got rolled up on by another 300-pound lineman.
That injury last night was gross.
Yeah, it was
on the extra point.
But that was God, you talk about an awful way to get hurt. Jeez, man, on a freaking extra point.
Brutal.
Man.
Well, the injury that happened with Gronkowski all those years ago.
Yeah.
He's blocking on an extra point. Also, in what world is that dude blocking on an extra
Dumbest
point?
thing ever. Throw me out there.
The kicker struggled last night in that game.
It was doink fest.
It was a doink fest.
Back and forth doinks. You know, and Brandon McManus has been a very good Green Bay Packer since he arrived. I think it was midseason last year. They went through a bunch of kicking woes with their drafted
He's
kicker.
been good.
Who was the kicker for the Raiders that was really good? And his younger brother was the draft pick for the Packers, and he's now they got rid of him.
Carlson,
yes, yeah. Ties here to Springs. I think they have. There's at least, I think one of them kicked at the Air Force Academy, and I think both of them are actually from
Daniel Carlson. High school was the Classical Academy.
There it is. Yeah,
and then he went to Auburn. He was
Anders.
Dude, he was a 5th round. You have to be so good to be a 5th round draft pick as a kicker.
Yeah, I think both the Carlson brothers were draft picks.
First team All Pro in 2022, and he is currently he kicking for anyone right now?
Well, so the younger Carlson was it was Anders Carlson.
Is Daniel Carlson still a Raider? I'm not up to date on my Raiders place kickers.
I thought he was. He's had a good run. It's the brother that was abysmal. And he was waived and then picked up by the 49ers in October. And now so Anders Carlson is not kicking anymore.
But Daniel Carlson is still a Raider.
I believe so.
Yeah, you stay with the team that drafts you in the 5th round. Also, the Raiders like to hang on to kickers for 20 years.
Unless you're Anders Carlson that was drafted in 2023 in the 6th round by the Packers and doesn't have a job right now.
Tough go. Did you see the reports coming out yesterday that Juju Lewis is reportedly very upset about being benched?
Where did you see this?
I saw it on Twitter a few places that Juju
I figured
not thrilled about being the 3rd quarterback.
I could have written that story. I mean, really, could we not have all written that story?
Well, we talked about it kind of ad nauseum over the past couple of days. Is do you worry about losing the buy-in of your 5-star quarterback recruit if you just go to the player that's going to give you the best chance to win a football game? And that's tonight, right? Like Houston, Colorado is a 5.5-point spread in favor of the Cougars at home. And the best chance for you to win that football game is putting in the least sexy quarterback option and playing him ahead of the transfer in Caden Salter, playing him ahead of your 5-star quarterback recruit, the 17-year-old in Juju Lewis. Now, if you do that, do you run the risk of losing that kid in Juju just because you're playing Ryan Staub and you want to win football games?
Would the fact that if indeed he is responding the way that is being reported,
again, it's a report.
We don't know.
Largely speculation.
But if he's pouting in the corner and did get an opportunity to be on the field for several drives and just looked overmatched against Delaware, is that really your future? Is that really your future? Just because just because 247 and Rivals.com had 5-star next to him.
Well, also,
just because he had an offer at one point from USC, who, oh, by the way, guess what USC did? Because I know. They dropped him. Just so you know.
Don't write him off just because
Georgia.
of...
Oh, he had a Georgia offer.
There were 4 throws.
He's
17.
He was determined. He was deciding whether or not he was going to stay between Georgia and CU. I asked somebody at Georgia in the recruiting office, are you guys throwing any NIL in that direction? No. That's the new recruiting. Offers don't mean a dang thing anymore. It's all about what's the bag. And if they're not throwing you a bag, they're not serious about you. And that's how the recruiting game works nowadays. It's different.
I'm not burying a 17-year-old
I'm not
based
either.
off of 4 passes.
I'm not either, but should you,
I believe that he can be the future.
But if you're the adult, should you let his response and his behavior hold you hostage for what's best for your team?
No, absolutely
right now.
Absolutely not.
You can't. And if you do, you know what?
Because he's not Bryce Underwood.
You deserve to lose. If you do, let somebody who's not ready to play actually get playing time because you're afraid of losing them.
Dude, if this is how Dion handles this situation, this will be the first huge, like, true coaching bar that he has pulled himself over that I go, I love that.
What do you think?
idea.
How do you think it's going to play out?
I think Ryan Staub's going to be the starting quarterback for the whole season. I think Juju's going to have packages and he's going to have some spots where he plays a little bit, but I think Staub's going to be your dude.
And what about Caden Salter? Dunzo?
Don't care. He's a 5th-year transfer from Liberty. I care way more about Juju Lewis than I do about Caden Salter.
One thing that's really interesting, though, is that you build relationships as a coach, even the head coach, but from a coordinator, quarterback coaching standpoint, you build relationships. And that guy spent the entire offseason essentially as your starting quarterback. It's a lot harder in reality to go through and navigate those waters day by day.
You know him better than anyone, man.
It's hard, man.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. It's a Bud Light Football Friday as we roll into hour number 2. That is the coach, Mike Sanford, as featured in USA Today, talking about those CU Buffs in a little interview, having called out the Ryan Staub being the starting quarterback for the Buffs as they take on Houston tonight at 5:30 p.m. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. Don't go anywhere.
I mean, I was pleased we won. Obviously our job is to play defense, and I thought, the first third down kind of upset me a little bit. They got a big play there, and we've been focusing on winning third downs and not giving explosive plays, in preseason and even last year when teams got explosives, especially on third down, they scored on us. So if we can win third downs and keep the big plays to a minimum, it helps us win.
Vance Joseph looking ahead to the Colts coming up on Sunday, 2:05 kick on CBS. Denver 1.5-point favorites going on the road to Lucas Oil in Indianapolis as we welcome you back to the morning sprint, hour number 2 on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Today you can head on out to the Old Town Tavern in Arvada, hang out with PhD. They'll have $20 Bud Light buckets, and you can enter to win 2 tickets.
So a bucket is, quite frankly, the real definition of one beers.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
Yes.
A bucket. 1 buckets. 1 buckets.
Well, in 1 bucket has a multitude.
Yes.
Of consumable Bud Lights.
Yeah, I think that's solid. If you had to put a picture next to the definition of 1 beers, it would be a bucket of beer.
Yeah.
Head on out there. Hang out with PhD.
Is that endorsed by the Morning Sprint?
Sure is.
There we go.
Hang out with PhD, $20 Bud Light buckets. You can also enter to win a pair of tickets to go see Denver play on September 29th as the Bengals come into town. And if you win those, you'll also be given a pair of VIP tailgate passes to hang out with Bud Light out there at Empower Field at Mile High. Vance Joseph, very obviously an aggressive defensive coordinator, blitzing heavily. They led the league in sacks last year with 63 as a team. They had 6 last week against a rookie quarterback. Daniel Jones is a quarterback that gets sacked constantly. Now, as we talked with Kevin Bowen about half hour ago, the offensive line for Indy is vastly different than that of the one that he played behind in New York. Can you take advantage of Quentin Nelson? Can you take advantage of 3 high draft picks on that offensive line? Are you going to have the same type of impact as you did week 1 against Tennessee?
Yeah, when you look at Daniel Jones' career as a starting quarterback in the National Football League, obviously the entirety of it was as a New York Giant starting out as a 13-game starter in his rookie campaign in 2019. His amount of being sacked totals are 38 in 13 games, 45 in 14 games, 22 in 11 games, 44 in 16 games, 30 in 6 games. Oh my gosh. And then 29 in 10 games. He did get sacked just the one time against the very woeful Miami Dolphins defense in the week 1 opener. But
Bradley Chubb, the only sack in that game for Miami.
How about that? Bradley Chubb, man.
He's a solid player. Don't get me wrong.
Is he better than Josh Allen?
Sure isn't.
Yeah, he's probably not.
That's always going to be the conversation here in Denver.
Yeah,
but
DMac will make sure that we stay right on that.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Okay, I like watching Bradley Chubb play football.
If DMac had his druthers, you would have Josh Allen over Nick Chubb. Ding.
Bradley Chubb.
Sorry. Yeah.
Nick Chubb still toting the rock for Houston.
But on the flip side, if DMac had his way, you'd have Justin Fields over Pat Surtain II.
Hey, don't knock Justin Fields. He looked pretty good for the Jets in week 1.
0-1.
He looked pretty good for the Jets in week 1.
They did against the Steelers. They scored 32 points. Pretty good. You're right.
Pretty good.
You're right. DMac might have his moment of retribution.
I'm trying to find silver linings for everyone here. You guys know me. Beginning of the season, I think everything is all puppies and rainbows.
Raj, you opened this segment talking about the way that Vance Joseph is highly aggressive as a play caller, as a designer of blitz packages. 6 different players get involved in the 6 sacks against Cam Ward in the opening game. You know what's going to be going on the opposite sidelines at Lucas Oil Stadium? Is there's going to be the actual Spider-Man meme happening between Lou Anarumo and one Vance Joseph.
Yeah, it's going to be blitz chaos in that game.
It is going to be blitz chaos.
I wonder what the total sacks
advantage
over-under would be. Oh, it's advantage Denver.
It's advantage Denver. I'd say it's advantage Denver because the dudes they got doing it at Denver are much more competent, experienced, and athletic across the board. And frankly, the back end is way healthier.
Well, I mean, if Laiatu Latu doesn't play, that takes a huge piece of that pass rush away. Now, Kwity Paye can still get after you. That's another first-round pick.
He can get there. DeForest Buckner
is a stud.
Can definitely get there.
Right. I'm as
Zaire
nervous
Franklin.
about Zaire Franklin. I'm not as nervous about getting the quarterback.
I'd love to see
Zaire
his sack
Franklin
totals.
dude. We talked about him as a comparison to Alex Singleton, and they are really good comps. He's not a dude that I'm scared about getting after your quarterback. He's a dude that can ruin your run game. He's a dude that can take Evan Ingram out of the game in terms of like catching passes within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
He's a true sideline to sideline linebacker.
Yes.
His career high for sacks in a season was actually last year, and he had 3.5.
I'm not worried about that.
Which is kind of in line with your Justin Stronach or Alex Singleton type number.
I am just as worried about DeForest Buckner as I was last week about Jeffrey Simmons. The interior pass rush there, it can scare me. But if Latu doesn't play, it makes it way easier to win this football game. Here's Vance on when to play their rookie nickel, Jahdae Barron.
That's a good question. That's important. Obviously, with a young first-round pick, he's super talented. But, being a nickel and a dime, kind of a swing player, it takes time to kind of get enough looks to kind of learn everything, So right now we're just trying to focus on getting him more looks every day in practice and in games and, playing him in certain packages where we can grow the player. He is obviously talented and super smart, but he needs more time on task. And DMac's played so well at nickel for us also. So it's a luxury to kind of, go slow with this player. Sometimes you can play guys too soon and they can have too many public failures and they can't recover from those, So it's been a luxury to kind of bring him along slow, still play him. He's still getting live game reps. He got about 22 reps last week. He's making plays. He's playing well in his role. So that's a good thing for him and us.
The dude starred at Texas. I don't think you have to worry about him getting his feelings hurt by playing poorly early on in his career. I don't love that.
He ended up having, according to NFL Pro, he had 21 snaps. So probably the 22nd was a play that was blown dead. It probably showed up on the film that Vance Joseph was grading. So he has the grade sheet in front of him and knew that the question was going to be asked of him. But yeah, 21 total snaps. In that time, he had one opportunity to rush the passer as a blitzer. He was targeted one time in coverage. He did a really nice job on a bubble screen. This is one play that really caught my eye. There was a bubble screen that was thrown out on the perimeter, and Jahdae Barron did an unreal job of throwing his body out to a place of creating outside leverage and forcing it back inside, which led to a negative outcome on the play for the Titans. He's going to be a great player, guys.
Are you comfortable with how they're utilizing him? Again, the sample size is so very small, just one game. You're comfortable with them going, let's take it easy, rely on Jaquan McMillan.
I'm very
cool
comfortable.
with that.
You know why I'm very comfortable? Because there's nothing about the Denver Broncos defense that looks broken. So why in the heck fix it?
Great point.
Which to the point of why draft him, it goes back to this. Jaquan McMillan is probably going to play himself into serious value over the course of his last 2 seasons and then this season, where you're going to have to pay him top nickel dollar. And in the open market, he will be able to get it. I don't think you need Jaquan McMillan when you have Jahdae Barron in the building that's learning and still growing and getting opportunities to do it. DMac will probably have a different take on this because he probably sees it as just kind of a waste of a pick.
I mean, McMillan's a free agent next year.
After this season or the year out?
No, this coming offseason.
And he's going to get
He's $1 million player for you right now.
He is going to command probably... Man, he's been a good player,
True,
man.
But like, how many times have we talked about players around the league not being able to shed undrafted status?
Yeah.
Denver can't afford to give him a long-term deal. That's the reason why. It's the reason why you draft Barron, and you also have to worry about, does a team look at Riley Moss and go, we're going to poach you. Whenever your rookie contract is up, we're going to poach Moss, and now you have to have a replacement for Riley. You have a guy who is versatile, can play both inside and outside, and is going to play primarily at the nickel, which, again, we've gone over so many damn times on this show that teams play way more nickel than your father's NFL defenses did. I still think it's a fine draft pick. The reason why they made the draft pick was not because they had a need in secondary. They believed that his draft value was higher than anyone else's at number 20. I'm fine with the pick. I have no problem with it. I don't love the thought process of like, we worry about him struggling, so we're not going to give him pitches.
I don't know if I
thought that was a little.
I don't know if I read.
Okay,
I didn't read the tone from Vance Joseph as let's not let him go out and swim in the Big C. I read it more that we don't need to. We don't have to.
You have to force it.
We don't have to force him to swim in the Big C. So why not bring him along expeditiously, but also intelligently?
I guess I look at it like if quarterbacks are thrown into the deep end, throw a nickel into the deep end. We don't worry about quarterbacks getting ruined early on anymore. They just play.
Let me ask you about the way that the Green Bay Packers, who have had the best run of quarterback play over the last 35, 40 years, how have they done it, Raj?
They've done very well. They have drafted and developed and had guys sit behind for not 1, 2, but 3. Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre for 4 seasons.
And how did that look last night?
It looked great for Jordan Love.
Yeah. So that's, to me, that there's some similarities. It's not exact because Jordan Love didn't really play in meaningful contests at all
until year 3.
Whereas Jahdae Barron played in a game that was a 1-possession victory for the Broncos, and it didn't feel like an 8-point win, did it? Did it feel like an 8-point win?
No, it did not taste like that.
It didn't. It tasted a little different. Yeah, it was a little bit of a poop sandwich for a good chunk of it. You won. You got out of it. The most important thing is what happened on the left-hand column, win-loss. But it sure as heck didn't feel like it. He played 22 snaps, or 21 officially, in a contest that was a 1-possession NFL game regular season. Like, that's a good first game for Jahdae Barron. He's going to get more and more, man.
I'd love to see a couple of spots. Let's say he gets another 25 snaps in this game. I want at least 2 or 3 of those to end in Jahdae Barron and either Tyler Warren or Jonathan Taylor going head-to-head.
Yeah.
And see if he can stop that momentum. Right?
Remember we talked about what we like about
yards.
Yeah, he doesn't like he is an anti-leaky yard guy.
There's 2 players that I'm looking forward to. It's him and then Talanoa Hufanga, who we're going to hear from VJ on the other side of the break during KJ's NFL Notes talk about Talanoa Hufanga, Huff, as they refer to him.
They call him Huff or Hoof?
Huff.
I like Hoof.
I like Huff. Hoof's too chewy.
I like
Huff. Huff is quick.
I like calling him by his native Talanoa Hufanga. And then you know what I really like is in Tonga, you pronounce everything kind of with this like soft G. It's not Hufanga, it's Hufanga. Pretty good.
I'm excited to see both of those players who are no leaky yards players going up against Jonathan Taylor and Warren. And Barron going against Warren, a smaller statured player with a very low center of gravity against a massive human being in Warren at 6'5", 6'6", 255-ish pounds. I want to see what he can do against a draft contemporary. That'll be really exciting.
I'm so proud of myself right now.
You get it?
Well, about that he is of Tongan descent, not Samoan.
Okay.
So he is indeed of Tongan. So yeah, I wanted to make sure I got that right.
At halftime of tonight's Legend Arvada West game on 92.5, tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado athletes. KJ NFL Notes on the other side. We'll pop some tops at 11:40 and give you game predictions at 11:45 as we get ready for Broncos and Colts on Sunday.
Colorado, hi, how's it going? Mike Sanford here, and I am making the move. And it's going to be a tough move because I love Northern Colorado, but making the move down here to the South Metro to get closer to this beautiful studio here at Altitude Sports Radio. And I am going with my favorite real estate agent, the guy that I bought my home through a mere 4 years ago when I got hired here to coach at the University of Colorado. And that is a CU alum, a CU great, the all-time leading tackler for Coach Bill McCartney at the University of Colorado. And that is Barry Remington. And Barry Remington is the perfect agent because he will work tirelessly to get your deal done. He's working tirelessly for me. In fact, just got off a phone call with Barry earlier today talking about strategy and marketing. He'll work like crazy to get the deal done. So right now, it's a buyer's market. So if you have any thoughts about downsizing, upsizing, relocating, getting away from traffic, getting closer to the city, then check out BarryRemington.com, and that's 1M. You can also call Barry's cell, and I would strongly recommend a 2-minute phone call to Barry to discuss the value potentially of your home, or if you want to look at some properties that are out there, you can look at mine at BarryRemington.com. So call Barry's cell phone at 720-373-9297. Once again, Barry Remington at 720-373-9297, and get started with the Remington team at WK Real Estate.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday version of KJ's NFL Notes every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20. We go through the biggest stories around the National Football League. We'll sprinkle in some Broncos as well as they prepare for the Colts at 2:05 p.m. on Sunday. You can watch that game on CBS. Broncos 1.5-point favorites on the road against 1-0 Indy. KJ, what's first?
Well, as Raj teased there before the break, the guys were kind of focusing in on the secondary and how things are fitting and shifting and how things are looking with this defense and how they've you've already seen different aspects of how they've taken that next step. And the one guy that has played a huge part just through 1 week of helping them take that next step is Talanoa Hufanga. And here's Vance Joseph talking about him and talking about what he means to this defense right away.
My God, I was impressed, especially after watching the actual tape, and the range he played with, how he capped off plays for us. I mean, he's making plays from 15 yards deep. He's making them for 4 and 5 yard stops. So he was obviously a special player on tape watching him, with the Niners, but he's the same player. I mean, he has such great range, and he's a bigger safety. So when he gets there, man, he makes some noise. He can cover, he can blitz. So, I mean, he has no weakness in his game. But it was really fun watching him and Brandon Jones kind of keep some of those runs from popping. They were 5 and 6 yards. That should have been probably 10 and 12 with normal safeties. But those two guys capped off the ball really well for us on Sunday.
How much better of a spot is Denver's defense in right now to compete against Indy as compared to last year when Jonathan Taylor, outside of dropping that ball in the one, did whatever he wanted in Colorado?
It is more prepared because of Talanoa Hufanga being a heat-seeking missile and a guy that can get to the ball carrier with incredible urgency. But, man, I'd feel a lot better if Dre Greenlaw was healthy. He was built for a game like this. The guy that is a highly athletic, has speed, wound tight apparently. That's why he's always got soft tissue injuries, but no leaky yards against a guy like Jonathan Taylor that just continues to finish forward. This would have been a great game for Dre Greenlaw.
107 yards last year for Taylor on 22 carries. He obviously had that one very, very costly fumble as he dropped the ball.
So he was sub 5 yards per carry. It felt like it was, which is in the NFL, what do you end up with?
4.9.
4.9.
Essentially 5 a carry, which you know what? I would take tomorrow for Broncos running backs.
That's a pretty heavy yards per carry number in the National Football League. Like college football, you see 5.1. You're like, it's pedestrian. High school, you see 7.1. You're like, pedestrian. National Football League, man, it's hard to get 5 yards consistently.
Is Hufanga the most important player on the defense on Sunday? I say yes. He will be the most utilized. He will be the most utilized player on that defense because of, we know Jonathan Taylor's going to touch the ball 30 times.
He is the most impactful player.
And we know Warren's going to be targeted between 6 and 10 times.
The only problem is, do you put him in major conflict? Some run-pass conflict with coverage of Tyler Warren, but also asking him to be a part of the box in terms of covering some of the run game and the fits that are going to be available run game-wise? I don't know. You're asking a lot out of the player. Brandon Jones is going to end up having a good game. He's a good player.
Might be a Brandon Jones pick day.
It could be.
You know what?
Sneaky.
I'm going to call my shot. Brandon Jones interception on Sunday. I like that. One pick.
Like a Talanoa Hufanga's just draped all over Tyler Warren.
Crossing route, hit someone in the head.
Yep. Maybe even Hufanga with a little tip ball turns into a pick ball.
Or he sails it just a bit and Jones is on the back. He's not the box safety there. Yep.
Is that not just the quintessential Brandon Jones play too?
Sure is.
Just right place, right time because he has great football intelligence. He's a studier. He knows where to be. He might not do it with incredible physical attributes. He's not that big, but he can run.
It's amazing.
And he's got really good ball skills.
It's amazing what the arc of a week does to me.
I know. I was a mess the last 3 days.
Panic on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. By the time on Friday morning happens,
Brandon Jones interceptions.
I'm calling interceptions for individual players. KJ, what's next?
No, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference.
I understand, Sean, but one person that did take that opportunity was your offensive coordinator, Joe Lombardi, to talk about what has been kind of an underlying topic this week, and that's scripted plays to open the game for the Broncos. What are scripted plays? Should he script plays more or less? Should he script plays at all? There's been a conversation underlying tone overall here on the station, and here's Joe kind of talking about that process and how Sean gets to his scripted plays.
You know, we always put an opener list together. You know, Sean handles that, and he might ask what our favorites are, but he puts together, just depends on the week, you know, might be 11, 12, 15. And then obviously as the game's going, you know, you hit a third down, you're off it. You get in the red zone, you're off it. So, you know, there's some feel with Sean as far as, you know, how strictly he sticks to that script, even if it may be first down and he just feels he wants to call another play, and it makes sense when he does that. So, you know, we've got an opener. We walk through them. The players all know, you know, we're not always strict and dead stay on it, but usually it's pretty close.
How much has to go wrong, or more specifically, what has to go wrong to get you off your script?
I mean, you get behind the chains on the very first play. You're scripting for a 1st and 10.
You're scripting for success.
And then if you get 4 yards, sometimes 3, but you're really scripting for an on-schedule play. So after your first scripted play, which you will always start with, Raj, if you lose 5 yards on that play, it's 2nd and 15. That's a different play call. Screen game comes alive. Maybe RPO intermediate throw game comes alive. You got to get off the chains. Maybe your I formation power play doesn't get called on 2nd and 15.
Once you are off
so
script,
here's the rubric. 1st and 10. You will stay on that script if it's 1st and 10 or 2nd and 1 to 6.
Okay.
And then anything else, you got to get to your outlier.
If you are,
I do this every week.
If you're off script, can you get back on script?
Oh, easily. Yeah.
So like if you get behind the chains,
say it's 2nd and 15.
Sure.
The next play you call like a dig route to Cortland Sutton, and because it was on your 2nd and 7+ section of your call sheet.
It's 3rd and 4 now.
Well, then you're back to your 3rd down call. So you're going to your 3rd down and 4.
But you're back on script.
You're back on script after you convert that. Or, unfortunately...
Are you always trying to get back? It's fascinating to me. You're always trying to get back on script.
Yes, you would love to stay on schedule.
Because there's more variables, I guess, on the other side of it?
Oh, yeah. And honestly, you know what it kind of does? I hate to say it. Once you get off your script, you know what it does to the play caller sometimes? Slows down their processor. And guess what that ultimately leads to? The quarterback getting the play a little bit later. And guess what that leads to? Chaos. And what chaos led to with Bo Nix was feet that were anxious. And I know that was real, man. I felt it. I really felt that. And that'll change. Sean's good, guys. Like, as much as Sean didn't have his best, he didn't have his fastball in week 1. Sean's going to have his fastball in week 2. Dude, you can't survive in this league, the highest level of this game. Dude, I couldn't survive in the level below this, right? And I'm sitting here criticizing a guy who survived for 30 years as a play caller, the highest level of this game.
I never did it, and I'm still doing that.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, we're fan
like
bases.
punching up.
Yeah, but the one thing I will say, man, Sean didn't let a lot of bad games bleed into another bad game last year, did he? It didn't feel like it.
No.
Seemed like there was a pretty good response week to week. In terms of strategizing, play calls.
Well, I mean, he and Bo are very much the same person. And I believe that probably goes into the reason why Sean wanted to draft him. His response mechanism. That's the biggest thing you love out of Bo Nix. Response mechanism. Play to play, game to game.
I'm just glad that week 2, the road trip is not in New Orleans, because if this was going to be in New Orleans, even though the team stinks, Sean is going to be doing his victory lap, hanging out all of his people in New Orleans. I'm glad it's in Indiana. There's nothing to do except for focused on get a good night's sleep, Sean and Bo, and focus on going out and putting your best foot forward.
KJ, what's next?
No, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference.
One of the topics that is always discussed is who's going to be the next great young quarterback? Who's going to join that Mahomes, that Allen, that Burrow, that Jackson category? And Colin Cowherd has this belief that by Thanksgiving of a quarterback's second year, they should be either on track to be a star or maybe they'll be kind of a role player-esque quarterback. You should know by that point. Tom Brady stopped by the Herd, and he wanted to explain to Colin exactly why that may not always be true.
Yeah, but I would argue this. You're assuming that everybody knows how to develop a quarterback. You're assuming that you're going into a program. I mean, I'm telling you, this is not there's a lot of people who have no idea what they're doing when they're tasked with coaching a quarterback or calling an offense. For 1 year, I had, for actually more years beyond that, that's how I developed and learned, oh, defense calls a certain play. This is how we can put them in this formation, and they can back the coverage off, and I'll have a short throw underneath. Oh, great. I love that. Let's do that. Nobody's getting that type of development. So I learned from an offensive standpoint watching Drew and having very good offensive coaches. Then I had a defensive coach, the best one of all time, teach me how to read defenses. Then I would go out and meet with player personnel people, who are very talented. Okay, we'd go through the entire defensive lineup. Okay, these are all the things that this defense does. This is what this player does well. This player does well. This player does well. That's development. You're giving people knowledge and information that you could take to the field so that you could play with confidence and anticipation, and that would free you up to play a very aggressive style of football.
I love everything that Tom Brady just said, and if you ever wonder why he was so freaking good, is that Tom Brady himself, he forced this type of collaborative effort across the entire franchise into building an unbelievably cohesive organization that everybody was complementing one another. COMPLEMENTING, complementing. And that's the type of things that I do think could very easily be happening right now in the Broncos building, because ownership is all on the same page with the personnel department. It appears that offense and defense are in a great place. Sean Payton giving up of his highly coveted draft pick in the first round to give to his defensive coordinator, to give him another toy to have as a luxury, to only play 22 snaps in his first game as a rookie defensive back. I would love to see that be the next step. It may have already been that step for Bo Nix, is to start picking the brains of all of the different experts throughout the course of the building.
KJ, keep it rolling.
No, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference.
On Monday, we have Chargers versus Raiders, which is the second half of the Monday night doubleheader. You can listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting at 8 p.m. We are your newest and greatest home here in Denver for all things Westwood One. Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh. Listen, these guys go way back like 4 flats on a Cadillac. And here's Pete talking about their relationship leading up to their game coming up.
Respectful. I'm not trying to make it into anything that's not. But what's your fondest memory of this rivalry with Jim Harbaugh?
I remember Jim. No, I don't. I have no fond memories. I'm not going to.
That was.
They're good. That's great games. They've been great games. That's all.
He said that
there's been a bunch of them.
That you guys in different lives could have been great teammates. When he says something like that, what is that?
Well, I think that would come from the. He's seen my game. And so he would like me to help him win, if I could. And so he'd like us to play together, I guess. But one thing we would certainly see eye to eye on is about competing. He's always been a great competitor, and he battled through so much in his playing days and in his coaching days as well. So I appreciate him saying that, because I'd like to play with him too.
He said that you're not on each other's Christmas, or he's not on your Christmas card list. Do you expect a birthday card from him then?
Well, I'm surprised he would say that, because he sends me a birthday card every year. So I don't know what to tell you.
Some good old-fashioned fun, man. I remember that rivalry too well. That was a rivalry that one of my first coaching jobs at Sanford was in 2007. And everything about our program and what we wanted to build at Sanford was all aimed at competitively trying to take down the evil empire in Los Angeles, California that Pete Carroll was building and had built at USC. And in fact, in the very first year that I coached against USC, in the house that my dad coached at, the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, my dad played at, I was a visitor for the first time. I'd been a ball boy at that place for a decade. We were 41.5-point underdogs. Jim Harbaugh took the boys in there, and we upset number 1 USC in one of the biggest upsets in the history of football.
Can you tell me the score of that football game on October 6th, 2007?
24-23.
24-23.
I still have the game ball in my office.
Who was starting quarterback for USC in that game?
It was John David Booty.
John David Booty.
And he broke his finger middle of the game, which led to some errant passes, which led to
4 interceptions.
4 interceptions.
And not one of them made by Richard Sherman.
Yep. Guess what Richard Sherman did in that game? 4th and 20. He was our starting X receiver. He caught a middle bender type read where he caught the football and got obliterated right at the sticks. And they gave us the first down. It was before there was instant replay.
And he was short?
No, he got it. I mean, the film
with replay
back in the day, it was pre-HD film. So it's like we watched the game like, I don't know, close enough. We're good. Watch the film the next day. And then it was really cool. Mark Bradford, who never played in the National Football League, caught the game-winning touchdown, back corner of the end zone. Current quarterback coach for the Washington Commanders, Tavita Pritchard, was our quarterback, and I was the quarterback coach for Harbaugh.
Richard Sherman, 3 receptions for 45 yards at an average of 15, a long of 20 in that game on 4th and 20. I love going down memory lane there. 6 and 6 is the record between Carroll and Harbaugh all time.
Do you remember the 2 years later, Harbaugh had Andrew Luck, very different team. Harbaugh goes down to the Coliseum and obliterates.
Smokes him 55-21.
And that's the game where Pete Carroll went up to him at the handshake line and said, "What's your deal?" And Jim came back, "Hey, Pete, what's your deal? What's your deal, man?" And then that became a campaign slogan for marketing tickets for the next year's season ticket prices at Sanford. What's your deal?
The Sunday night game on the 15th will be Chargers and Raiders. That is Pete Carroll's birthday. Sunday night football between the Raiders and the Chargers. Last time that those two head coaches went head-to-head was back in December of 2014, where Seattle won 17-7 over the 49ers. The quarterbacks of record in that game, Colin Kaepernick, and near and dear to our hearts here in Denver, Russell Wilson. NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. And they offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, we pop some tops and give you our predictions for Week 2, Broncos and Colts.
All right, Dibs.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday, baby.
It's got a little Chris Dempsey vibes to it right there.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey's not far away from being back on these,
the
these
NBA
airwaves
baseline,
with
baby.
Dempsey's NBA baseline.
I'm kind of excited for, you know what I do love, man? Took me a while to get to this point because I'm such a hyper-focus on football guy, but I love when the Avs and Nuggets are all going on at the same time. What is it, end of October or beginning of November?
Beginning of October for the Avs. They
Like
start
regular season games?
regular season October 7. The Nuggets start on the 23rd,
that's really close.
I believe.
Wait, the Avs?
So yes.
What?
The Avs start on October 7th?
October 7
Like
at
real
LA.
hockey games?
Real hockey games. And then I
That's
believe
crazy.
that the Nuggets open up on the road against Golden State? Question mark? I think I'm right on that, on the 23rd. I could be wrong by a day, but I think I got it on the head there. Yeah, it's coming soon. This weekend, as we continue our Bud Light Football Friday, huge day of college football starts at 10 a.m. with Wisconsin and Alabama right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We followed up with what I think is the best game on the slate, and that is Georgia at Tennessee, 1:30. You can listen to both of those games on 92.5.
Is that game known as the world's largest outdoor cocktail party?
I believe it is.
I think it is. It's not.
Unless that
is that Florida, Tennessee,
or is it Florida, Bama?
No,
that's not it.
No,
we did this a while ago. You were way better at this than I was.
Don't forget the Volunteers. They're the ones with the cigars. They like their cigars.
Heupel does love a cigar.
Okay, so geez, the unofficial nickname for the annual University of Florida versus University of Georgia football game, it's held in Jacksonville, is the world's largest outdoor cocktail party.
Florida Georgia line, baby.
Yep. So this is Georgia, Tennessee.
Georgia, Tennessee, 1:30. We'll have Wyoming and Utah at 6 p.m. The Rapids visit Houston, or host Houston, rather, at 7:30. And then on Sunday on 92.5, you guys will be treated at 11 a.m. to Bears and Lions on 92.5, and Giants at the Cowboys on AM 950. The late game, Falcons and Vikings.
Georgia, Tennessee is not known as anything other than Georgia, Tennessee.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
It's called the Georgia-Tennessee football rivalry.
Georgia number 6 at Tennessee number 15. Georgia 3.5 point favorites in that game.
How many times do you think that game historically has been played?
Georgia, Tennessee?
Yeah.
It's in the 60s. 62 times.
It's pretty accurate. Yeah, it's
and Georgia probably murders them.
It's 64.
64, I'm going to say Georgia's won 45 of those games.
I would have guessed that game's been played over 100 times. Just because these schools, like the first time they played, 1936.
Georgia leads Tennessee 29-23 with 2 ties. All right, yeah.
So
a little bit closer than I thought. The first time they played was in 1899. So you're kind of close, right? They've been playing against each other forever. That game, the first meeting in 1899, a 5-0 Georgia win, which is
so it's because the
1899 football.
The SEC expanded to 12 members and split into 2 divisions of 6 members each. So how long, have both these teams, are they charter members in the Southeast Conference? It doesn't seem like it. You'd think they would have played more than 60 some odd times if the rivalry started 126 years ago. I don't know. It's weird to me.
Couldn't tell you, brother. All right. Just a couple of days away from Broncos and Colts. We did this last week, and Berto filled in for you to give your picks. Now, nobody got anything right? I took Denver to cover the 8.5. Berto did. KJ did. We all took the over. We all missed it. I was the closest with my score. I had 31-13 Broncos with a 10-point delta. KJ, you were next closest with a 20-point delta. 37-17 was what you called. I expect to be better this week. Berto said Denver was going to beat him 52-7.
Yeah, that's like that should have been like maybe, I don't know, like Alabama playing Robert Morris University.
All right, Denver 1.5 point favorites on the road. The over/under set at 43.5. I've got Denver covering the 1.5. I have the under on total score at 43.5. I'll take the under. I've got Denver winning 23-17. Coach?
I have the final score in this contest as 17-14 Denver. low-scoring affair, bit uncomfortable. Bo Nix is going to play cleaner football, maybe not more explosive football, and there's going to be a whole bunch of sacks and great violent defensive football in this game, but the Broncos do cover 17-14.
All right, they cover 1.5. The under hits there for Mike. KJ?
I have the Colts winning.
Oh,
I know. Boo me. Boo me.
You've really been listening to me this week, haven't you?
I sure have. I
have built up the Colts this whole week.
You sure have, man.
I have built a case for why they might win the Super Bowl, in fact. I'm such a coach. Gosh, man. Just going over the top, just paranoid schizophrenic. They're going to kill us. They're the best. They're the greatest team ever. Gosh, I'm sorry.
24-20 Colts.
24-20 for the Colts.
It's the over.
He hits the over. He's got the Colts covering the plus 1.5. All right, KJ, you got to be that guy today. I've been very complimentary of the pieces that Daniel Jones has around him. I think you've been a little bit too heavy-handed on Daniel Jones is the savior of Colts football.
Better than AR5.
It's just
Anthony Richardson's so bad, man.
The reason why. Okay,
He's
that's
so
the
bad.
reason why.
When I watched him in person, I was like, this guy's I don't understand how they made such an egregious mistake to draft him where they drafted him.
That's the
crazy
reason why it sounds like you've been glazing the Colts all weekend long. It's not because you believe in Daniel Jones. It's because you think Anthony Richardson's a crap quarterback. And I think we need to make sure that we have a distinct line between the two. You don't believe in Daniel Jones.
I believe that this roster is getting a very sizable bump with quality of quarterback play as a result of Daniel Jones
versus
versus
way to dodge
Anthony Richardson.
To dodge my statement. You don't believe in Daniel Jones.
I believe that Daniel Jones is capable of doing what he did in his first 3 years, where he did lead a playoff campaign for the New York Giants.
Once.
Okay, he did it.
You don't believe in Daniel Jones.
I don't not believe in Daniel Jones.
Yes or no, you believe in Daniel Jones?
Hmm.
I hate you so much. Are you sure? I don't know if they give up 24 against Indy, man.
Okay, all right. Hey, do you want to have a crazy conversation right now?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to throw it out there. KJ, your prediction kind of goes in line with this. On Sunday at 8 o'clock p.m., Rocky Mountain time, who are we going to say is the better quarterback that day? Daniel Jones or Bo Nix?
Bo Nix. By a thin margin, but Bo Nix.
Okay.
Because they're going to win the football game. And wins and losses is really the number one stat that matters. Bo Nix. It's obviously KJ is going to have.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna have Indy here.
I am. I'm going to go with Daniel Jones. I'm being honest. I just like what they got paired up right now.
Based off my score prediction.
Boo with both of you.
Based off my score prediction, what do you think my answer would be, Raj, to keep consistent with avoiding the question of, do I believe in Daniel Jones? 17-14 Broncos win. Who was the better quarterback?
You're going to say they both kind of sucked.
Yes, and I'm going to say, you know who was the best quarterback in the game? The Denver Broncos defense was.
All right, it's Friday. It means time for us to pop some tops. Poppin' Tops is brought to you by our friends at Surfside. Colorado football is back. Celebrate with Surfside. 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. It's easy to sip, easy to enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly. Love me, a Surfside. Can delete those things. Games that we are watching this coming weekend.
I have the tingle right now, Raj, and it is the 2024 apple of my eye in the quarterback draft class tingle, and that is Sunday night football. Michael Penix Jr. and the Penn 15 Club takes their talents to J.J. McCarthy's Minnesota Vikings, and I have no idea who I'm really rooting for, which quarterback I want. I think I'm going to go Penix, just because I love him that much. I love the Penix.
I'm looking forward to Georgia and Tennessee. I think it's without a doubt the best football game in college this weekend. I cannot wait for that. I think Tennessee scares the crap out of him, man. I think Joey Aguilar's kind of got something, and he was out in the media talking about how it's the best possible thing that Nico Iamaleava
Talanoa Hufanga.
Leaves Tennessee to
From
go to
Tonga.
UCLA. I think Tennessee scares Georgia. Somehow gets a win there.
DJ Uiagalelei.
Pop some tops, have some fun this weekend. We love you guys. Go on out to Old Town Tavern in Arvada. Hang out with PhD. Win some tickets to Broncos and Bengals. We love you. We'll talk to you on Monday morning at 10 a.m. Glorilla, take us out.
Me.
This is the type of sports bar I love. There's just nothing in the way, and there are, I don't know, 70 TVs, something like that.
Yep.
I mean, it is just like there's nothing that's going to get in your way. There's a center aisle. I love a huge long bar. Great tables, couple of pool tables, but like it is just about watching sports at the Old Town Tavern.
Beautiful place, man. It's cool to be here.
I absolutely love it. We're here for the next couple hours. If you want to get some lunch and come by and say hey and maybe pregame a little bit for CU Houston, which is a pretty early start, 5:30 for a Friday night.
Yep.
So it's on ESPN. Romi Bean will join us in about 13 minutes or so to sort of go over it. She is Ms. CU, right? She's all tied into it. She does the show with Prime, and I don't know. She's tied in.
She is a busy lady these days. I mean, Broncos, Buffs, she's all over the place.
She is, no doubt. We're going to start, though, with an injury report. Our injury report, sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm of Broncos country. And it's not about the Broncos. It's with the Colts. And in the past hour, Adam Schefter has reported that Charvarius Ward and Jalen Jones are both out, two cornerbacks for the Colts, Ward being a starter, Jones being a backup. But those are two seriously important players for them. Meanwhile, Latu is questionable right now. Not quite sure what his complete health is, but he's not out. But Jones and Ward, Tyler, are out for the Colts.
All right, well, we'll take it, right? Bo Nix struggled in week 1, and hopefully this is an encouraging sign. But it can't hurt, and it certainly should be helpful to get the passing game back on track.
Yeah, I'm excited. Well, yeah, I'm not excited for them to be hurt, but it certainly is an advantage for them.
I'm never upset when my opponent is hurt, and I'm not afraid to say it. I don't feel guilty about it. If their starters are going to be struggling with a sprained ankle that is unrelated to me, I am happy to play against a backup.
The Broncos haven't. They do their injury stuff later. Colts are just a little bit earlier in the day. So there's nothing official. But I don't anticipate Dre Greenlaw will play. We'll see. He's listed right now as questionable. Looking who else is kind of Jonathan Franklin Myers. We'll see. Evan Engram. We'll see. Right?
Yeah, I don't know about Evan. I mean, so what did he do yesterday? He's still on the side field.
He was listed. Yes, but listed as limited.
Okay.
So,
well, I would guess
out.
I would guess if he's been out there a couple days, I would guess the goal is today to be full speed. I mean, they'll probably be listed as limited still, but I mean, when I say full speed, he'll be participating in practice and everything. Friday's an easy practice, not quite walkthrough, but it's much slower. So if he gets out there and we hear that he participated today, I'd actually expect Evan Engram to play in the game.
Well, we'll get you the latest when it comes along during the show today, as Sean Payton will speak. And like Tyler said, it's a shorter practice, so that will fall during our show today, one way or the other, as we're out here at the Old Town Tavern. All right, here we go. What's your vibe? Where are you at? What do you think?
You know, I've kind of felt all week like, and maybe this is like still going back to my preseason expectations of this game. In the preseason, we thought this was going to be a gimme. Maybe not a gimme, but it's certainly one of those games that you got to walk away with because you only got a handful that you look at as very, very winnable football games. And I still more or less feel that way about the Colts. They played well in week 1. They played against a terrible Miami Dolphins team that is already calling player-only meetings after the first week of the season.
What's that about?
Well, usually when you got a player-only meeting, it means the season's over. They've played one game, so not the most healthy sign of things going on down there in Miami. So how good is this Colts team? I don't really know. I respect Daniel Jones. I always have. I've said on this show many times that I expected him to have a rebound year out there with the Colts, but I'm certainly not terrified of Daniel Jones, and I guess my expectation remains the same. Broncos need to handle their business.
I'll take the Broncos 23-20. I guess I started there. I'm still feeling all right about that. What are they favored by? I was listening to the
last I saw, I think it was 2.5.
2.5?
That was the last I saw.
Let's see, real quick. They are 1.5 on ESPN.
Okay.
So gone down maybe just.
So we got a
pinch.
straight pick 'em going on here.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. I understand why the Broncos are a road favorite. Sean Payton has been really good being a road favorite. He's 3-0, by the way, since taking over the team when he's a road favorite. So that's a nice little number.
Or a sad little number that we've only been favored at 3 times.
On the road, yeah. Well, there's that too, I suppose. Does everybody really buy Indy? Everybody's probably still wondering about Miami, like how bad they really are. And, it was just kind of a little – see, what the Broncos offense and Bo did in the first game actually – for those being fair about what was going on at camp, was actually no surprise. It was very consistent with what was going on.
It was. It was a whole lot of the same stuff that we'd been seeing. Outside of the one thing, I never thought that the Broncos offense looked good in this game, ever. And usually in practice, they kind of struggled, and then they would finish the day pretty well. And you're like, okay, well, at least they finished strong. We just got to get this thing going. Bo's just got to calm down a little bit. He's got to be far less hectic in the pocket. This is a defense that has got some good players on it. DeForest Buckner is a guy that you're going to have your eyes on as an offensive line, have a game plan for him, send the slide to him when you can. But for the most part, when you look at this Colts defense, it's kind of a bunch of names that if you're not deep in the football world, you might not know who they are.
Yeah, and again, it was Miami's ineptness and the ability of the Colts to take advantage of turnovers. That might be a little bit misleading.
Look, you turn the ball over, you're going to lose ball games. It's as simple as that. Broncos were insanely fortunate to win that game against the Titans. You don't deserve to win games when you turn the ball over as much as they did. Mm-hmm. And if you turn the ball over against the Colts, you're going to have problems again.
It's interesting listening to the boys in the morning, and part of it was, hey, listen, you're not going to win all the games. This isn't some sort of must-win game for the Broncos. Indy's a good team. This wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if the Broncos were to drop this game.
Yeah, it would.
Okay, explain.
It'd be bad. It would be bad. The season began with 2 winnable football games, and nothing has changed. It's a very, very winnable football game. At worst, you're looking at a pick-em game, according to Vegas. So that certainly means that you don't have the odds stacked against you. At worst, it's a pick-em. At best, it's a team that you should be better than, and I think you honestly are. And then the stretch gets tough. Football gets real right after this. So I do think when you say into the world, I'm not saying you can't make the playoffs or anything like that, but you're really putting yourself at a disadvantage. You got to win winnable road games, because if you don't win at least half your games on the road, you're not going to be a playoff football team.
All right, so if last week would have been, the panic meter would have been through the roof if the Broncos dropped that game to Tennessee, let's be honest. So where would you put this one at? Close to that? A 7 out of 10 in terms of importance, 8 out of 10?
Well, it probably comes down to what does the offense look like. If the offense looks like it did last week, I'll be panicked. Yeah, I'll be really panicked, because now you've got evidence. Now you've got back-to-back weeks, and it's starting to look like a pattern of bad offensive football. So probably depends on what the offense looks like in a loss.
Well, with Ward and Jones out, that's a couple of corners that they count on. Perhaps that can be some sort of advantage, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty of it all. I'm excited for the opportunity in the game. I am picking the Broncos to win. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world if they don't. I'll be disappointed if they don't. You go against the Chargers the next week, and at this point, it seems hard to pick the Broncos to beat the Chargers. Chargers have a bit of a short week. They're in Vegas. We do have a 5 o'clock and then an 8 o'clock Monday Night Football game. So not an overlap, but it is a doubleheader, Tampa Bay at Houston, and then the Chargers at the Raiders. So maybe that works to the advantage a little bit. But my feeling, and we'll see what the Chargers do against the Raiders, but my feeling is we're going to look at that game as really tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know if any of us will be picking the Broncos to beat the Chargers next week. We'll see.
Again, I mean, a lot could change very, very quickly. So, I mean, let's say the Broncos offense comes out clicking in this game. You play fantastic. Well, who knows? Maybe we'll predict a win against the Chargers. In this week, in this league, things change radically fast, good or bad, or you get confirmation. And my hesitation with this team right now is obviously all on the offensive side of the ball. But I, too, have got the Broncos winning this game. I think they should win it relatively handedly. Not a blowout or anything, but, maybe like a 21-14 with the late score from the Colts or something like that maybe doesn't quite feel the game didn't feel as close as the score looked.
Okay. Game last night. I thought Green Bay is really good. And the way they handled Washington and what Micah Parsons can do is, I mean, even though it's not a gaudy stat sheet, that dude is just all over the place.
Yeah.
He's controlling everything. Washington, that game wasn't even as close as the score. Washington scored late, and that was even kind of like, kind of whatever. Green Bay, man, is Green Bay a potential Super Bowl team?
Oh, I've been high on Green Bay for a long time. Are they? Yeah. I mean, when you think about it, especially if the Lions have a down year, if the Lions are not the team that they once were, and if Green Bay can kind of cruise through divisional play, they'll put themselves in a good position going into the playoffs. I like Green Bay. I didn't get to see the first half of that game. I was at a school carnival, shooting darts and stuff.
How'd it go?
Well, actually, they didn't let me do anything. Dad, actually, I lied. I wasn't shooting any darts. I was hiding in a corner trying to be as far away as possible so that I didn't have two little girls yelling at me.
Does it work well for a 6'8" man to be hiding in the corner?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
You know what I tried? I tried putting the headphones in and watching a movie. And
wait, why were you there?
Well, but it was the middle school carnival, and my elementary daughter wanted to go, and I didn't feel great about just dropping her off by herself, so
okay.
I just went to, in case.
It's a helicopter a little bit. Safety protect.
Or to be a parent.
Well, you're telling me a story about standing in the corner looking at the game on the phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
but you were there.
I mean, are you just dropping off your elementary school kid at a middle school party?
It's funny. It is crazy. Well, you got 3, so you would know better than me. But boy, was less attention paid as for the further you went down the totem pole.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. But that creates animosity with other children.
Oh,
so
God.
you do your best to pretend like you still care as much as you once did.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
that's the key.
Yeah. But anyways, I didn't get to see much of the first half. I did watch the majority of the second half. And, God, I could not believe the way that Jaden Daniels was getting pressured. Green Bay was just coming after him. And maybe they got onto something, and maybe that's the key to playing Jaden Daniels. You just got to bring heat on every single play because I think that Washington's a good football team. Washington's one of those teams, though, they had a really special year last year, like really special. And sometimes those can be hard to replicate.
A little bit maybe like the Texans did, and a
maybe,
little bit different year 2 than year 1. All right, we'll take a quick break. We're at the Old Town Tavern on a Bud Light Football Friday. We'd love to see you if you want to come out here. We have tickets for the Broncos and the Bengals to give away and all sorts of great drink specials and food here at Old Town Tavern. 10 million TVs, so whatever you're interested in, that's fine. 5:30.
Or you can just come stare at our faces if that's what you're into.
You could do that. Well, that's a little bit more creepy, but
I'm kind of into it.
Whatever you need. Romi Bean will join us next to let us know about CU in Houston. We have self-admitted know nothing about this game and what's about to happen in just a couple of hours. We'll get Romi Bean on with us next. Hey, what's going on? It is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of ED, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got you set up And their location in Castle Rock, spectacular. Refurbished, looks like it's brand new. Excellent, excellent, excellent. 4 other locations up and down I-25 as well. And so if you're dealing with these issues and you want to just get back into the game, I can't emphasize enough, you should call and check out the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Treatment with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Are you kidding me? They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. That initial visit's only $99. Get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. But I got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Check it out, especially down there in Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
What'd you learn from sitting behind Shedeur? What'd you learn from him?
Everything. Just like, what it takes to prepare at the highest level. Seeing how he managed things at practice, the way he handled the receivers. You know, if someone busted a route, or he was on everything. And he was the most prepared person out there on the field, and it showed. And so obviously I got to sit behind that, and I got to try to replicate that as much as I can.
Joining us live from Houston, Texas, Channel 4's own Romi Bean, the pride of Cherry Creek High School and Channel 4. As Proud Creekers here with Tyler Polumbus. Romi, how's Houston? What's going on there in Houston?
My question for all the humidity baddies in there is just how does one survive in this weather? I don't understand how girls are on TV in this weather, like with hair and makeup. So I applaud all of them, and it's just not pretty. It's not. It's terrifying.
Yeah, there's a reason why the real estate's so cheap, because nobody can live in the weather.
Yeah. Definitely can't look presentable in it.
Let me ask some dumb questions. Where does Houston even play their games? Is it an inside place? Is it an outside place?
It's outside.
What's their facility like?
Not only is it outside, it's on turf.
When I was in the East-West Shrine Bowl game, we played that game at the University of Houston. We practiced at the Texans facilities, but we played the game at the University of Houston.
Yeah, it's. I was hoping that maybe they played at Energy Stadium. It's crazy that kickoff here is 6:30 Houston time, 5:30 Denver time, and it's still going to feel like 100 degrees on that field. It's wild.
Oh, I bet. Hey, you got to have Ryan Staub on the show, right? How did that go?
Yeah, guys, I was just, this is a guy that you can't not root for him. He's gone about things the right way. Like, I always think, Tyler, like, it's cliche, stay ready, stay ready. Everybody says that, and I asked him, how do you actually stay ready when you sit behind Shedeur for 2 years, then they bring in two new quarterbacks, and then you get your opportunity, and he was actually ready. And I think that's what stood out to me the most is so many guys say that, but to sit there and prepare and prepare and prepare, and realistically, there was a chance he was never going to have his moment. That really stood out, and it just makes you want to root for him and hope he has success because he's gone about it the right way. He's such a likable kid, and you can tell that his teammates love him. I think that's what really stood out to me, guys, when he played against Delaware was how everyone rallied around him. If I looked at my binoculars on the bench, and everybody's just like hooting and hollering, and the haters on the internet are like, well, that's what always happens when Rudy comes in. But okay, either way, they love him, and you can tell they play for him.
Romi, how committed do you think they're going to be to Staub?
I think this is a week-to-week thing. I think that by no way is it written in stone that Staub's the guy. I think if he goes out, it's going to get really interesting, though, if he goes out and he has a fantastic performance this week and then and they win their conference opener, then how do you go back to Caden or Juju? Well, it's pretty clear Juju's, not ready by any means.
Okay.
But what happens with him and Caden, and obviously there's all the NIL money and everything with Salter and with Juju. I think with Juju, you're always wondering, is he going to transfer if he doesn't play? I think this could get really interesting and fascinating depending on how this week goes.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you that Juju doesn't look ready at all. But I do wonder, if Ryan Staub does struggle, do you just go to Juju anyways? Because, there's not a future with Caden, and you feel bad because the young man transferred here. But who do you think they would turn to if Ryan does struggle?
Yeah, I think that's interesting because as soon as you pull out the starter in Caden, he's always looking over his shoulder now. And to me, it kind of seemed like through the first two games, I don't think Caden felt all that comfortable reading defenses. That's my read on it. And so I think that coupled with he's not entirely comfortable in the offense. It's clear that Ryan's just the most comfortable in Pat Shurmur's offense because he sat behind Shedeur. And I think maybe my favorite part is he learned from Shedeur when to say, nah, I'm just going to throw the long ball and not throw the bubble screen, which I think we all enjoyed. But it becomes interesting. And with I think with Juju, I guess you could throw him out there again, but you saw him, and I even asked my photog who was down on the field. My read from the press box was, the game seemed a little big for him. And from the field view, Dave said, he just looked lost out there. That was his take from down there watching those defenses come at him. So I think with Juju, you want to still keep giving him time so he can get ready. But what does that process look like, especially with a kid like that who we know it was a whole big deal to get him here? Is he going to be patient? Is he going to leave? I think all that's up in the air.
I'm wondering how patient they're going to be with Staub, Romi, and Tyler, even during the game itself. You know, like, I mean, Prime said when he was going to go with the guy, that was going to be the guy. So he gave me the impression, Romi, that guys weren't going to rotate around. I'm just asking. I'm throwing it out there. 3 bad series, maybe an interception, and just nothing's going.
Why are you putting that juju on him?
Well,
why are you putting that in the ether?
I'm just curious how committed they are. That's all. That's all I'm going.
Right.
You know, like, is there going to be?
Why don't you just say the kid sucks?
I hope he doesn't suck. I hope he's fantastic. But I'm just curious where this is going to go, Romi.
I mean, it's one of those things. It sets a bad precedent if you're just pulling guys out, right? After a couple bad series, because are you going to – then no guy has confidence. Then they're always looking over their shoulder. Then they're always overthinking it. I think what's going to be interesting for me is last week it was like Staub didn't have anything to lose. So if he's going today and he's the starter, does he play different? Is he more hesitant? I mean, he was just slinging it. He was having fun out there because he was the third string or whatever. He was told he was going to get 2 series. So what does this look like now? Does his mentality change? Is he consistent still like that with the starter? I think that's going to tell us a lot if he's ready to kind of handle this or not. But I think it's a bad precedent to pull a guy out, you know, and then throw another one in, and then none of these guys are going to have confidence about making a single mistake.
I've got a very DMac assignment for you.
Oh.
This is straight out of DMac's world.
Must be brilliant.
Yeah. You know what would be funny, Romi, to do on TV? Go get a shot of each one of those dudes' cars and just see what Ryan Staub is driving.
That is funny.
That
is funny.
Go get a shot of Juju Lewis's Lamborghini or whatever, and Caden Salter's Raptor, you know, and then Ryan Staub's driving the Honda Pilot or whatever.
That is a riot.
I'm definitely going to look for that. I think that'd be that will be my assignment next week. I'm going to walk through that parking garage. We're going to find it. That feels appropriate.
Yeah, let me ask a dumb question. Does Ryan Staub have any NIL money?
I doubt it.
I doubt it. I mean, he came here. He didn't even, you know, I was talking to Mike Sanford, your colleague, yesterday about him since he recruited him, and he was saying he didn't even, like, have any other recruiting offers. You know, he's not a big guy. Like, you know, I assume his social media following is probably a lot smaller than these other cats. I don't think he has an NIL deal as far as I know, but hopefully he gets one out of this.
Romi, are you going from Houston up to Indy?
No, I'm not. Rod will be covering that in Indy. I'll be at the station.
All right. Well, we know you're the hardest working.
I heard you guys talking about reunions with Schefter yesterday. See, I listened to the show. I got my 20th on Saturday, so stay in town for it.
Wait a second. Aren't you guys in the same?
She's younger.
Yeah, she's a little younger. Okay, all right.
Where's your more than I need to be aged?
What facility does Cherry Creek High School use for their reunions? Where is this going to be at?
You know what? I'm not totally sure. It's somewhere in Rhino.
Somewhere in Rhino. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just okay.
I didn't go to mine, so I don't know.
Okay. Hey, Romi, I went to my 20th. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was awesome, and you're going to fare very well. You're going to fare very well at your 20th high school reunion, Romi. It was interesting, the collection of people, and how everybody has fared over the past 20 years. Some look great, and others are, not as great. But you'll walk in like a shining star, no doubt about it. I think that's awesome.
Oh, Romi will be the superstar.
I agree. All right, who else is in your class, Romi? Who else is kind of would we know anybody from your at your 20th reunion out of Creek?
I don't know. There was, I was talking with some of the girls, and they told me about one of those girls who's like kind of a famous actress now, and I'm already forgetting her name because she changed her name. And so I was like, oh, I didn't even know that. I don't know who else is in my class.
So Romi is possibly the number one star from her high school class?
She is on TV every day.
I gotcha. That's pretty cool if that's the case.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's much worse people doing much better things than
All right, Romi.
in Houston on a Friday.
I mean, is there going to be a Palms team reunion? Are you bringing the Palms? Are you guys going to do a little dance or anything?
Man, you know what? Not sure my body can still do that, but we'll think about it.
Yeah, I don't believe you, but okay.
All right, Romi, you're the best. Enjoy Muggy Houston. And, game gets going here in a couple hours. You got to get on over there. So we'll look for you on Channel 4 for all that. Thank you, Romi.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Romi Bean, the absolute best. 20th reunion. Skipped yours, huh?
Skipped it. Yeah.
You'd have fared well.
I would have fared well? What does that mean?
Oh, come on.
I got to think about the timeline there. 3 years.
You walk in the door, you got a Super Bowl ring. I mean, I think you're going to do all right. I think it's going to be like, hey.
I wasn't a free agent then, though.
That's a different guy. Listen, I saw some.
I was under contract.
I saw some at my 20th reunion, some free agent ladies who were trying hard to get on another team.
Yeah.
I appreciated the effort. I was like, that's good. Good for you. Trying again. It's going to be better the second time around, I can tell. And I saw others that were just like, I guess it's over.
I'm probably in terms of famous people to come out of Cherry Creek High School, I'm probably number 23.
Oh, I'm definitely not going to argue you with that. It's all about your class, though.
Yeah.
So it's...
Oh, I'd definitely be number one in the class. I mean, let's keep it real.
That's where I was going. Yeah. Who else you got in your class? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, God, I don't know. You know what? We've got one dude that he does music on movies and stuff. He's a composer, and he is a badass, but... who knows the people behind? Who really reads the credits?
Dude, Super Bowl ring tops that. Please give me a break. So, but you skipped that. Oh, I would have taken advantage of that one. Oh, good for Romi.
It seemed overwhelming. It just seemed like that's going to be a lot of chit chat. That's going to be a lot of chatter and a lot of small talk. Here's the problem, and I don't mean this all right, this is going to sound bad. I got it. Whatever, fine. I'll just say it. I don't care.
All right.
But here's the problem. I went to a big high school, okay?
True.
So 4,000 kids in my high school.
True.
1,000 kids in my graduating class.
Right.
I do still live in Denver. I do still live about 20 minutes from where I grew up. Right. So everywhere I go, anybody I went to high school, they all know who I am. Everybody knows who I am. And I'm just trying my best, with a blank stare, yep. Oh, we went to Miss English. We had our English class together. Right. I knew that. So when I was thinking about the high school reunion, I'm like, I'm not going to know who anybody is. Everybody's going to know who I am.
Well, the worst would be, for sure, we played together.
Oh yeah, I've had many of those.
That would be the worst.
Our guy Johnny over at the Fan.
I know.
You want to tell that story?
No, I mean, if I
he was furious at me.
I know.
Legit furious. I had no clue we were teammates. Do you understand how many teammates I've had in my life?
I get it.
Coming and going. I mean, we're talking about thousands and thousands of teammates I've had.
Yeah, but you got to realize for the past 20 years, they've told everybody I played with you. Right? That's their story.
I know.
And you're just like...
Somebody asked me to name the starting 5 on the offensive line the other day.
You can't do that?
I can't.
All right. That's great. There's only 4 other guys.
Okay, I also hit my head against a wall for a living.
Well, that's a fair point, too. I
got the memory of a goldfish.
We will go through big NFL games coming up here in just a little bit. In terms of the Buffs, and we're at the Old Town Tavern in Arvada. Somebody on the text line was like, which Old Town Tavern are you at? I'm like, how many Old Town Taverns are there? But we are on Ralston Boulevard Streets and in Arvada, we're right here. So if you want to come see us, that'd be great. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Yes, that is incredibly important. What does CU have on the line here, Tyler? What's at stake here for the Buffs?
Well, I think CU's got a lot at stake, and it really just comes down to finding a quarterback, right? I mean, if you don't have a quarterback, you got no chance of the season. If you're bouncing back and forth between QBs, you're probably not even gonna be a bowl team. That's just the reality, right? So you got to solidify that. Although Dion does not like having a solidified quarterback, apparently.
Well, that's
we
right.
found that out.
Who has a solidified quarterback?
Who's got a solidified quarterback?
Nobody has a solidified
Nobody's got
quarterback.
that. Nobody's ever had a solidified
that's
quarterback.
ridiculous talk.
Yeah. If you don't figure that out, you're going to have problems all year long. So for me, it's not so much about the outcome of the game. Even if they lost the game, if Ryan Staub looked good, I'd feel great. I would. Because I'm really worried. I'm really worried about Juju Lewis's future. And maybe that's unfair. Maybe he's locked in. Maybe he's got zero complaints. Maybe he's fine with developing. I've got no clue. I'm just reading the temperature of college football right now. It's so easy to transfer. There's always another bag somewhere else. And if you don't keep the kid happy, well, so my concern is, are we going to lose him? And if you are going to lose him, you better hope that Ryan Staub's going to be the guy, because he can be the guy for 2 more seasons.
He can.
If he's good enough.
He's a red.
And then it's no big deal if you lose Juju.
He's a redshirt sophomore.
Yeah.
So, and it feels like it's weird because he started 2 years ago against Utah, but I guess you still.
He did?
Yeah, that's when. You remember when Shadur got hurt? You
That
don't
was
remember
Ryan
that?
started in that game?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Remember that one?
I do remember it
at
now.
the end of that year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So,
do.
and he played pretty well, actually, if you remember that game. And that was the game before. CU was terrible. And remember, Prime was like ripping them. Was it like Washington State? I think it was Washington State, and they just got absolutely slaughtered. And Shadur got hurt, and Prime kind of killed everybody. And then, hey, they fought hard against a good Utah team. They lost, but Staub actually played really well. And Prime was like, hey, I'm proud of you guys and all that. And that's when we were all, or at least I was, or some of us were watching the Prime on Prime when he was having the documentary and they were following, and you could sort of see how that was all going. So, yeah, Staub's been around for a minute, man.
Yep.
I wish for the best. Hopefully the Bucs can pull it out. They have 2 home games after this. Wyoming, which will be tough. I'm sure that'll be a tough game. Home game.
I mean, okay, fine. I do respect them, but you better win.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. You got to beat Wyoming, and then they got BYU after that, which
yeah,
I don't know. Who knows with BYU, right? I mean, everybody's 30 years old.
BYU's always good.
Yeah, because they're always coming back from remission at 30 years old.
So I've always said that. I don't understand why BYU isn't like a top 5 team every single year. Because can you just think about the maturation of your body? Even if you weren't touching a weight,
it's crazy.
Just think about the maturation of your body from the time you're 17 to 25.
It's crazy, and maybe it just goes to show that's the only thing that sort of keeps them rolling there. But yeah, we'll dig into that in a couple of weeks, and we'll look at the average age of the starters on the BYU team. And see what we got there. But that's another home game, and that's a night game. So we go night. It's it's a lot of late nights here, but that's what you get when you play on TV. And CU still is a national TV team as tonight's on ESPN. So we look forward to all of that. Hey, a reminder: high school football on Altitude Sports Radio continues tonight. Connor Cape and Mike Sanford. That's just weird. All the action, number 5, Legend, and number 11, Arvada West. Here we are. Well, we're in Arvada. On 92.5 with a 6:30 p.m. kickoff. High school football is powered by Sport Clips, pros in men's hair. A look at the NFL, the best matchups of the week coming up next.
Hey, what's going on, guys, gals? Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you've got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up your phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. Take care of yourself. Treat yourself right. Guys, the experience is going to be fantastic. You'll be in a calm, relaxed environment. You'll have the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best in the industry at what they do. And they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
We are at the Old Town Tavern in Arvada. And great spot. Awesome spot. Thank you to Bud Light. Bud Light is awesome. And let me see. It's Bud Light Football Friday. Just want to make sure I get everything together here. Hey, a reminder at halftime of tonight's Legend Arvada West game, tune in on 92.5. It's on 92.5. Tune in as we honor the Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado athletes. All right, a peek at this week's NFL games, Tyler, in terms of stuff that has your attention. First of all, what did you think of the game yesterday? What was your thoughts about yesterday?
Well, I expected the Packers to win the game because I just got this gut feeling that it's going to be tough for the Commanders to repeat what a special year it was last year. I think they're going to be good, don't get me wrong, but I think the Packers have got the ability to be a Super Bowl contender. So I wasn't overly shocked by the outcome. I guess I'll put it that way.
All right, let's start with the Eagles at the Chiefs. Do the Chiefs fall to 0-2 for, gosh, check my math here, Dan, but first time ever? Would it be for Mahomes and Reed to be 0-2? I don't recall them being 0-2, that's for sure.
It's got to be, right?
Right?
I wonder how many times Mahomes has ever even lost the opening game. This is a pick'em game also. This has got. I don't know. I don't know what the actual line is, but it's got to be similar to ours, like 1.5, 2 points, something like that. And I would imagine the Eagles are favored in it. I do think the Eagles will win this game, and we're going to be looking at an 0-2 Chiefs team, which is going to be weird.
Philadelphia is favored by 1.5.
Okay.
At Kansas City. How about that?
Yeah.
So Kansas City, a home dog in week 2. What would that do for the Broncos, you think, if Kansas City is 0-2 to start
You know what?
season?
I'd almost rather see Kansas City kind of sleepwalk through the beginning of the year but winning games than have a rude awakening early on, because I'd rather them just kind of sleepwalk, think they're okay, and then we can catch them at the tail end. I don't want this team getting motivated because they're getting embarrassed early on in the season.
Well, the Broncos don't see the Chiefs for quite a while, so we'll see. But a team they will see earlier is the Chargers. In fact, it's the game against Indy, and then they're on the road again, and that is against the Los Angeles Chargers. Chargers at the Raiders. It's the back end of a doubleheader.
Monday night, right?
So it's the final game of the weekend on Monday night, and the Chargers right now are a 3.5-point favorite. Again, Raiders a home dog. So that's that matchup, Tyler.
Well, not that I'm ever rooting for the Raiders, because that's the wrong way to put it, but I'm pulling for the Raiders to win this game because we want everybody to kind of beat everybody in this division, right?
Yeah.
It'd be great if the Raiders could beat the Chiefs once. Chargers already handled their business. It'd be great if the Raiders could beat the Chargers once. Just keep this thing as neutral as we could possibly get it as the Broncos kind of find their feet and get the season going, although I think the Chargers will win the game.
Detroit is hosting Chicago. Named games of note here. So Detroit is favored by 6.5. I think Detroit probably gets straight on this one. Tough luck for the Bears to start 0-2.
Yeah, although I all of a sudden got a lot of curiosity about the Bears. I got a lot of curiosity. I think the Lions win as well. Caleb Williams looked pretty good. And I'm just fascinated to see, can Ben Johnson turn the number one pick into a number one looking player?
Well, how big of a game is it for those reasons? I mean, Dan Campbell got a little – I thought it was a lousy question the way the guy asked it. But essentially, you know, the reporter's asking –
hey, can you play football without your old offensive coordinator?
Yeah, basically. I mean, that's more or less what he was saying.
Yeah.
So here we go. We get that matchup.
Yeah. I think it's an intriguing game.
All right, and then, a couple more here. Bills at the Jets. Bills coming off maybe one of their best come-from-behind home wins.
Heavy favorites, right?
Yeah, I'm looking it up here. They are 6.5-point favorites. Again, that's on the road, though. That is in New York.
Okay. Good luck to the Jets. At some point, the wheels will fall off for Justin Fields like they always do. He had a great performance in Week 1 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, although they lost the game. He'll probably get smoked this week.
All right, and in the road to Shadur, the Browns are the biggest dog of the week as they travel to Baltimore. Baltimore coming off, obviously, a really tough loss to the Bills. They're favored by 11.5 points. Are we I'm not trying to root against Joe Flacco or anything, but I want Shadur to play. I do. I want to see Shadur play football in the NFL.
Have you seen the bulletin board material the Browns are putting out there in this game?
They're pretty cocky, aren't they?
God, Jerry Jeudy's being an idiot. He was asked, what challenges does their secondary present for you? None. Zero.
No big deal.
None whatsoever.
Zero.
And then, gosh, I forget who was on defense, but somebody on their defense was asked about tackling Derrick Henry.
Not a big deal.
No, he's not hard to take down.
He's whatever.
Derrick Henry, piece of cake. He's just another player. That's all he is.
Yeah.
Have you seen the latest Shadur drama?
I have not. I love it. What do we got?
Oh yeah, so it's coming from our same dude, that Cleveland radio host,
Tony Rossi.
Yeah, I didn't remember his name, but I remember his face, and he's obsessed with Shadur Sanders.
In a negative way.
No, in a positive way.
How so?
Okay, maybe we're not talking about the same guy.
Okay.
The guy I'm talking about is the dude that's like the huge. He was on the same show with that guy, and he got in a fight with him. Pro Shadur.
All right, the Tony Rossi guy is anti-Shadur.
Okay, so we're talking about different people. But apparently, Shadur Sanders is getting 0 practice reps. When I say 0, I mean he's not getting the scout team reps because Bailey Zappi is getting the scout team reps.
Oh, okay.
So you've got Shadur Sanders as
doing
your number
nothing.
3 quarterback on the team, literally not participating in practice, according to this dude.
Wow. Well, isn't that about right, though? I mean, Bailey Zappi, all he's doing is studying the other team to prepare the defense. Would you want Shadur doing that?
Yeah, I would.
That would be better than doing nothing?
At least you're playing football. At least you're making reads. At least you're dropping back. You're getting underneath center. You're getting some reps underneath your
So
feet.
is that an insult to Shadur that –
I actually don't think – I mean, to your point, I don't think it's that unusual of a setup. I mean, you've got a practice squad guy for a reason. They usually do handle the scout team.
Right.
So I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying if I'm Cleveland, I'm not going about it the typical way. I want Shadur getting whatever reps he can get wherever.
just something is better than nothing?
Yeah.
All right, well, how many reps does the back – I mean, that would be Dylan Gabriel, I suppose. Like, how many reps would he typically get during the week?
About 2 to 3 per period. You've usually got 4, maybe 5 team periods. So he's looking at about 10 to 12 reps per practice.
So is it unusual for a third-string guy to do absolutely positively nothing?
Nope.
No, right? I mean, that's not that unusual.
No. I'm not trying to make the story sound unusual. I'm just
Okay.
saying it's a storyline that's coming out.
Well, this is where for years I've said I don't know how you get better by osmosis. Either you got to play or not play. And do I think it's kind of silly the way it's set up? Like, yeah, is the answer. I just have no idea how you develop as a young quarterback, Tyler, without actually playing football. I don't get it. And yet this does happen in the NFL, like, week 6, week 7, whatever. The guy gets in, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, come on now. Go.
Yep.
I'm like, how is this fair for anybody? Period. So if Shadur does get a chance, I see what you're saying too. If he eventually gets a chance, it's going to come with what kind of...
He won't have done anything for 8 weeks.
Right?
Yeah.
So how fair is that? The fact that they got Bailey Zappi, I see what you're saying too. I mean, something's got to be better than nothing.
Well, I don't know why they even got Bailey Zappi. Just let Shadur Sanders run the scout team.
Is that too much of an insult, though? I mean, I don't know how sensitive things are.
No,
out
that's
there.
definitely not an insult. I mean, there's plenty of guys on the 53-man roster that have to participate in scout team.
Are you surprised that he's not the backup? That Dylan Gabriel beat him out
No,
for that?
of course not.
You're not surprised by that?
He was drafted after him.
I agree. Nothing about what's happening is surprising to me at all. I mean, zero.
No.
Which is why it never made sense in the first place. Do you think he'll get on the field for the Browns this year?
I don't know, man.
Right?
Joe Flacco looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, because Joe's smart. Joe's not going to take – listen, anybody can get hurt in the NFL. I get it. Anything can happen, right? But Joe's going to limit his exposure. Joe's going to know when plays are not working and when they are. Joe's not going to scramble around stupidly. Shoot, he's an old guy. Anything can happen. But And I don't think they're going to be that successful. I think they're going to torpedo the season. But even if all that happens, it's going to be Dylan Gabriel stepping up, not Shedeur. And then we go from there, I suppose.
Well, at least they're not afraid of the Ravens.
They got that going for them. In terms of the Broncos, we'll go over the stat lines, what we can expect out of the Broncos as they take on the Colts. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. From Old Town Tavern, PhD on 92.5. Yeah, great location to watch a game, no doubt about it. Old Town Tavern in Arvada, Ralston Road. So we'd love to come by, say hi on this Bud Light Football Friday. Tyler's got a mean-looking, looks like a grilled chicken or maybe, I don't know, some sort of salad thing
Little
going on
buffalo
there.
chicken salad.
Buffalo chicken salad looks awesome. Cole, our guy, just ordered up a flat-out, give me the full pizza. I'm just going to fold this up like a sandwich. As Cole's going to do this, he's going out to the high school football game later on. Like, Cole's working man today. Weighs like 110 pounds.
Does it count as a salad if you order the fattest salad possible?
Hey, sure. There's lettuce in there.
Okay.
It's got to be good.
Yeah.
I don't buy all those, those calorie things when, there's lettuce. How bad could it be?
She offered me grilled chicken or fried chicken.
Oh, hell no. There's lettuce there. It's less calories in the fried chicken.
Exactly.
Any moron knows that. All right, we're going to have on Matt Taylor. He's the radio voice of the Colts. They are dealing with some injury issues as Ward and Jones, Javarius Ward is their starting corner. Oh, he's with us right now. All right, well, we'll ask him about it. Matt, we're reading about Ward and Jones, and you got to tell us about Latu. Where do things sit there for the Colts in terms of the injury front?
Yeah, well, you're going to be without Charvarius Ward and Jalen Jones for Sunday's game, so next man up certainly in the secondary, and kind of thin at that position in terms of just overall experience. Once you get behind Jones and Ward, Mekhi Blackman is a guy they traded for. They gave up a 6th-round pick to the Minnesota Vikings right at the end of the preseason to bring him in. So you would think he's probably in line to start, or at the very least see a lot of time within that secondary. They have another undrafted rookie free agent on the active roster at cornerback, a young man by the name of Jonathan Edwards, who has a little bit of a local flair here in Indiana. Played a couple of years at Indiana State and then hit the transfer portal and finished up at Tulane. But he's a rookie. He's never started. Blackman's only started 3 games in his career, none since 2023. So kind of a big component in this game for the Colts in the secondary. That's a big part of how they want to operate, how they want to play under Lou Anarumo. They want to be game-specific. They want to disguise as much as they can. I think it's probably fair to say that you can do that maybe a little bit easier with Charvarius Ward and his resume versus a guy that, again, is potentially making his first start in a couple years in Mekhi Blackman. But that's what they're going to try to do. They had a lot of success in doing that last week against Tua Tagovailoa. And then, Bo Nix is a guy that's still in his second year, fresh into his second year. That's what they're going to try and do. That's the aim. But obviously way easier said than done when you're without one of your premium playmakers at the cornerback spot.
All right, let's cut straight to the chase here. Are the Colts actually a good football team, or are the Dolphins just that bad?
Yeah, as of right now, I think you got to say the Colts are much better than some anticipated. And, I'm around it every day, right? I cover the team, and I see it, up close and in person. Sunday was just a refreshing action for the Colts because it was just a manifestation of the potential that we thought this team could be all off season, right? You got the core of the team coming back. And listen, this is a playoff team, or a team, I should say, that's missed the playoffs 4 years in a row. And within those 4 years, they've won at least 8 games in 3 of them. So they're kind of right there in purgatory, waiting to bang the door down, if you will. And again, not taking anything away from last year's team, but had they had a little bit of a better defense and they had a little bit more consistency at quarterback, that was probably a playoff team. Well, what did we see on Sunday? We saw really consistent quarterback play. I would say, way above average from Daniel Jones. And then we saw just a completely revamped defensive scheme under Lou Anarumo coming over from the Cincinnati Bengals. So it was really fun to watch them dominate. The Colts last year didn't dominate very often. They played 13 games that were decided by 1 score. So to see them go out there and win by 25 points and have the feel of the game feel even worse than that was really refreshing. And it was just good to see them get off to a good start, which has been a problem for this franchise for over a decade now.
Matt Taylor's the radio voice of the Colts. Hey, Matt, we can be honest. Jonathan Taylor, dude, you can't throw the ball away before you go in the end zone. We get it. You probably beat the Broncos if he doesn't do that, right? We all agree on that, correct?
Well, going back to that game last year, I mean, I do agree with you in that sense. I mean, the Colts are up 13-7, about 12 minutes to go in the second quarter, and Taylor rips off whatever it was, a 35, 40-yard run to the end zone, lets loose of the ball, and the game from a Colts perspective just got completely sideways after that. I mean, from a box score standpoint, you look at what Denver did or didn't do. Bo had 3 interceptions. They had barely over 200 yards of offense,
right,
and they won the game by 18 points. Like that's hard to do.
Right.
So, you can't take anything away from the Broncos game. Had a lot of, playoff implications about it. I mean, that game essentially sunk the Colts' hopes to make the postseason. But, I think if you objectively ask anybody that was at that game, it was probably more, you classify it more as a Colts loss more than a Denver win, right? They still made plays to win the game. You know what I mean? But you had the Marvin Mims, 2 big punt returns. So I think, the core of the Colts that, been around for a while, that were certainly part of that game, they remember that game. I don't think they stew on it too much going into this game Sunday, but I think it's still kind of fresh because it was at the end of last year, and they knew how much, that game meant to their playoff hopes. And to not get it, guys were a little bit pissed off and, a little bit surly after that. So it's going to be a big game. I mean, it really is. It's even though it's a week 2 game, these are 2 teams that have playoff aspirations. These are 2 teams that, could very realistically be in the thick of it in terms of a wild card position. So, even though it's an early game, once we get into week 15, 16, 17, we start mapping out playoff scenarios. The winner of this game could be in a much better position because of the head-to-head tiebreaker.
Matt, it's the last couple of years in the NFL has sort of been redemption season for young quarterbacks that were given up on by previous teams, go somewhere else and rebound, and all of a sudden they're franchise guys again. Is that the direction you think Daniel Jones is going to head in?
Yeah, I mean, that's what the Colts, when they announced back in March that they were going to have this quarterback competition, bring somebody in to push Anthony Richardson, and, to give them, again, more consistency at the quarterback position. They didn't care who it was. They didn't care if it was Anthony Richardson coming close to reaching his potential as a top 5 pick and proving that he could stay on the field and stay healthy. And they didn't care if it was Daniel Jones becoming this year's version of Geno Smith or Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield, right? Career resurgence with a different team in a different setting in a different city. So, Daniel Jones won the job. And, again, it's one game, but so far so good. The Colts were completely validated through 60 minutes so far of the season to make that decision to go with Daniel Jones because as of right now, between the two at their respective stages of their career, Jones is just further ahead of pre-snap recognition, interpreting a defense, getting the ball out on time, and just higher completion percentage, working the ball in the middle of the field, staying on schedule with higher completion percentage throws. But I was also impressed last week with his ability to push the ball outside the numbers and vertically down the field, which every offense is trying to do to kind of widen out the defense, and that's going to help the running game with Jonathan Taylor. So it was a really encouraging sign for Daniel Jones last week. I mean, it's not hyperbole that his Colts debut was one of the best games of his career, which now spans 70 starts. And so if they can get close to that performance from Daniel Jones the rest of the season, the Colts could be in a good spot to at least contend for a playoff position.
Yeah, we were reminded watching Daniel Jones kind of run around of Bo Nix, frankly, Matt, because that's what Bo Nix looks like. It's not like we're not calling runs for him, but he's not afraid to run, and it's going to help you. It's going to bail you out every now and then, and he has the athletic ability to do so. I think Jones and Bo Nix actually have that in common, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right to bring that up, and I think that's at least part of the reason why the Colts brought in Daniel Jones when they made that choice in free agency, to have him come in and compete with Anthony Richardson, because, aesthetically, they don't have to change the offense too much because they share a similar skill set. Now, is Daniel Jones as athletic as Anthony Richardson? No. I mean, no one is. I mean, right? I mean, he's literally, based on combine measurements and things like that, he is the most athletic quarterback in the history of the NFL. But Daniel Jones is not like the quarterbacks in the last couple of years for the Colts when they've had to shift and pivot game plans and go to Gardner Minshew and Joe Flacco and Matt Ryan and Nick Foles, right? He's got some athleticism about him. So, and I think that's important for the rest of the skill players around the quarterback to not have to completely, change and revamp, the style in which they're going to try and move the ball down the field. And don't forget, Daniel Jones for his career is averaging over 5.5 yards per carry, and he's got the 6th most rushing yards among quarterbacks since he broke into the league in 2019. So, are they going to call like 5 or 6 design runs for Jones? I don't know, probably not. But he can get out of the pocket and he can keep you on schedule by making a play with his feet when things kind of break down.
All right, great stuff, Matt. This is our Colts guy. Is this a guy that we're putting our arms around, or is this kind of okay, this is our Colts guy? Where is he in the Colts vision of things?
Well, are you talking about as it relates to Daniel Jones?
No, this is the guy that sings "This Is Our Colts" theme. I'm just curious where he sits in the culture of fans. Like, is he a cool guy or sort of a guy that you guys all sort of just look at and like, okay, whatever?
Well, I think I know what you're talking about. His name escapes me. I apologize as of right now.
No, you don't have to apologize.
He was the Colts fan of the year. Each team last year, every year I should say, every team, it gets the fan of the year award that they bestow to a super fan within the fan base, and that young man last year was that guy and a great representation for the Colts. So yeah, he's a social media maven superstar with his jingles and his anthems every week supporting the Colts. So yeah, very much, I would say just huge part of what the Colts are trying to do and embracing everybody on social media.
All right, very cool.
Sounds great.
All right, hey, thanks, Matt. Have a great call, and we appreciate you being on with us. Thank you very much, Matt.
All right, guys, be well.
Okay.
All right. I think you might have some stuff going on. So I was just saying with the fan, I actually think it's cool what he's doing.
Very cool.
Yeah. If you got me.
I gotcha. I want to hear the song.
Yeah, let's hear the
song.
song.
Got the song, Dan?
This is our Colts. This is our team. We bleed blue. This is our Colts. Whether win or lose, we love them. For the shoe, beat the Broncos. Kick them off their high horse. This is our team.
Kick off the high horse.
Go Colts.
Okay. Was there any other Broncos stuff, or was that it, Dan? Was that the only? That's the only Broncos reference.
He's been doing a song of the week for a couple of years now.
They're going to kick us off our high horse.
That's the full song.
That's it.
That's it.
That's all you got.
It. All right. Well, cool. Good for him. Better than I could do. I'll tell you that. Better than I could sing.
Hey, you're a musician.
I don't sing though. I can't sing worth crap, and I could never write lyrics that. Good for him. All right. Listen. When we come back, we'll go through the stats and what we got going on in terms of how this game is going to break out. Both Tyler and I are predicting that the Broncos will win this. How? Let's get through it coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your weekend. I know it's tempting to drive all over the state, trying to find the best deal, find the vehicle of your dreams. You don't have to worry about it when you go to Phil Long Ford because they've got the best inventory, the best prices, the best customer service. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. It's honestly as simple as that. Relationships matter to me. That's why I've been a customer since my rookie year, and I keep going back every time I need a new car. Phil Long Ford gets me taken care of. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford, and they've got the best price. Don't forget that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure to keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that I sent you on over, and feel free to shop at PhilLongFord.com.
Okay, just looking up some stuff here. How? We're going to go through some of the numbers and what we expect to have. Both Tyler and I, you got a score for the game, like in your head? Like
I said 21-14 at the beginning of the show. I think it's going to be low scoring. Broncos should be in control type of thing, but maybe Colts get a late score.
I'm looking at the Shot Mazda text line, and there's somebody who's ticked off and is adamant that the Broncos would have still won that game last year even if Taylor had scored. Gosh, I didn't think that was a controversial take at all, that the Broncos would have lost that game if Jonathan Taylor walked in the end zone.
You know, I don't remember all the details of the game. I just remember saying, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, you would have been down by 14 points, I think, or 13 at least.
I'll take your word for it. Your
13
memory's good with these games. I can't remember all the details of games like you.
I'm awful with that stuff, but, I mean, our guest, he knew it. I mean, he was unbelievable.
Well, when you're on the call, you remember these things.
No doubt.
Especially a game like that where you got something weird that happens.
No doubt. I don't know, man. Like, I just think that there are momentum things that help teams. Well, I'll ask you. You played the game. But I think there's just moments that turn games.
Don't you forget it.
Will you let me? And I'm going to guess that going down and getting a touchdown that should have been that's not is a big one. And Bo did throw 3 picks in that game too.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
And they did win by a lot. The Broncos kind of walked away with it. But that's another one where if things just go spiral downward for your team, like you can go from the highest mountain just into a pit quickly. And the final score doesn't always reflect exactly what was going on.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at. You know, talking about like going from the highest valley to the pits. But sometimes when you're in the pits, you don't really know how to handle success, and that's why I'm not really buying this Colts team just yet.
Okay.
Okay, they had a little bit of success, but you know how to handle success. When you've been in the pits, you're waiting for something bad to happen. You need affirmation. So, okay, Sean said that he's been thinking about taking the ball if he wins the coin toss.
Yeah.
This is a game that I would do it. You know,
Okay.
This is a game. Let's go remind them, hey, you guys have had a lot of bad things happening for a long time. Go put your foot on their throat, see if you can get out there, step on the gas pedal, and see how they respond to a little adversity, because they probably don't know how to do it. I'm not trying to belittle the Colts at all, because I do respect them. And anybody that's listened to me long enough knows that I respect Daniel Jones, but I'm not afraid of Daniel Jones.
40 carries for the Colts for 156 yards last week.
Right, that was the key. The balance of what they were doing was
29 passes, 22 of 29 for Daniel Jones for 262. Now, understand that it was 30-0 with like 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Like, the game was over. So you might get a little bit of that. Daniel Jones, 7 carries for 26 yards. All right, let me just go over this with you. The morning show was pretty funny because Vic is on the correction police with the Brett was trying to do more or less, and Vic was adamant that he used the term fewer rather than less.
More or fewer?
Yeah. So it was more or fewer.
More or fewer.
Yeah. And
I like that.
I respect what Brett was trying to do and submarine by Mr. Lombardi. It was all funny.
Fewer or more?
Bo Nix had 18 carries for 18 yards last week. Daniel Jones had
way too much. Did you say 18?
18 yards. 8 carries for 18 yards.
Oh, 8 carries for 18.
For 18 yards.
I'm like, good Lord, I don't remember 18 carries.
No, 8 for 18. And Daniel Jones had 7 for 26. Who has more rushing yards, Daniel Jones or Bo Nix?
Well, I'm going to say, oh, gosh, you know what? The Colts do have a good offensive line. Got to think that one through here for a second. I'm gonna still say Daniel Jones is going to have more because I'll take, even though the Colts have got a good offensive line and they've invested some high picks and some money into that group, I'll take our pass rushers over the Colts pass rushers to move Daniel Jones off the spot and get him out of the pocket. I think if you've got a plan for DeForest Buckner and the Colts defensive line, as long as you can handle him, you should be able to provide Bo protection, meaning he doesn't have to run that much.
Okay, so that might not be a bad thing, obviously. That could
It'd
possibly
be
be a really good thing.
I'm looking for Bo to run less. I want Bo to run the ball 4 to 5 times per game, pick up 2 to 3 first downs with your feet on third down. That's it. That's all I need from you.
Jonathan Taylor, 18 for 71 on the ground, and he had 3 catches for 27 yards. So all-purpose yards, 98. Jonathan Taylor, and I'll go with Vic, more or fewer than 100 yards combined?
Mostest.
The mostest? Yes.
Yeah.
Will he have more than 100 yards? Combined.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say he's gonna have more than 100 yards.
All right, so what do you think that will mean, that he'll have a day like that?
Well, hopefully it means something like 70-30, something, 70 yards on the ground, 30 in the air. He's not necessarily crushed you in either one of them, but he's just a damn good football player, and he's going to get his. So I couldn't respect Jonathan Taylor anymore. I would love to have Jonathan Taylor on my football team, and he'll probably find a way. I mean, 100 yards combined is not that much for an elite player.
I agree. I don't think that's that big of a deal. I wouldn't even be bothered if he has 100 rushing yards, depending on how they come. That's fine. Depends if you're really moving the ball, if you're scoring, that sort of thing. The Broncos did have 30 rushing attempts for 151 yards, but they got 50 of those on one play because of R.J. Harvey breaking off a big one. And frankly, Dobbins had 19 yards on one play for the touchdown. So 69 of those 151 were in 2 hugely impactful plays. Where do you think the Broncos go with running the ball in terms of total yardage this week? Will Sean Payton be committed to this thing or not?
Well, you would like to think the success that you had in the second half running the football would be like, hey, Sean, like we could do it. Like we could actually run the football. We just need a little bit of commitment to this thing. Just, actually call the plays and maybe we'll actually do it. I just don't have faith that that's what Sean's going to be. I think we're going to look at a season where almost every game it's going to be out of whack. Now, hopefully it's not totally out of whack. Hopefully we're not talking about 40 passes per game for Bo Nix. But I'll be surprised if we ever have a truly balanced offense, DMac.
Okay, so what are you expecting then?
Call it, in terms of yardage, is that what you mean?
Yeah. Give me a number for Harvey and Dobbins. And Bo, frankly.
I'm going to go R.J. Harvey has got 42 yards. And J.K. Dobbins, 63.
Okay, and Bo? Less. You said less.
Yeah, I hope in a perfect world he runs the ball 4 to 5 times per game.
Will the fact that they're beat
and I don't really care about the yardage with Bo. For me,
okay,
it's not about yardage. It's about the timing of it. It's is it a 3rd and 6 that you picked up with your feet? Is it a 3rd and 3? I don't care, right? It's just about the impact of when he chooses to do it.
Bo, in terms of turnovers.
God, I don't know, man. My faith isn't real high.
You got the Broncos winning this one, though.
I know. I'm kind of all over the place, aren't I? I can't have Bo Nix with turnovers and have the Broncos winning the game.
You cannot, especially 21-14.
Yeah.
Really?
I know, but then you ask the question, and I'm like, well, what did I see in training camp? Saw a lot of turnovers. Mm-hmm. We had like a week there where he had 3 or 4 turnovers every single practice. You know, what did we see in week 1? A lot of turnovers.
Yeah.
So it almost seems foolish of me to be like, yeah, we're not. All right, I'm going to call it one interception.
One pick.
He's gonna have something, but as long as he doesn't just have the wheels fall off like they did in week 1, you'll still handle your business.
Okay. Let's see.
You can overcome an interception. Like that's not a big deal. You can't overcome 3 to 4 of them.
Who has more catches and yards, Courtland Sutton or Tyler Warren?
Ooh. God, you'd like to think your number 1 wide receiver is going to have more than a tight end, right?
You would?
All right, I'm just going to go with it. I'm going to go with Courtland Sutton.
Okay.
Tyler Warren,
I could give you their numbers from last week. It's interesting.
I think I know Tyler Warren's off the top of my head.
Go for it.
I think it was 7 for 76.
Very
if I remember
good.
Correct.
Excellent.
And then he carried the ball 2 or 3 times.
He did have a couple carries, and he one carry for 3 yards, but he was also used as a fullback on the goal line as the lead blocker.
Okay.
So he was inside. He was outside as a receiver. He was in for blocking. They handed him the ball, but you're right, 7 for 76. Do you know?
I don't know Cortland's, no.
What do you think they were?
Not great.
6 for 61. But
Okay.
he had a touchdown in there, too.
Okay.
So that's not a crazy question, like who's a more effective receiver, Warren or Cortland?
Well, I guess at the end of the day, I got to stay consistent with my score prediction, and if the Broncos are going to be winning relatively easy, Cortland better win that battle.
How do you see the Broncos matching up with Tyler Warren as we get closer to this? What do you think will happen here?
I don't know. Has Tyler Warren done enough in 1 week that you're going to do something weird and bring Pat Surtain down in the box and match up one-on-one on him like we used to with Aqib Talib and Rob Gronkowski?
Woo! I wouldn't do that because
I probably wouldn't either.
I understand that these receivers aren't household names.
No, but they're good players.
Dude,
Alex Pierce
yeah.
is a good player. Michael Pittman's a good player.
Yes. Even Josh Downs.
But here's the problem. You got Justin Strnad in there, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have your starting linebacker in there. And Alex Singleton's banged up. Alex Singleton broke his thumb again.
How about that? Yeah, in a different spot.
In a different spot. Same thumb in a different spot.
Club it up.
I don't understand. Was it not clubbed up?
I think it was.
I just assumed he was playing with the club on it. How do you break your thumb in a different spot with the club on it?
I don't know. The guy probably just wants to have his thumb removed at this point.
Isn't that crazy?
I think it's insane. I didn't know it was possible.
I'm almost wondering if you didn't have a club on it last week, and I just didn't know.
God, I'd have to go back and look at it. It's a good question, man. I don't know. I kind of assume he did, but maybe he didn't.
My point is, when I bring that up, that you don't have Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton's banged up. Not that a thumb's a huge deal. It's not. I mean, you can play football with a broken thumb. It's not a big deal. But it does make me wonder if they'll try something creative just because do they trust Justin Strnad to get matched up on him one-on-one?
When you guys would play the Patriots, would you have Aqib just follow Gronk?
Not all game. Not like he was in there every down. But, yes, we would match him up on him here and there.
So, gosh, if I'm just not remembering it, fine. Has Surtain ever matched up with a tight end?
I don't know.
It doesn't hit me.
Nothing. Yeah, it's not hitting me either. I mean, we had a lengthy safety for a long time that could help you out with that. His name was Justin Simmons. Right?
Yes.
So he helped you out. He had good length. He had good strength to him. In theory, you could use a safety down there in the box as well. Talanoa Hufanga might fit into that role a little bit.
As a cover guy.
Well, I mean,
okay.
It's probably better than Justin Strnad.
I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if that's Hufanga's thing. Like if he's got, he doesn't hit
I
me.
think he's got good range.
Okay, all right. Hey, he's a hell of a tackler, and he gets to the ball. I know that.
Yeah.
I'm just not, aware.
I
of
mean,
that.
I understand what you're saying. When you think of him, you think of him more as a thumper. But I think he's got good range.
I'm just pointing out there's a couple teams this year, and I think Travis Kelce's just fine, but I don't think he's the same problem. I think the problems that you have will be this weekend against the Raiders. That's two guys with Bowers and with Warren who are just really, really unique. And so that's all I'm going for on that one. Other than that, I get it. Your linebackers have to take care of their business, so do the safeties to a degree.
Yep.
But if Talib did match up on Gronk back in the day.
Yeah, but even that wasn't something you do the whole game. It's just it's
but
specific,
occasionally,
yeah.
though,
Yeah.
and when it calls for it. I'm just pointing out what the Colts, and I get it, it's just 1 week. But, I mean, that was Tyler Warren from the jump, man, out of Penn State. We knew he was that guy that could do basically everything. And, man, there were no nerves or jitters or whatever from this dude at all. It was amazing.
Here's the challenge with Tyler Warren. He's big enough that he can block well enough that when he's on the field, gosh, you're probably pretty damn tempted to be in base personnel.
Okay.
And when you're in base personnel, now you're giving him the matchups that he wants in the passing game. So I don't know. You got to pick your poison with Tyler Warren, and I'd probably err on the side of going sub when he's on the field.
Okay, all right, but he will block. He's not afraid of blocking either.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, man, Man, he does. I can't. Again, Colson Loveland, sure. You loved him.
I did.
We liked him. This Tyler Warren dude he's just different.
It's a hell of a debut.
And he's bigger than Brock Bowers, too.
Oh, way bigger. Brock Bowers is tiny.
Right. And bigger, certainly, than Evan Engram, the Broncos joker, who, I don't know, we'll hear from Sean here relatively soon and get an update in terms of the injuries and who's not going. Dan, I don't know if you have anything on that yet, but we'll keep tabs. Not yet? Okay. So we'll keep tabs on it. We should be finding out here relatively shortly. I am really nervous about Evan Engram being healthy, kind of, period, Tyler. He just has suffered from all sorts of injuries throughout his career.
Well, you got 2-year free agents banged up. Dre Greenlaw hasn't played yet. Doesn't feel like he's going to play in this game.
Right.
Evan Engram, I feel like there's a glimmer of hope that he's going to play.
Okay, but, all right, fine. But, how effective is that really going to be? What kind of weapon is that? I mean, yeah, I get it. He could suck it up. He's a football player. He's a tough dude.
Well,
but,
if he's dealing with a significant calf strain, I'd be pretty careful with it. I mean, you got a long season to go. Calves can, if you don't give it the respect that it deserves,
right,
those could just hang with you for the rest of the season. I mean, gosh, I think I was listening to the morning show, and they brought it up. How long did it take Aaron Gordon to get back from a calf injury?
Well, it was complicated because he would play, right away but not be as effective but would just suck it up.
Right.
Because it's the playoffs.
Right.
But how long did it take for him to be healthy from it?
The whole year?
Exactly. I don't know if he was really healthy. He just kind of sucked it up.
Yep.
So, what you can do as a tight end for the role that we wanted Evan Engram to have, there's a difference between you're just going to suck it up and go out there and do the best you can and being a dynamic weapon. That was the whole point. So we'll see. But with two of the corners out for the Colts and their pass rush maybe a little bit more banged up, maybe you can get off on something. Maybe Troy Franklin can all right, let me ask you this last one here. Do you think Sean Payton, in light of the injuries that the Colts are dealing with, is going to want to try to take advantage of that right from the jump? He's going to look at that all right, let's go.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
So there goes the running game, right?
It was nice knowing you.
Well, he's going to want to do that. Let's call it what it is.
And I guess I wouldn't blame him for it. I mean, I think it's not like that's bad coaching. If you see a mismatch, you try to take advantage of it.
No doubt about it. It won't surprise me whatsoever. Maybe there's a couple of pity runs in the beginning, but it won't. I don't think it'll be long. And
that's what I said. I don't think we're ever going to have a game that truly looks balanced.
Right? I mean, because he's going to want to take advantage of situations. And who's not hurt is Troy Franklin ain't hurt. Cortland Sutton's fine. Marvin Mims is okay. Pat Bryant is well rested, right?
Right.
He didn't do anything. You got to get him involved with stuff too. So the Broncos overall, their health is actually offensively, aside from Engram, really good. And we'll get more details as the Broncos are wrapping up practice, and we'll give it to you as we roll on from the Old Town Tavern here in Arvada. A reminder, during halftime of tonight's game between Legend and Arvada West on 92.5, we'll honor the Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Schenker. Their passion is justice. Call 303-222-2222. That's 222-2222. All right, no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. You can get us on Twitch. You can get us on the text line. You can get us on YouTube, however you want to do it. And we'll get to that coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Here we are at the Old Town Tavern on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. I'm looking at Twitch right here, and the question is, DMac, how long were you in town before you knew how to say Arvada? And, there were a couple of towns when I got here, Tyler, that were like, you better know how to say these towns.
Were you an Arvada guy?
I was never an Arvada guy because I was told there were two here in town that I had to know. Arvada.
And Louisville.
And Louisville.
I knew that one. Well, I don't know.
Westminster seems to be because everybody wants to say Westminster.
All the locals know that it's Westminster.
Right. But I was told, the Louisville one, too, is kind of like you roll your eyes at
It's not Louisville.
And it's not Arvada or whatever. It's Arvat with a
Arvada.
Flat A, Arvada.
Yeah, I don't know. We've been living in a couple foreign countries on our last few remotes. I mean, this is a foreign country to me, man.
Arvada is a foreign country.
Arvada is a foreign country. I'm coming from South Parker, man. I'm not up this way very often.
There's an ice rink not too far from here that, as a hockey dad, which I love, I miss being a hockey dad. I might miss being a hockey dad more than any of the other sports. But yeah, so we've been to this part of town actually quite a few times. So. Hey, props to Arvada, and I'm making a night of it. I told you that. We're getting a hotel room down the street. We're going to go see Spinal Tap. There's a theater. Seriously.
I'm a little bit curious. I understand, you're going up to Boulder tomorrow. You got Parents Weekend and all that.
Well, that's in 2 weeks, though. So we're just doing a bonus.
I'm sorry. What am I talking about? They're in Houston. What am I talking about?
Yeah, we're just doing a bonus sort of. Well,
why are you getting a hotel room? I actually don't get that at all.
Because we're going to Boulder tomorrow. And we'd rather, just from here to Boulder tomorrow.
It's not that far, dude.
No, I get it, but it's a little date. It's a little hopefully get a little love in. You know what I'm saying? Try to spice things up.
You got to buy a hotel room every time for that. I mean, I'm not blaming you.
Kinda. Yeah. Turns out, buddy.
I bet. Yeah, I understand.
Dude,
I get it.
We're 2 weeks away from number 31. I mean, you got to keep things a little interesting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just not sure that I would choose. Never mind. We're in a beautiful town.
No, it's all about location, man. It's a location. I'll definitely. Well, we're here till 3, but I'll definitely be back here to watch the CU game. Ain't no doubt about it.
Cool.
And then go off to the movie, and the hotel's right there. It's all right here, man.
Well, what time's the movie?
The movie's at 7:30.
Oh,
so,
you're going to miss the game.
Yeah, so it's a little
These college games are 4+ hours.
I know. I'm recording it all, so we can catch the first half, basically, go to the movie, and then if I'm smart and I can figure it out, catch the rest of the game afterwards, if I can do all that
I have
stuff.
a no dumb question, so
Sure.
I can answer a no dumb question.
Go for it.
What's a scaphoid?
No clue.
Okay, well, somebody asked no dumb question.
I know what a scaffolding is.
Tyler, have you ever had a scaphoid fracture?
I think that's like a shoulder. Is that not a shoulder blade?
That's a scapula.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, that's my best shot.
Well, I don't know. A scaphoid, is that a wrist? Is that a bone in the wrist?
I have no idea. You can Google it.
Well, we should try that.
Yeah.
Hey, Suri, what's a scaphoid?
Okay. You probably just screwed up everybody in their cars right there. I'm sure they
appreciate
it.
They went with scaffolding. Okay, Cole's got it for us. Yeah, it's in the wrist. Breaking the wrist. I did when I was a kid. I broke my wrist when I was a kid, if that's the question.
Well, we all go through a developmental time.
One time, I've been snowboarding one time in my life. Relax.
Oh, it's snowboarding?
No. I'm getting there. I've been snowboarding one time in my life.
Yes.
I broke my arm.
Okay. Right arm or left arm?
Right arm.
Okay.
Never went again. Okay. I got my cast off. The first week I got cleared to go back to sports, I went to soccer. And now I'm playing goalie in soccer.
Okay.
Same arm, different bone. I dive to stop a kick, stop a ball, and I get kicked in the hand. The very first day I'm back to sports, I broke my wrist on the same arm. I had a cast on for like 3 months.
Thought soccer was for a bunch of wimps.
I broke my arm twice in soccer.
Why were you playing soccer?
My dad made me play soccer until 7th grade.
Okay, you played a lot of soccer then.
Yeah. I didn't play football until 7th grade.
No kidding.
Yeah, he was a huge player, and I'm with him. I love it. You know, for young kids, soccer is such an incredible sport because you're going to learn field vision.
Yeah.
You're going to learn spacing.
Yeah.
You're going to learn you're going to learn how to play as a team.
Yeah.
And it does not require a ton of individual skill. So
that's fair,
right? And as a young, like even basketball requires quite a bit of individual skill.
Right.
You can learn the spacing, you can learn similar concepts.
Right.
But it's a great sport for little kids, and my dad was just a huge believer in it, so he made me play. He didn't let me play football until 7th grade, even though he played at CU as well.
Well, looking at the high school soccer captain right here, buddy.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, got that.
I mean, you know I would have been the captain if I chose to play, right?
Of course. No dumb question. Well, I would just assume you'd be a goalie, frankly, as a soccer player. Although you would have been a hell of a forward, like in terms of like head balls, corner kicks, that sort of thing. Like you would have been a weapon if you kept playing.
I enjoyed it.
No dumb question. Would you rather play 18 holes against prime Tiger Woods, and if you fail to beat him, you go to prison for a year? Well, that would just be a granted. So would you? I don't know what Tiger Woods has to do with it, or would you rather take 180 days of a Randy Johnson fastball to a body part of your choice? Well, none of us would ever beat prime Tiger Woods, so that's...
Yeah, no, I would much rather take a couple broken bones to go to jail for a year.
The question is, would you rather be in jail for a year or 180 straight days you got to be drilled
You think I'm fitting on a jail bed? I'm not going to jail. I can't sleep on a jail bed.
Would the people in jail be sympathetic towards that?
Hell no.
No. Crazy question.
I got Bubba curled up with me and everything.
But I guess if I could just say Randy Johnson's going to hit me with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, I guess I'd rather have that than
I'm
going
to say, honestly, I'm going to say a 95-mile-per-hour fastball from Randy Johnson wouldn't even be in the top 10 list of painful moments of my life. That would not
no big deal?
That would not
just
even
whatever.
That would not even make the top 10. I mean, these guys trot off to first base all the time when they take a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. It's not even that bad.
Oh, you pissed off a soccer guy.
Oh, I did?
Tyler, you think soccer takes no individual skill? Are you kidding me?
No, you dumb listener.
Oh,
I'm talking.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, it's a dumb listener.
All right.
I'm talking about little kids. Here. Okay. Obviously, I'm not talking about the sport of soccer. I'm not talking about as you get older. But as a little kid, it requires little skill. It honestly does. If you can learn the concept of spacing and teamwork, you will have success as a team with very little skill on your team.
I'm not going to disagree with you, and I played soccer, coached it with little kids, and you're right. I dominated coaching. Probably the most successful coaching I've ever done wasn't with baseball, which I've done a ton of. It probably was with soccer, because I realized very quickly when you start, it's just about the diamond. Hey, moms and dads out there, for little kids playing soccer, if you can teach the diamond, you're going to win so many soccer games, it's going to be kind of ridiculous. And the diamond is very simple because you only start with soccer like 4-on-4, 5-on-5, 6-6, something like that. The same concept, though. You have a back, you go out wide, and you have somebody up front, and that's it.
Yeah.
And if you can learn to have the kid in the back, pass it out to the side, and then pass it into the middle, you're going to score countless amounts of little kid goals.
Yeah.
Forever. And it actually is the way to teach the sport, too.
Absolutely it is.
That's it.
Just teaching the kids the concept of not being in a giant herd is very challenging, but very rewarding, and it teaches you a lot as a young athlete about how to be on a team.
No dumb
So I
question.
ain't backing down, dumb texter.
No dumb question. Is that the dumbest question ever asked?
Which one?
Randy Johnson and Tiger Woods.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of, because who in the world of normal people could ever beat Tiger Woods in golf in his prime?
Well, literally nobody.
Nobody.
Like, literally, there was nobody in the world that could. So, like, if you think I could.
I mean, how about like, you got 30 shots against Tiger Woods in his prime.
Yeah. I mean, how many strokes am I getting? Like,
I'd have to say it's at least 30.
well,
minimum.
let's think about it. I mean, because if you're just going to like what course are we playing at also, right?
Well, you're probably going to have to play at a Tiger Woods course.
Okay, so he's probably going to shoot.
You're probably not playing at Raccoon Creek.
Tiger's probably going to shoot a 68, right?
Probably.
So
probably or lower.
or better,
right?
So if you're going to beat Tiger, how many strokes do you need?
Well, what do you think Tiger would shoot at Raccoon Creek?
To feel confident, I mean, I could probably beat that on a great day with 20 pops, right? But to feel confident on a year-long bet, oh my God, I need at least 40-plus pops.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think Tiger's shooting at Pinehurst number 2, and you know, with the rough and all that? Probably still shooting 70.
Yeah.
What the hell do you think you're going to shoot at Pinehurst number 2?
Not good.
All right, that might have been the dumbest question of all time. Big question of the day surrounds how
Wait, no dumb question. Did we just learn that soccer fan is like hockey fan?
Soccer fan, and this is always weird for me because I played soccer my whole life, and, you know, I've come to accept, though, that soccer fan is a little obnoxious about how great they think the sport is sometimes. And this is coming from a soccer guy who played. I actually played the game. It's boring most of the time, Tyler. It really is. And a lot of times soccer fan, like, has to exaggerate, like, how exciting the beautiful game truly is and how amazing it is to watch guys pass the ball in space amongst each other. You know, it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
I got ways to improve soccer. I know exactly what I would do to improve soccer. I'd get rid of offsides. That's the first thing I would do. I would get rid of offsides.
Do you know?
It would make soccer and it'd make it a lot more interesting.
I think that's like the biggest difference between Aussie rules football and rugby is there's no offsides.
Oh,
I might have just totally made that up.
Everything in rugby has to generate. The ball has to go backwards, but in Aussie rules football, you can punt, though. You can give the ball away in rugby. You can kick it forward, but in Aussie rules football, you can pass it forward, where you can't do that in rugby.
Okay.
I mean, there's other differences, too. The field's different. The scoring's a little bit different, blah, 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 blah. Aussie rules football is, how about that really quick? We've really calmed down on Crawshaw, the punter, like our guy.
Game, but yeah, he had a great game.
Right? Like that kind of is. That's one of those weird things that seems to have
I was a little
gone
bit
away.
sad I couldn't call him Crawshank after the game.
No. All right, we come back with a big question of the day about CU playing Houston. Also, we'll get into, of course, our predictions for what's going on with the Broncos as we're live from the Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, welcome to this Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Let's go after it. Broncos, Colts. The headline on Monday will be what?
Broncos win. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something creative that's going to happen in this game. As long as Bo Nix doesn't toss 3 interceptions, I really do think that they're going to win. I think they're going to win relatively easily. I'm not predicting a blowout. Don't hear me wrong. That's not what I'm trying to say. I just think that they should be in control of this game. Okay, let's call it the bounce back of Bo Nix.
The bounce back for Bo.
Yeah.
And what does the bounce back for Bo look like? I like that headline. That's good.
I'll call it 233 yards and 2 touchdowns.
233.
Nope, I got 3 touchdowns in the game, so I got to call. Yeah, I'll give it 2. I'll give it 2 for Bo, one rushing
with a pick.
With the pick.
1 pick.
Yep. So nothing earth shattering here, but we're getting back to baseline.
Does Daniel Jones look human?
Yeah, well, I know he's human. I mean, did he look human in the first game? I don't know. That game was weird, dude. They had 3 drives of 15 plays. I mean, that's insane. So there's a lot of quarterbacks that are going to look really good under perfect circumstances with a perfectly balanced offense, running the ball, passing the ball. But I know Daniel Jones is human, absolutely. We've seen it. There's a reason why he's no longer with the New York Giants. And if you can create enough pressure, get a turnover or 2, you're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like the Broncos' pass rush and defense is far superior to Miami.
But they do have damn good offensive line. The Colts.
They do, and they made an investment into it, so they kind of refurbished the right side of their line. They've had Quentin Nelson as the world's best guard for a long time, and he's still playing like that.
Mike Sanford recruit him?
I don't think he recruited him, but he coached him.
He coached him.
Like he was at Notre Dame as the OC, I believe, when McGlinchey and Nelson were there. How about that?
That's a hell of an offensive line in college.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah, buddy.
So, but he's a guard. He's great. But he's a guard. I mean, that only goes so far. But you're right. They've put more into their offensive line. Okay. They've got Jonathan Taylor. All right. They ran the ball a lot more than they threw the ball. They could get away with that luxury because they were up like 17-0, Tyler, in like the first 5 minutes of the game or something. It was crazy how quickly that went. And the Dolphins were turning the ball over left and right, as well as not being able to convert on 4th down like in the 3rd quarter because they were desperate. It was bad for the Dolphins, really bad. And, of course, when you've got a big lead, well, there goes the pass rush of the other team, right? You really don't know what you got there because, well, there's no reason to take crazy chances throwing the ball or put yourself in a position where they're going to come and get you. I think the pass rush of the Broncos is way better than the Dolphins. It'd be fun if they could get another 6 sacks. It'd be hard to do, but it'd be fun to do. Daniel Jones was able to run kind of at will whenever there was pressure on him, and he did well in that department too. I'm having a hard.
Daniel Jones is like to me. There's a lot of really good quarterbacks that belong in the NFL, right? And he's right there in that category of a good quarterback that belongs in the NFL. He's a Derek Carr. He's a Geno Smith. He's in that category of guys that they get paid, right? Because teams are afraid to let go of a good quarterback. But we know that he's human. So let's remind them that they're human. And if you can get an early lead, hopefully that'll help you with the balance that the Colts try to play with offensively.
Okay. I bet you the headline, I like Bo bounces back. I love that as a headline. And I think that will be the case. I do. I think Shavarius Ward and Jones, 2 corners that they rely on, both being out. And, hey, Dan, if we have more on the injury report sort of thing, let us know. I'm not sure about Latu. I don't know what exactly he's been listed at. I'm kind of refreshing here to see what we got.
I've got the Colts injury report is out.
All right, what do you got
The Broncos
there?
still isn't, but the Colts is. Latu did not practice.
What's he listed as?
Questionable.
Questionable. Didn't practice. Questionable.
Practice.
Well, just give us all of theirs.
Okay, what else you got?
Yeah, Tyler Goodson, running back, questionable. Jalen Jones, we know, is out. And then everybody else is a go, it looks like.
Well, Shavarius Ward is out too, right?
Yes, Travarius Ward is out as well.
Okay, and we're waiting for the Broncos. None of us are anticipating Dre Greenlaw going.
No, although Mike Kliss did just tweet. It's a small change.
Let's hear it.
It's let me pull it up really quick. I mean, I could summarize it for you, but
Okay.
the summary of it was that Dre Greenlaw was practicing on a different field.
Okay.
But that is
better.
Small. Yeah. Okay, here it is. Inside linebacker Greenlaw stretched with team but didn't appear to practice.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. I thought that's he was on a different field, but I guess it says it just stretched with the team.
Okay. Well, that's what he has been doing. So, no change. No change with Greenlaw. That's what he has been doing for the past couple of weeks. So, I would anticipate him not playing. Anything on Jonathan Franklin Myers? That's another one that's a little – oh, what's that? What do we got, Dan?
Sean just started talking. If you guys want to play,
All right, let's hear from Sean Payne. Yeah, go to Sean Payne. Let's hear what he's got to say.
The first really normal week relative to the practices. Thought we've had real good preparation. Good work today, schedule-wise, and we'll fly out tomorrow. Any questions?
So you talked to the camp about Benet being a good pass protector. I guess how do you see sort of like his role as that?
Yeah, he's a guy that can do a number of things well. We think he can run well. He's good in the pickups. He's good in the passing game, and so you know exactly what you're getting. And sometimes this week is a significant week in the protections because of the amount of pressure looks we get. There was quite a bit of time spent on third down, not just third, even second down. They will, give you some exotic looks that you really have to be ready for. So, and he was someone coming on last year, even as a runner. So I think that there's always a value when you know exactly what you're getting from a player, and then you can implement him into those things that he does well.
You talked this summer about Benito, a little bit of a pitch count, 60% here, which was down from the Buffalo game. Is that a less is more theory?
Well, I think the first guy that look, there's an attrition to doing what those guys in the front do. I mean, I never wrestled, but when I did wrestle, I always felt like I was beat or exhausted, and so those guys are wrestling for 6 seconds of play or 5 seconds of play, and Zach Allen's another one. We just got to be mindful of these guys dressing, and I think to answer your question, yes. If you're too many, then at the end you look at it and say, man, maybe the effectiveness wasn't the same as the game wore on. So a lot of it depends on, there are games where, defensively, usually when the game ends, one side of the ball or the other has 10 to 20 more plays. And so it depends how the game's going. We had more plays, obviously, last week than they did. So a lot of it can be dependent on that, too.
John Ellis help you that way, too?
Yeah, he gives us, we're playing those guys, when they're in. And then we just figure out the rotation.
Sean, when you see a couple of injuries like the Colts had at quarterback, does that change offense?
Well, there's one corner that's a starter, and then the other who also plays but is significant in their special teams. We pay attention to all of that. And so sometimes you want to see in the first series, if a player is down for any team, us or the opponent, in those early series, you're kind of seeing, all right, who's taking over the role and where is he going to be at? And it's no different for us as well.
Okay, so The Broncos injury report officially will be out a little bit later. You got to love the Sean Payton paranoia, Tyler. According to Mike Kliss, Drake Greenlaw stretched with the team, didn't appear to practice. You already said that. Once again, 23 offensive linemen, defensive linemen, outside linebacker players out of the 53 in practice squad. 23 were kept inside during media viewing of the stretch individual drills. A new Friday tradition.
Wow.
So Sean is, I guess this is from a tradition, consecutive Fridays, where he's taken virtually half the team and just stuck them inside where nobody can see them.
All offensive line, defensive linemen?
Offensive line, defensive line, outside linebackers.
You know what? Honestly, my best guess with that, I mean, it might be to play some gamesmanship with the media, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know.
Yeah.
But my best guess with that is that he's probably doing Fridays a little bit differently than some teams. And he'll have them in the weight room doing something that is unique for them because Fridays are just a different type of practice.
I'm laughing at it because I've been at so many of these. And the one thing that you can do during this viewing time, the one thing you can do,
count numbers,
is the attendance report. That's right.
Yep.
And so I could just imagine everybody out there with their little pens and paper and like this and rosters, because I've seen it 10,000 times. And you can't do it. You can't do it if you got half the team inside. I don't think there's anything nefarious about it, or I'm not paranoid about it. I think you're probably right. He's just changing up how they're doing things. I'm just laughing at the only thing you can really do on Friday viewing period is to take attendance, and now you can't even do that. So
sorry, media.
Sorry, Muggles. That's the way it goes. Let's football go with Dan Budsquid Standard coming up next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac live from the Old Town Tavern talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, and that's not fun for guys and for your partner. That's not fun either, right? And maybe you just ignore it and you just sort of try to live your life the best you can, but you don't need to. If things are just not the way they used to be, or you have no idea how I'm going to get back in the game, I've got the answer for you. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, taking care of that man machine for the weekend and for life. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Good for you on that. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've treated tens of thousands of men. So listen, a lot of guys just ignore this. You don't have to be like that. All you have to do is schedule an appointment. Don't be embarrassed about it. It's $99. Get a consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And the location in Castle Rock, they've done it up nice. It's kind of refurbished. It looks great. Looks fantastic. All the locations are great, but maybe special attention to that Castle Rock location. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Oh, my guy Brad is the best. Mountain High Appliance is the best. Come on, man. MountainHighAppliance.com. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Let's football go. Dan Bud Squid Standard. Let's go.
All right, guys, just a quick update. We just talked about it, but for anybody who missed it, Mike Kliss is reporting that Broncos linebacker Dre Greenlaw, he did stretch with the team, but Kliss says he didn't appear to practice. So it's almost a certainty that he will not play on Sunday against the Colts. How concerning is this for you guys? And you guys surprised that the Broncos didn't put him on IR to start the season?
Oh, gosh, no. No. You need him. You want him. You're holding out hope that he can play. So, no. They didn't even do that with Nate Adkins. They didn't put Nate Adkins on IR. So, no, I'm not surprised they haven't put Greenlaw there, Tyler.
Yeah, but I'm definitely concerned with it. I mean, the original injury happened, gosh, what was it, like 6 weeks ago now?
A long time ago.
It feels like forever ago that the original injury happened, and we're still dealing with it. There was some sort of re-aggravation, clearly, because he was making progress. And here we are, 2 weeks into the season, and it looks like we're not going to have him for the second game in a row.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens with Evan Ingram. But you might not have two of your huge priced free agents.
Well, you got them. Listen, you get free agents a lot that are damaged goods. I don't mean to be a jerk with that. There's a reason they become free agents. Now, with Greenlaw, it felt cool because he chose the Broncos and had other options. But we certainly knew that injuries were part of his past, as we knew that with Ingram too. Not a mystery. So, Sean has said with Greenlaw, it's a long-term thing. I'm fine if he doesn't play. How big of a loss is it?
What do you mean he said it's a long-term thing?
That they were going to put him on a pitch count no matter what. The way they were going to use Greenlaw was going to be based on we are here for the long term rather than it's some sort of like the playoffs are this week, you got to play sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I would anticipate them being conservative with both guys. This is about winning in the playoffs with this team now, not desperation to win game 2 of the season. So, of course, I want to win. But, it's we're not in desperation mode, not even close. So it's fine by me if they don't play, Tyler.
I'm being a little conservative with a back injury from sneezing the other day, so I'm still dealing with some repercussions of that.
Well, it was a big sneeze.
Yeah.
All right. Next, Dan.
All right, fellas, we've been talking about Tyler Warren. Let's hear from Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph on watching and prepping for the Colts tight end.
Well, we watched him in college, actually, on staff, and he's a special player. I mean, the size, the ball skills. He's got some. I told Sean this. He's got some Taysom Hill in him. Right? He can run the football. I mean, he's thrown the football in college. He's a receiver. He's an inline tight end blocker. I mean, he's all around good player. You saw it last week. Obviously in the first 2 or 3 drives. I mean, the plays are being designed for him to make them, and he's making them. So having a plan for that player is going to be critical.
So we talked a little earlier, guys, about Pat Surtain potentially having some matchups against Tyler Warren. What do you think about Jahdae Barron getting that assignment?
Oh, God. Size-wise, it's such a crazy mismatch and the advantage of the Colts. I don't know, Tyler. I don't love it.
No, I hate it.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I don't not love it. I hate it. I mean, that'd be a matchup problem.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you'd have the speed to cover him, but who cares if you got speed to cover him if he's got 2 feet on you?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Dumb. What, Dan?
No.
Dumb,
let me
Dan.
go back to the draft
You're just so dumb.
He's a first-round pick, Tyler. Come on.
No, Dan makes it's a fair point, but what you're really doing is you're being critical of the draft pick of Jahdae Barron in the first place. And how much did we talk, Tyler, about Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren leading up to the draft? I mean, my God. We talked about these two dudes like every freaking day. And when Colston Loveland was taken before Tyler Warren on draft night, Tyler, to me, all I could think about was how the hell do you move up now? Let's go. Let's go get Tyler Warren. And the Broncos, they didn't want to do it. They were happy with Evan Ingram, as it turns out, right? It wasn't just Tyler Warren they didn't aggressively move up for. They didn't take any tight ends. They just passed on all of them, frankly. Mm-hmm. And the pick that the Broncos took, golly, does it feel like a luxury pick. I got nothing against Jahdae Barron, but it was like one of these moments like, wow, we're this good. We are this good that we can make this type of pick.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like we should expect a huge role from Barron anytime in the immediate future either. I mean, Vance talked about it. Vance has got a great radio voice, by the way.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Phenomenal radio voice.
It's unreal.
Vance talked about it, I think, what was the last time we spoke? 2 days ago?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
And he said, look, we're in a position right now that Jaquan's played good football for us. We don't have to rush Barron onto the field. We've now got that luxury of letting the player marinate a little bit and not putting him out there and letting him get exposed. But I was like, gosh, is our first-round pick going to get exposed?
Just a first-round pick, not that impactful. It was nice that he picked up a ball at the end of the game. It's a fumble recovery. But, I mean, come on now. That was nice. Our second-round pick, R.J. Harvey, did bust out a big run. We actually did have that moment, which was pretty awesome, actually.
Yep.
Well, we haven't had an explosive running back with an explosive run in forever. So, hey, man, that's pretty cool. And then Pat Bryant was on a milk box. He was like, he only got 4 plays. He only got 4 snaps in the game. So, to me, at least in game 1, the draft is it's a little bit of a mixed bag there.
It's week 1.
For now. It is week 1. It is week 1. All right, next, Dan.
All right, guys, here's Tyreek Hill, Dolphins wide receiver, asked by a reporter. I think it's been a full calendar year since he's had a reception that went for over 30 yards.
Is there any rhyme or reason you haven't caught a pass for over 30 yards in a full year?
You trying to piss me off today?
No, I'm not trying to piss you off. I'm just trying to ask you what is going on, because we see the speed is there.
Yeah.
But are the throws there?
I don't know, bro. Like I said, I'm just grateful to be here, bro. I love my job, bro. Hey, it'll come. It's gonna come, man. I feel like this week, we got a great opportunity to go out there, make some plays, and move past last week. And I don't know, man. It'll come. Sometimes I hope.
And Tyler, you brought up earlier, the Dolphins had a players-only meeting after week 1, after they lost to the Broncos week 2 opponent, the Colts 33-8. What does it say about a team when you're having a players-only meeting after week 1 of the NFL season?
Well, I've never had a players-only meeting when things are going well. So
would that be a riot?
Like, hey, boys, let's just get together and let's shoot the you-know-what. Let's crack a cold one.
Hey, coaches, you don't need to be here.
Yeah.
We're just so happy with how everything's going. We want to spend more time together.
Yeah. Nor have I ever had a players-only meeting after the first week of the season. So, God, I have no clue what's going on down there. That is clearly they got a bad situation. I mean, seriously, players-only meetings, they usually don't come until like week 10, week 12, somewhere along those lines when you've been beaten down for half a season.
That is a miserable story for any Dolphins fans out there.
What a question, though. Hey, does your quarterback suck? Because I know that you're fast.
First it was, do you suck? And then it was like, no offense.
No, actually, I didn't mean you suck because I know you're still fast.
Yeah, but does your quarterback suck?
Yeah, he sucks, right?
No. I'm not trying to insult you.
Right.
You're obviously awesome.
Cool.
All right, let's talk about Tua. He sucks, right? That is a hell of a way to ask that question. But that is the big storyline going on with Tyreek Hill. That is the big narrative.
Well, to be honest, I did not realize it's been a full year since he's caught a 30-yard pass.
Yeah, that was the whole thing about, aside from the other news about Tyreek, which isn't great in his personal life. But the whole thing is he hasn't had these explosive plays that he's known for. So I give that reporter credit for bringing up, obviously, a very awkward sort of conversation. But it is pretty funny how he did it.
He just tinkled his leg a little bit while he was asking the question.
All right, Dan, what's next?
All right, let's go to Thursday Night Football last night. This is post-game on Amazon Prime. Here's the Packers crowd when Micah Parsons comes up to the Amazon set thanking Jerry Jones.
Lay out for a second because this crowd has something to say. I know you guys know what they're saying. They're saying, thank you, Jerry.
That's a riot.
By the way, I don't know if you guys caught this today, but Jerry Jones said that trading Micah Parsons helps Dak Prescott's chance of winning a Super Bowl. So I'll just leave you with that.
Well, that's listen.
Don't stop.
No, I mean,
what
I
are
know
you about to do?
I know what he's referencing. He's referencing the documentary about him, and the biggest bone of contention between him and Jimmy Johnson is who was responsible for the Herschel Walker trade that eventually brought the Cowboys their world championships. You wouldn't believe, if you haven't seen the documentary, how big of a deal that was, okay? So what Jones is clearly doing right now is saying, hey, y'all, this was me. This was me with Micah Parsons. These are the draft picks that I'm going to get you, and this is going to be like that deal. So this is Jerry doing like a pre-victory lap that he can take 100% credit for compared to what happened with Jimmy Johnson.
Well, odd timing to take a victory lap after Micah Parsons goes out there and balls.
Yeah. Well, Herschel Walker went to Minneapolis and was good too, but the success for the Cowboys will not be this season with this deal. It theoretically will be down the line.
The Seattle Seahawks got a hell of a haul for Russell Wilson too. How'd that work out?
Not good, and I would say they blew it. They got a nice haul for it, and they could not take advantage of it, in my opinion, because they couldn't focus on the quarterback. They were just insistent it's all about Geno Smith, and they didn't go anywhere with it. I thought it was stupid how the Seahawks handled what they got. They got a boatload of stuff. You can blow it too. Hey, man, if you're not good on the draft or you can't evaluate talent, just because you're given the opportunity doesn't mean it's going to succeed.
Yeah.
Jerry's a riot because he's saying things that I don't know if he's – I don't know, man. Hopefully he has good health and he lives till he's 100 years old like Dick Van Dyke or something. But, these are not things that are going to happen quickly for the Cowboys. These are things that are going to take time to play out. So if he wants to do his pre-victory lap and do that, I mean, go for it. I think that is hysterical what those fans were chanting, though, after the game. And the Packers, Tyler, come on, man. Give me the three best teams in the NFC right now. If you had to rank the three best teams in the NFC, who are they?
Eagles, Packers.
And you want to just stop there? You can if you want. It's fine by me.
Yeah, I mean, before this game, I probably would have said the Commanders, right? But
that's right.
But they looked pretty
Would
human
you say
in
the
that
Lions?
Game. I don't know yet.
Right? You don't know that yet?
I don't know who number 3 is yet, I guess.
But right now, okay, fine. That's fine. We don't need 3. You got 2, the Packers and the Eagles.
Yeah.
And we'll see this weekend when the Eagles go into Kansas City. We'll see what that's all about for both of those teams. Would you be surprised if that game's a blowout, if the Eagles just kill them?
No.
Wow.
No.
I won't either.
I had to think about it for a second because I just don't want to get caught up in this stupid like I don't want to get caught up in this Chiefs are dead thing. Like I'm not dumb. I'm not naive. I know that Patrick Mahomes is still a witch, and I know that Andy Reid is still the best coach in the NFL. So I'm not dumb, but things don't feel right out there in Kansas City, do they?
They do not. And the Eagles, I don't know. Where are the Eagles weak? Where are they soft? Like, what do they not have going for them right now? Got me. I mean, I don't know how
it's a good squad.
I mean, and I think an Eagles-Packers NFC Championship game would be awesome. I think that would be incredible. And I think
I hope the Lions are good this year. I think it's good for the NFL when they're good. And the NFC needs another top dog in there. So I'm hoping that they're going to be okay.
Dude, that's a hell of a storyline if Ben Johnson with the Bears can go into Detroit and beat the Lions. I know you say Dan Campbell's not on the hot seat, and I agree with you. I do agree with you.
Not even
there's
no cold. There's not a spark of fire under his seat.
But how awkward.
He's sitting in Antarctica.
Fine. How awkward are things, though, for him if that does happen? I got you. He's not. If his old offensive coordinator comes in and wins.
Okay, it wouldn't be the first time. Josh McDaniels beat Bill Belichick the first time they played also.
Okay, not in New England, but yes, it was in Denver,
well,
yes.
Who cares?
Hey,
I mean, it was
listen.
still Belichick versus Josh McDaniels.
Dude, when that happened, we were like, Josh McDaniels is the greatest of all time. He is unbelievable. The Broncos started off 6-0 with the guy you hate so much, with every fiber of your being. But we were transfixed informed by Josh McDaniels in the beginning. Nobody remembers that because it was so miserable.
I'm glad you guys were having fun.
we were having a blast.
Because we were winning games and hated our lives.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh, cool. We're 6-0. We hate our life.
Did you really hate your lives at 6-0? At 6-0?
Yes.
Wow.
Hated every last second of our existence.
At 6-0?
Yes.
That is crazy. That's how evil that little guy was.
That's a bad human being.
All right, we'll take a break. Andy Lindahl will join us live from Houston as the Buffs are going here in less than 3 hours. How about that? And we're at the Old Town Tavern in Arvada with Bud Light on a Bud Light Football Friday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, that's awesome. Talking to my guy, Lane. Lane, a Smoky Hill guy. Yeah, Smoky Hill's in my soul, man. I don't live near there now, but I'll always be a Smoky Hill guy. And, hey, is that Romi? What's going on, Romi? Oh, man. She looks
floating.
Look at you. Andy. Andy, you got good company with you, that's for sure, my friends.
She can't hear you, by the way. I got my
She can't hear me?
in.
I can
She doesn't
barely
realize
hear
you've been
you.
Talking to her for 5 minutes. Did you hear her say I'm floating?
Yes, I heard you. Yes, I heard the floating part. Yes. Where are you guys? It's great. And if you're
I
watching
would
on
offer
Twitch,
her one of my AirPods, but that'd be a little gross. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah,
That's
You're
okay.
weird about yours. We're
Andy,
in
she's
Houston.
good.
Hey, you know what? Let me tell you
Yeah.
where we're at. Here, DMac.
Yeah.
I got a special little thing for you.
Okay.
As we get in front of everybody. Say hi, guys. Here's some of the arriving. Oh, we know him.
Hey,
We know
there's
that guy.
Ryan Green. There he is.
And then we're outside the Jim Nance press box. Look at that.
He went to Houston. He was a roommate with a famous golfer. Gosh darn it, who was he roommates with at Houston? A famous golfer, though. I know that. But yes, a proud Cougar.
There, you know what? I put a post up. You'd be proud of me. I said, this is the biggest Cougar stadium since always.
Bada bing, bada boom. Wednesdays. By the way, I'm wearing my buff stuff too, Andy. I'm representing.
Bada baby.
And they're
you're not even
Romi.
going to the game. I'm proud of you. No, Romi left. Ryan Green showed up and she realized she was going to be able to talk to me. So that's that.
Well, there you go.
sit
Yeah,
on the
you know,
field.
it's fun having a kid now, and he's bounced around. I'm so proud of my younger kid, but he's just doing he was a college athlete there for a while. Now he's just focused on getting his degree, and he's up there at school at CU now, and he loves it. He loves being part of the culture and being everything about the Buffs. And hey, listen, if the football team's good, that's always a big plus. But you know, it's funny, Andy. I've always said you get to be a fan of whatever college your money goes to. So I am.
All right, fair enough.
I am officially a Buffs guy as the money's going there. I know where it's headed. What do you think for tonight?
I don't know, DMac. I mean, I think we're all going to be shocked if Staub doesn't start, right? I mean, that's what the indications feel like, and nobody's told me that, and I'm not positive that I'm going to be right about that, but I just don't know how he plays the way he plays last week, and then you go to somebody else. I do think, though, DMac, that they would like to see Caden Salter try to get back on track. I mean, again, They are paying him a lot of NIL. Well, they're paying him a lot of NIL money, and it's not that he's not a talented kid. He's a very talented kid. He's got an incredible arm. I mean, those overthrows, dude, it's smooth. It's an easy 50 yards when he tosses it. Just Gary Barnett has been pretty specific to me about how he's got to just not be like he gets out on the run and he's kind of been short arming some of the throws. Just follow through, get your hips right, whatever. So I'm not done. I'm not giving up on Caden Salter yet. We'll see who goes tonight. And again, let's say it's Staub because he finished the last game. He comes out, he has a hot game, then I think you ride with him for a while. But, you know, I do think Juju Lewis has probably shown his age a little bit. He's a very, very young kid. We've all talked about, you know, a little worried that maybe he would transfer, but I would hope not, you know. But you know what I love, DMac? They are paying NIL money to both Salter and to Lewis. And Coach Prime has shown us what he's about. You know, he's about winning. He doesn't care. If you're not the best one, I mean, he showed it last week. They had no reason to bring either one of – I mean, you know, I guess they played a tight game. I think we all forget they did play a tight game against Georgia Tech. They were in that thing at the end. They just couldn't get the last stop that they needed. So it's not like we had to ring disaster bells when they gave Staub a try last week. And I admire Coach for being about the win. And I know people out there are going, well, that's stupid. You should always be about the win. Dude, it's a new era of college football, right? When guys are getting paid, sometimes you're a little hesitant to give somebody the hook.
Okay, yeah, I thought that would be funny. You want to talk about a disparity in money like on the professional level. What do you think the disparity in NIL money is with Salter, Lewis, and Staub? I mean, I just assume Staub has zero, Andy. I mean, am I
think
wrong?
he's just scholarship, I would guess. I don't know for a fact, but I'm pretty sure he's just scholarship. And I think the other two, at least $1 million apiece. That might even be more.
All right, let me ask you this. And I'm not wishing on negative things, but I am curious about the commitment to Staub. Say first 3 series, they don't score and he throws an interception. Okay? Are we sticking with Staub and he gets
Probably
to
not.
go? You don't think so? You don't think so?
No, I think everyone's on
Really?
notice. I think Coach Prime has let people know we're going to play whoever is going to let us win this game. period. Because, again, the reason why I say that is, and I don't know, maybe it's because of the score, but the reason why I bring that up is, remember, Staub did not finish the game last week. Caden Salter went back in there and finished that game. So I do think, now I'm not saying it'd be – I mean, what you're describing is maybe the first quarter, right, if they were to get the ball first and get 3 drives in. Usually
I'm
you
talking
get 3 drives a quarter if you're lucky.
Well, 3 drives don't go well. 3 drives don't go well. But, I mean, there's a lot of game to go.
Yeah, but if you're not moving, if the offense isn't moving, that seemed to be what initiated the change last week, is that the offense just wasn't moving with anybody. They were having too many 3-and-outs. So I just –
all right, let me give you another scenario. My other scenario. Staub plays fine, but they do lose the game, okay? Because I think it's a no-brainer if he plays okay and they win, we're just going to keep going with Staub against Wyoming and from there on in. But what if they don't play well in your mind? And the whole thing about quarterback stability was kind of a thing this week, Andy, wasn't it? Like, who's got stability? And then we thought of like 100 teams that do have stability, but okay, fine. If they lose and Staub plays okay, are we sticking with Staub?
I would assume. See, it's tough, right, DMac? Because I got to know what okay looks like. Like, I guess if you lose by a score, maybe call it 10 points. But you had somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 yards passing, and maybe a turnover got him as you laid out there. Yeah, I guess I got to be honest with you, DMac. I don't have a feel for this thing at all because you well know none of us thought he was coming in the game a week ago. You know what I mean? And then we find out he only found out Friday night. I was standing literally right next to him as he said that to Mark Johnson in the post game because he was using my mic where he said, "Yeah, they told me Friday that I would get into the rotation if needed." So.
All right, what can you tell us about this Houston team? We'll get to the Broncos in a second. What can you tell us about Houston?
I think it's going to be an interesting game. I can tell you I got their game notes right there.
Very
I can tell you it's hot, DMac. I can tell you. So I will. So I'll say this, and I'm being dead serious about this because what a shock. It's hot in Houston, right? There's one of their pictures. We do a pick'em segment on the pregame, and last week I picked Arizona State to be upset by Mississippi State. Strictly because I did not think that Arizona State was going to be ready for that southern humidity, heat, all that crap. Remember, you were out there for a couple of those Arizona practices. Remember, they were complaining. Yes. The Arizona guys were complaining it was too humid in Denver. And so that was the reason why I was like, then you don't even know what Mississippi has for you if you think that's humid.
Yeah, I mean, I've my older son goes to ASU. Again, Andy, you get to root for whoever your money goes to. All right, so I'm a big – forks up, too. I can be both. I can be a Buff guy and an Arizona State guy. And the heat is unbelievable. Unbelievable in Arizona. But it's not humid. It's just hot, And
very dry,
And you know what's funny about Arizona State? They don't have an indoor practice facility. How about that? They practice at night. Isn't that crazy? They do not have an indoor facility. They just practice at night to try to keep it under control. And the Cardinals, if you guys don't know this, they're out in Glendale. And they do practice inside their stadium where it's air-conditioned and nice. So you're not wrong about that. That's kind of interesting. This is not great news for the Buffs, though, Andy, because we don't deal with humidity here in Colorado. It can get warm at times. But frankly, it's been pretty nice. I mean, like low 80s. We haven't even had really warm temperatures here for the past couple weeks. Not really.
Yeah, I'm trying. It is currently 91 degrees according to my Apple Weather app. By the time we kick this thing off locally, it's going to go down to 88. But there's no relief in sight as I look at it, DMac. There's just none. It's going to be a hot night, and it's humid. So
this is bad news for CU. This is bad news for CU.
You know what? See, I'll give them this defense. I thought that – remember when they opened against TCU to start the Coach Prime era? I thought that was going to get him that day, and all those guys handled it. I talked to DJ McKinney, the corner, really the best corner on the team now with Travis Hunter gone last week. And DJ's like, dude, I'm a Houston guy. A bunch of us are Houston guys. We're ready for this. Don't you worry about us. He assured me they'd be fine. Now we'll see. Look, I'm with you, DMac. I just, you know what? I wish I knew the player. One of the lesser known players was on the elevator with me when we got here last night, and we were riding up the elevator. And he's like, "Holy humidity!" And I laughed and I said, "Have you never been here?" He goes, "No, I've not been outside of the state of Colorado." I was like, "Oh, I wanted to go, son, because I'm old enough to be his father." Right? I was like, You have no idea what tomorrow holds then for you.
But Andy, here's the good news. A player on the Buffs who is from Colorado, is not going to play in the game anyway.
I think you're probably right. That's fair enough. That's fair enough and well said. So,
all
yeah,
right,
we'll see. You know what? How about this note? Let me give you this note I did not know this. This is the first time in the history of these two teams and in the series of these two teams playing each other that they both meet as unranked opponents. How about that?
Oh, wow. Well, how many
That's
times
about as good as I can give you.
wait, how many times have they even played each other? This is not a common opponent here.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at it.
Do you think they played each other more than 12 times in their entire history? I doubt it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't think they – I'm trying to remember. Did Colorado get to go up against the Andre Ware Houston Cougars? I don't think they did. I always remember that team because obviously that was their Heisman winner, right? Remember Andre Ware? Who's now a commentator for college football. Let's see. It looks like they like to run the football.
Hold on. Didn't Case Keenum light it up for Houston too? Wasn't he a big Houston dude? Keenum?
Was he a Houston guy, or was he a different? I thought he was one of the Christian schools. Was he?
Am
a
I
Houston
getting that
guy?
wrong? Gosh, I know he threw for 1,000,000 yards in college. Listen, man, Houston football, aside from Andre Ware, I don't know, bro. Are they good? Are they not good?
Here,
it's not like it's not a storied franchise. I'm looking up Keenan. Dude, you got to give me a high freaking five. You got to give me a high five on Case Keenum being at Houston from 2006 to 2011. Come on, bro.
Congratulations. That's
you
good.
You got to give me a little love there.
That's good. That's good. I'm trying to look at the, let's see, the career game. I got to find their all-time list, man, because I'm trying to think what other Houston people we should know. So they beat they beat Stephen F. Austin 27-0 and Rice. Okay. Phi Slamajama.
Yeah. Hakeem Olajuwon and Clyde Drexler. That's
I
think we're good.
Mark Johnson knew the radio guy or the marketing guy, I guess, that came up with Phi Slamajama.
Good. That in a nickel buy you a chicken wing. All right. In terms of the Broncos, Andy, where are you seeing things for the Broncos here this weekend?
Oh, well, so they're missing corners, right? I did see that on the injury report.
Yes, Ward and Jones
the Colts,
both out.
We should point out, the Colts are missing some corners.
Yeah.
Here's my thing, DMac, and Leggy said this to me at lunch. I don't know if you said it on any of the air. Leggy felt like maybe Sean used last week's game because, you're playing a rookie quarterback in his first start in a hostile environment. Did Sean just try some things out with the offense? Did he call some plays that maybe he won't try again for whatever reason, didn't work or didn't like him or whatever it was? Mm-hmm. And we'll see more of the game plan for this year this week because he's going into what I would say a more serious opponent's environment than dealing with Cam Ward in his first start in a pro game with noise. Do you know what I mean? So maybe we'll see a little more of the offense we saw a year ago if they can get it going. Look, man, he's got to run the football at some point. If you run the football, you create imbalance, you get them to dedicate more players in the box. It gives Bo easier reads as to what he's seeing in the coverage. And listen, you know what I thought was funny? Somebody was watching the Manning cast a little while ago. I guess it was the game last weekend, and Mark Johnson said that even Manning admitted some of the coverages he saw last week fooled him, where he thought they were in man and they were in zone. We saw Jaden Daniels, a guy you and I both like, get fooled by some things. Like I was watching SportsCenter after that game last night, and they were talking about how Jaden Daniels was fooled all night, never seemed to really get a feel for what he was seeing from the defense. So, again, Sean has got to remember, Bo Nix, I think, will eventually get to the place that he wants him to be in. But just because it's game one of his second year doesn't mean he's there yet. There's still growth and progress with young quarterbacks. I think we're seeing it out of all the guys. Caleb Williams still has some growth and progress. Drake Mays still, you know what I mean? So just it's okay to run the ball, keep it balanced. And I think this defense can get it done, but I think it's going to be I could see this being another 2015 game where the defense does most of the heavy lifting. It's a bit of a quote-unquote ugly win because the offense just got to get 21 points. You get 21 points, I don't think you're beating that defense. What about you?
Yeah, I got it 23-20 Broncos, but not comfortable, not easy. A lot tougher than I think Daniel Jones is fine, and him and Shane Steichen have they got a better rhythm. I do believe that. Daniel Jones can move around. He always has. He always will. That's fine. Tyler Warren is tough, dude. I know you're a big Brock Bowers guy, but he's like a bigger, more crazy version of Brock Bowers, what he can do, because you can't pinpoint just one thing. I think they would have lost against the Colts, Andy. I don't know how you feel about it last year. If our guy doesn't drop the ball at the goal line, you know.
I agree. Jonathan Taylor throwing that.
And Taylor is, I don't know, easy top 5 running back in the league. So it's an uncomfortable game. However, how bad is Miami? And, you know, Nick Bonito put more pressure by himself than the entire Miami defensive line onto Daniel Jones. So I think it's hard to really get a gauge of who they really are, because Miami might be that bad.
Well, look, you know what I'd say, DMac, you know my guy's Pat Surtain, but I'd tell him this is an earn your money game. You got to go take I always want to say Marvin Harrison Jr., but who's their guy? He's got the receiver son.
Pittman?
Michael Pittman Jr.,
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Go take him away, because you know what? He was the problem in the first drive specifically for that Miami defense. Well, you know what, Pat? You know how this is. You're making all that money. You're considered the top corner in the league. You're the defensive player of the year. I need you to shut him down so we're going to have to dedicate other resources to Ty Warren. So that's your game. That's your guy. Go do your thing. And if you can do your thing and you can take away Ty Warren, then I think they got a good shot. DMac, the only thing that bothers me about the defense from last week, I wish they had Dre Greenlaw for this game. I would like that big thumper linebacker to go against Taylor.
All right, it's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. I am at the Old Town Tavern in Arvada. Andy is at Cougar Stadium. I don't know what the name of it is.
So hold on. It's TDECU. We think it's Texas Department of Education Credit Union. TDECU Stadium is what this is.
We got Nate Kreckman back in the studio with Mike Sanford, who is very sketchily calling a high school game against maybe a future opponent. That's happening as well. But apparently everything is fine, and we shouldn't make a big deal of it. But that's happening a little bit later on, but he's in studio for a little bit. So,
how do I
I'm
make this frustrating and annoying for my coworker, the DMac story? How do I make this a huge deal after everybody agreed it's not a big deal at all? But I'll call it out live on the air.
It's a Tom Brady situation.
I know, right?
I'm starting to wonder.
Guys,
hey, you can't use the word drama without a D. D stands for DMac, brother. I'll find it.
Oh man,
one way or the other, I'll get you there.
How was ye old Town Tavern there today? I love that place.
Listen,
I'm so
man,
jealous.
What I love about a sports bar is there's no encumbrances at all to watching TV. And you need every corner of – there's got to be 70 TVs in this joint.
Like kind of place.
So to me, it's a perfect sports bar. It's freaking awesome. It's just about watching sports and none of the other Mickey Mouse crap. So I love the Old Town Tavern.
They got pool there,
they got a couple of pool tables. Hey, Andy, by the way, if Fatty's big chance is ever reuniting, this has got to be on the tour stop right here, brother. This is our type of place for sure.
The owner likes
it.
Man. I had a bunch of great shows out there.
Hey, Andy, is that the same place that you, me, and Mark Johnson met up?
Yes.
That's a great
We told a few
place.
stories.
Gosh,
that's
I love
that's
that
the
place.
show they all wanted to hear when we all hung out. That was our Christmas party there, Sanford.
Oh, man, that
what
was
I
fun.
love about a great sports bar is unpretentious, great liquid, great food, great views of the TV, and they might even, maybe, put on a Rockies game without you having to ask for them to put on a Rockies game. Maybe, because there's just so many TVs that might happen. So with that, I bid you a fond farewell. Nate, I'll hand it over to you, Coacher. Andy, I don't know what Andy's doing. He's just roaming around the hallways.
Hey, DMac.
No, look at this. We're in the
Jim
Nance booth. Guess who's in the Jim Nance broadcast booth? Mark Johnson trying to be a big tough guy.
There he is.
Oh, he's in Texas. He's got his 10-gallon hat on right there.
That's as Texas as it gets right
I'll
there.
tell you what, right
Funny
there.
thing is the headset doesn't fit over the cap. Makes it a little bit tougher to do that. Got to get a specialized headset for it. The great Darren McKee, everybody. Listen to him noon to 3 every day right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's do this thing. It is time for the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy Lindahl is joining us from Houston. Nate Kreckman and Mike Sanford back at the shop here today. Sandman, I want to start here today because I would generally say I consider Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
There it is. Yep, thanks. Thank you, Vance.
Josh Allen?
I would consider those two guys right now to be the most fun quarterbacks to watch in the NFL today. I think with skill set and everything that they bring, I just find those guys very enjoyable to watch. I believe that Jordan Love is starting to move into that category. And I know I'm not trying to blow smoke because he's your guy, but like last night, his average pass was 14 yards beyond the line of scrimmage last night. We have lived in an age where these quarterback coaches, coordinators, head coaches, they have emphasized efficiency so much within the passing game. Like we talk about Bo Nix and the point guard style, quick distribute, quick ball out kind of quarterback play that you want to see. And yet there's Jordan Love in Green Bay. And I think he has a head coach that is building it around him the way that it needs to be done. And there's LaFleur and Jordan Love that are just like, we're going to chuck this sucker tonight. Mm-hmm. We're going to try and get big chunk plays, and it's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. And I think watching that Green Bay offense and watching Jordan Love sling it is one of the best shows on TV right now.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I love it for the game of football.
Yeah.
But I do find it ironic that over the course of the last, say, 3 generations of quarterbacks, of all places on planet Earth, why Green Bay, Wisconsin, with the worst weather maybe in the National Football League, to have the 3 quarterbacks in Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, and now Jordan Love that just seem to consistently gnaw on that pin on the grenade, just rip that sucker off and throw it over the wall.
Yep.
That's what they do.
They want to make fun plays. They want to make football fun. And the Green Bay thing, I know Micah was the story of that game last night and what he did to Jaden Daniels. Really, I don't even think – I'm not that worked up about Washington's performance last night. I think they just ran into an awesome team.
Probably would help if they had an actual running back on their roster, though.
It would also help if anybody was open all day long, but I think that's what Green Bay secondary does to teams. I think that's what Parsons does to guys. We're doing good, Andy. And I think that...
Radio.
Hey, a guy walked by. I didn't want to be impolite, but I forgot I was on my
You give him a nod?
You're right. It's my fault.
The only downside of having 7 different locations on one radio show.
Hey, Nate, was that one clear? Let me guess. My mic's finally clear.
So, but again, I'm not going to get worked up over Washington. Green Bay is clearly awesome, and Micah has changed things. He's not even playing. He's like a part-time player, and he's wrecking the game right now.
He's the Jahdae Barron right now of the Green Bay Packers.
He's
about
so
a 22 snap guy.
Seriously, and he had, 8 pressures last night?
Crazy.
Every time he was on the field, it was just directly into the backfield.
Nate, does he look more terrifying in a Packers jersey than he did as a Cowboy?
He does. I think when you put a legitimate organization's uniform on, you suddenly look like a real... Like a real player. Yeah, it's like when anybody leaves the Rockies and goes somewhere else, and you're like, oh, that guy's a Major League Baseball player. Look at him.
I remember when he was a 2A player for us.
That's seriously what it's like. Andy, what were your impressions of what you saw out of Green Bay last night? Are you as enamored as I am at how good this Packer team is?
Well, I mean, Jordan Love's one of my fantasy QBs, so gotta love that.
Yes.
Pardon the pun. We all think of Mike. Yeah, we all think of Mike Sanford whenever Jordan Love's on there. And, if there's a Bo Nix, I don't know what the Love equivalent is, but we'll have to think of that. Listen, man, they look like a Super Bowl team, and the Broncos have to play them. So that game just got a little bit you want to know what I thought? I thought if Micah Parsons still feels good by the time the Broncos and Packers get together, I don't know who's blocking Parsons. I really don't.
Yeah.
Because, again, that was the kind of pass rush we saw give this offensive line trouble all through camp in the name of Big Nick Bonito. And Parsons is even a little more physical, I would say, in the game than what Bonito brings to it. So right now, the Packers, I think, are flat out scary. What's funny is that everybody in Detroit's starting to get sad. I mean, they've only played one game, but, man, that North, if J.J. McCarthy can continue to play like he did, that North is no joke. So
you're 100% right, Andy. And when I heard the preface to the conversation about the most exciting quarterbacks over the last 5 seasons in the National Football League. And really, it feels like the torch has been passed from Patrick Mahomes to both Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen.
Like the funny thing about Mahomes is like, and we have 1 week of sample size on it right now, but the Chiefs looked very uneven, and now they got to go play the Eagles. But like last year, the Chiefs weren't fun to watch last year.
Patrick Mahomes is like the 12th most valuable fantasy quarterback right now. And I know that's not what makes a quarterback extremely valuable as it relates to franchise-altering players. But when you brought up almost the passing of the baton from potentially Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson eventually to the next generation, I'll be honest, I think a little bit about Sunday night's matchup that's coming up, and that's Michael Penix Jr., who looked fantastic. If you didn't watch the fourth quarter heroics of both Michael Penix Jr. and J.J. McCarthy, I would strongly recommend that you watch that game on Sunday night, because those are two players that I think are going to end up being in that same conversation with Jordan Love, that obviously both Patrick Mahomes and then Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson are all in right now.
Yeah, Jordan Love.
Let me ask you both.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
I want to ask you both this. Sorry, Nate. Did you also take something, because I know we're all enamored with the Packers, but you know what struck me? Because, again, Bo had some struggles last week. Jaden Daniels. They kept talking about it on SportsCenter. And, Mike, I don't know if you noticed it, but I was watching SportsCenter and some of the shows after where they were talking about Jaden Daniels didn't know what he was looking at out of that Packer defense half the time during the night. He was confused. He didn't get the right looks. He didn't get the adjustments. And that was a guy that was the dude of that rookie class a year ago. Does it make you feel a little bit better about Bo's struggles in game one, considering it feels like all these guys from last year's class, the NFL did their work on them? I know Sean tried to swear up and down all summer that they wouldn't, but that's why I asked Chad Brown about it. The NFL took a look at that rookie class, and they're going to try to make all these guys uncomfortable now.
And it's almost advantage J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. because their sample size from 2024 is so limited compared to that of Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels and even Drake May. Andy, I said this morning on the morning sprint, and I'd love to hear your guys' opinion on this, and I could be completely off base. But when Bo Nix has a bad game, he makes them count. To me, it feels like a bad game from a Bo Nix is a legitimately bad game.
Like 3 turnovers?
Like what we just saw in week one, or what we saw in week 1 and week 2. And even the win in New Orleans. Do you remember that game against New Orleans? The amount of just wide open human beings that were open and he just missed them.
Or the Jets game when he couldn't hold the ball.
Yeah, that's, the deluge is always a tough quarterback game. But his bad games, if you compare him to say that last night for Jaden Daniels is a bad game, Jaden Daniels was still pretty efficient, 0 turnovers, and threw for 200 yards and 2 touchdowns.
I think they just, again, to me, the story of that game last night is the Packers. It really is. Their secondary is so friggin' good, along with that pass rush. Like that's what Denver's defense does to teams. That's when you look out there and you see a secondary that looks like that out on the field, and then you tack on a pass rush led by Nick Bonito. This is what the Broncos are going to do to guys. This is why I love Denver coming up here on Sunday. Okay, like I do think, and I will say this, and Andy can corroborate this. I have always had a gentler opinion of Daniel Jones than most people
So do I.
I don't think he's a terrible NFL quarterback. No, I don't think he's a particularly good NFL quarterback, but you can win games with Daniel Jones. But he now has to go up against this Denver defense. The Broncos as a 1.5 or 2-point favorite, depending on where you see it, team on the road. Like they're a field goal winner at the least in this game. Like I love the Broncos laying the points on the road this week, going up against Indianapolis. Plus they're banged up in their secondary. As the week has gone on and the more I've examined what the Broncos defense did a week ago, looking at 133 total yards, I don't see them losing many games, if any at all, to mediocre quarterbacks this year.
No, I would agree with you. I just think this defense is going to do that to a lot of teams. Now, it is interesting because I just saw a quote as we were sitting here from Nick Kosmider. Sean Payton's talking. Payton, and I know Coach mentioned this yesterday, Sean Payton just mentions he stayed up all night trying to figure out what he's going to do on third down against Lou Anarumo. As we all knew, that's a hell of a defensive coordinator there. But you know what I think he's got to do? You got to run the ball. Mike, Nate, not to gloss over your point, I agree, Nate. If you face a middle-of-the-road quarterback, good luck if you're getting that against this defense. But I would also say to help that defense do what it needs to do, he's got to simplify the game plan from a week ago. Sean Payton can't just act like this is Bo Nix. Bo Nix has not graduated from school yet. I just said it to DMac in the crosstalk. And again, I bring up Jaden Daniels. I bring up what we saw out of Drake. Man, I bring up these other quarterbacks from his class. They've all had interesting starts to the year. Now, Daniels had a good opener. We saw that a week ago. But, again, it was okay. My point being, Nate says this all the time. Progress needs to be made every year, okay? And look, the other thing I'd point out is Sean Payton's always had the 2 years, and I know one was Russell Wilson, so we always dismiss it, but there is a pattern. Septembers have been slow offensive months for the Broncos under Sean Payton. So if that's going to be the case, take a breath, be chilled, run the ball more. It's okay to run the football and just get out of there with the dub. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, and I think it's very doable here this week. The other part of this, guys, is when it comes to quarterback plays, quarterback play, you can always look at a guy and say, what are you best at? I would say that Bo Nix's best attribute as an NFL quarterback, and Sean Payton has said as much, no negative plays. He doesn't turn the ball over, okay? He did in week 1. He had a terrible game in week 1. I don't believe that is who Bo Nix is as an NFL quarterback. Like,
it's a bit of an outlier.
Right. I think that's an outlier performance. Even with opposing defenses and Tennessee a week ago and Anarumo and the Colts this week having better game plans against him, I don't think that Bo Nix is suddenly going to become a guy that is regularly sloppy with the football. So again, reasons why I love Denver in this game on the road at Indianapolis is I don't think Bo Nix is going to have a bunch of bad turnovers once again in this game. Andy, let's shift quickly. Is Ryan Staub going to start tonight at quarterback, or is the irresponsible media going to get told what's what by Deion Sanders tonight?
No official announcement, but Nate, I don't know how he doesn't start. I don't know how Staub does not start. He had a good game last week. He moved you the best. He was responsible for most of your touchdowns, as I remember it. Now, remember, Salter did rush for one, and then I think he had a screen pass late in the game. But look, Staub came in there, and what I loved about Staub's game last week was he climbed the pocket. Ever since Leggy told me the term escape out of the back of the pocket, you just notice so many guys doing it now, right, Coach?
I call it the negative reset. If you negatively reset in the pocket away from the line of scrimmage.
And we saw Cam Ward do it on that in particular.
It gets you, man.
On the Jonah Ellis sack. Remember that? He kept trying to run away from Ellis,
and then
Ellis got him.
What could be a 4 or 5 yard sack turns into an 8 to 14 yard sack. And it changes the drive.
Here's my case for Staub. Staub stepped into throws. He made the looks he needed to downfield. He was not afraid to throw into traffic, but did it effectively. I just think they need that right now. Now, look, if they go through a quarter and it isn't happening, or they're not picking up first downs, then I'm not going to be shocked if he changes them out again. You know what, Coach, and Nate, you know what I do appreciate? In the world of NIL, and again, I know it's a simple statement, and a lot of people think it's no big deal, but I think it's harder than just us, the general public, realize. You got two guys getting paid NIL dollars, and Coach Prime said, I don't care, I'm here to win a game, and Staub gets a chance to play. I admire the hell out of the fact that he was like, I'm about this team winning. I'm not worried he's making the money on this team.
Well,
but that doesn't mean that he won't go back to another guy if Staub isn't getting it done.
I mean, there's also, like, there could be enough sample size now for Deion to look at it and say, I didn't get what I paid for on Salter.
Yep.
Juju's the future, and he's young, and he wasn't expected to be the starter this year anyway, so I can go with the number 3 guy, and I'll be okay.
Where I would have some pause is just my own personal take. Nothing that has been communicated to me by anybody. I wouldn't be so sure that Juju is your future.
Okay.
Because recruiting rankings, 247 and Scout do not make a player. And we have seen that with DJ Uyunglele. We saw it with Nico Iamaleava. We saw it with Malachi Nelson, who went to USC, then Boise State. Didn't start at either place.
Now?
He's at UTEP. He's a minor.
Okay.
He is staring down on the Rio Grande as he throws pigskins to other teams in Conference USA, Fun Belt. I don't know what they are anymore.
College football is UTEP's going to be in the Mountain West.
How cool is
starting
that?
next year?
That'll be fun.
That's right. I'll be covering UTEP football in my future. It's
You gonna sing the song "Down in the Little Sleepy Town of El Paso" or where the hell it is?
I fell in love with a Mexican girl.
With a Mexican girl. Yeah, try to sing it like Bob Weir. Got to be able to get that.
Karaoke is about as good as it's going to be at a bar tonight, huh, fellas? Hey, you want to see the broadcast booth?
Yeah, I was going to ask you that real quick. Before we take this to the break,
out of here, right?
Hey, Andy, will you give me a scale of 1 to 10? I've never been, of all the places I've been to in college football, a scale of 1 to 10 on the stadium that you find yourself in right now.
T-Decu.
Oh, this is a beautiful stadium.
Is it really?
It is. Here, I'll show it to you. With some people. There's Coach Barnett. Coach waved to everybody.
It's Texas.
There we go.
Right.
They have to have nice
So
stadiums.
Because TCU Stadium is glorious.
Why do they not call it Case Keenum Stadium, by the way?
Because there was a guy named Andre Ware that won the Heisman Trophy here, so I think Case didn't quite get there.
Yeah, but Keenum played there for 17 years. Like when I think of Houston football, Case Keenum is the first one I go to. He gray shirted, he red shirted, he yellow shirted. Like he had shirts that we never even heard of before. That guy was in college until he was 34.
Yeah, I don't think he has credit union money. I just don't.
T-Decu.
Can I show them the
T-Decu.
field? We all right to show them the field in your box? I'm in Rick's box now, so this will give us a little bit better feel of things since that guy was following the study.
Field, man.
Look at that.
It's a lot bigger than it looks on television. It always has a lower angle, and I've watched copious amounts of film, getting ready for an opponent.
Yeah.
That played a game at the University of Houston. So I feel like I've been there, but I certainly have not physically been in the stadium.
Guys, be following Andy Lindahl tonight. He's going to be on the sidelines. He's going to be doing the reporting from Houston. Buffs, Cougs, and the game is broadcast by Learfield. That's right, Learfield. Andy Lindahl, have fun in Houston, pal.
See you again. Oh, yeah. Hey, I want to give you a big hug when I get back. You know what? As soon as I'm done with the game, big old slathery man hug.
How swampy are you right now?
Oh, you have no idea. I'm sweating just thinking about how hot it's going to be.
You're going to have to go with the old index, middle finger, kind of State of the Union check. For,
hey, one of the Colorado kids rode up the elevator with me, and when we got off, he was like, "I can't believe the humidity." I was like, "Have you not ever been here?" He goes, "I've not been outside of Colorado." I was like, "Oh, son, I don't even want to tell you what you're in for tomorrow."
Ben Finiseth right there, probably out of Durango.
Yeah.
Playing safety.
All right, boys.
All right, there he goes. That's Andy Lindahl with us there, joining us from Houston today. There's a few of those. There's some humid road trips. They got to go to Fort Worth to play TCU in October as well. So there is some humidity on the schedule that Colorado is going to have to deal with. They'll kick off at 5:30 tonight. Sandman is here. I am Nate Kreckman, Altitude Sports Radio. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I want to dive further into this matchup and the expectation that we should have for Bo Nix. What does a bounce-back performance look like coming up on Sunday at the Colts? We'll do that next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Roller Auction, guys. Roller Auction. Write it down. Remember it, because they have got some great auctions that are taking place right now, which you can check out at their website, which is so easy to use, roller.bid. I have gotten this question before, and I just want everyone to know. At Roller Auction, all bidding is done online. You don't have to go down and have somebody talk very fast at you or anything else like that, although they do have that skill set over at Roller Auction, as I have found out. But that's not how they do it. No, you go to roller.bid, and you do all of your bidding online. And there are some great auctions that are available for you to be able to bid right now, including this tanning beds, fitness equipment, hydro massage, and more auction. That's right. Ultrasun, ProSun, Heartland, Tan America, just a few of the brands that they have wonderful tanning beds and massage beds available from. There's exercise equipment and so much more. So if you are looking to up your tanning game or perhaps your massage chair game, let's be honest, if you want to pamper yourself a little bit and relax, well, then go to roller.bid, check out this auction, and go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up to bid. Why should you do that? Because if you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude, you can win tickets from us. We have given away Lincoln Park tickets, 9 Inch Nails tickets. Next up, Avalanche tickets. Get on it now. Roller.bid/altitude. We play ska music on Fridays. We call it Ska Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mike Sanford is with me here today. That's what we call him on Fridays. Coach going to be... Turn your mic on.
That'd help too. I like Sanford.
Sanford. That sounds too pretentious to me.
Yeah, it sounds like something that Alex Ryanemi would call me.
Sanford.
Hello, Sanford.
Hello.
Colorado Academy in Sanford.
What you got a West Legend tonight at 7:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A little HS football. That's going to be fun.
Wildcat versus Titan football. CJ Hanna, head football coach there, doing a great job. Has his squad 3-0 and had a chance to scrimmage against them at the University of Northern Colorado football camp. They got 3 big-time Power 5 offensive players on that squad. And of course, Jake Heaps has got Legend rolling.
Yeah. He's got a Boston College-bound quarterback over there
DJ
at
Bordeaux.
Legend. That's right, DJ. Do you like a fine Bordeaux, do you?
It's seasonal for me. Seasonal preference.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's a cold weather wine, right?
Yeah, it's kind of when I'm in France. During a colder, kind of a little bit of a, I would say subtropical type of a climactic day. This is you right now laughing at me for trying to speak with big words.
Oh, this is good.
It's not working.
It's going great.
Well, because seasonally, I haven't been to France in 32 years, and I was not of age to consume a Bordeaux at that time.
Well, it's France. It's allowed at any age.
This is true.
You're fine. Yeah, they're very cool people over there.
Lots of bleached, lots of teeth are red.
Yes.
Constantly at all age groups.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Okay. Bo Nix was not super duper in week 1 against the Tennessee Titans, and now he gets to go on the road against Indianapolis. The film has been broken down. Nix has talked about, his desire to not hurt his team with mistakes, with turnovers, but at the same time, he also kind of pointed out, like, I got to make plays. I do have to make plays out there a little bit. Sandman, after you were able to go back and look at the interceptions that were made, my evaluation on it was that I think the first interception, I think that was the McCreary interception that was intended for Sutton, I think that ball had a chance to get home with a better throw. The second interception was doomed from the moment he looked at Troy Franklin and locked eyes on him and allowed the safety to jump in front of him and make that interception. The sack fumble, I'm not that worked up over it simply because Jeffrey Simmons is one of the 5 best defensive linemen in football. I'm not going to get that fired up about it. I think DeForest Buckner is a good player. I don't think he's on Jeffrey Simmons' level of being able to get upfield. What was your read on the mistakes that Bo made? Where did he go most wrong?
It just never looked like he was settled, period.
Agreed.
Like at any point in time. And, I would put the first interception, it's early on in a contest. You didn't get off to a rousing start. And Sean Payton calls a designed quarterback escape away from Bo Nix's dominant throwing arm.
Yeah.
He
loves to call that.
And he's booting left. I'm watching it right now in real time.
Yeah.
And I just think that the ball was floated.
Yeah.
I'm watching it right now.
It was a bad throw.
It was late.
Yep.
It was hung up in the air. And frankly, it was thrown across his body over the middle of the field.
Yeah.
You just broke about every cardinal rule about what leads to throwing interceptions. I always say the cardinal sins that lead to interceptions for the quarterback. Number 1, completely predetermining your decision.
Yeah.
Like, I am throwing it here no matter what happens post-snap. That's the first thing. That actually I don't think that really happened with this particular interception. Second one is hang it up over the middle of the field. Like too much air on a crossing route. And that's what Cortland Sutton was running, was a crossing route. And then the other one is throwing it across your body. He did multiple things wrong in that, but could Sean Payton have helped him out early on in his second NFL season? by booting him to the right with the same play call. And here's what's funny. High school. You realize how dang wide those hashes are at the high school level?
Right.
So like booting into the boundary, if the ball is on the extreme left hash in high school football, there's no real estate to boot into the boundary. And then you get to college and the hashes get a little bit
more
closer
narrow
to each other.
Yeah.
A little bit though. But still it's very much a hash mark game. And so booting to the field when the ball's on the left hash, you got a lot more real estate. The National Football League, those hashes are so freaking close to each other. And so really, at that point, it becomes a coaching preference of, do I want to boot my quarterback to the right or to the left? Because frankly, ball on the hash mark doesn't matter.
So opening drive of the game. That was when Bo had to throw to Cortland Sutton. It was a pickup at 12, and it was the same thing. It was a boot roll left. Okay, and it was a
dot. It was a good throw.
It was a tight window throw. Good catch by Cortland Sutton to be able to make that play. On the interception, though, and this is one of the other things that I wonder about. We played the audio the other day of one of the YouTube film breakdowns, and it pointed out Marvin Mims did not sell the go route hard enough. So the nickel corner was able to peel off of him and make the interception on that Sutton interception. Okay.
You're right about that. I'm watching the play right now. It was supposed to be like I would call it it's like a deep crack corner.
Yeah.
He is jogging.
Yeah. He's loafing. Okay.
That's a deplorable mistake.
That's happening on that play. But also I will say this.
His guy intercepted the ball.
It was.
Straight up.
It was McCreary was the one covering him who peeled off and then made the interception. If you're a smart enough DB, though, and you see a quarterback rolling to his left and having to make a throw across his body, and your guy's running a go, aren't you thinking to yourself, he ain't getting it there?
Only about two guys probably on planet Earth that can do that.
Right.
Josh Allen, and then the guy that doesn't even start.
Josh Allen?
Joe Milton.
Right.
Who can throw it like 93 yards.
Right. There's only a few. So, again, you're looking at that boot out, and you're thinking to yourself, like, this throw ain't getting home. Okay? He's throwing underneath right here. And that's something else you have to consider right there. Like, how effective is that go going to be even if Mims busts it? That's another thing you got to think about on a play like that. There's also a play design issue going on right there. So Sean could help Bo Nix out more by setting him up in a better situation right there. So that's one of the things that I wonder about on that play. And just in general, is it going to be better to get Bo easy completions earlier in the game and get him into rhythm rather than everything being a freaking boot?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of some RPO stuff that, ironically, Sean cited as the reason for there not being a whole lot of volume of called runs because the defensive looks dictated to throw the football. There were essentially 0 RPOs on film in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
And when I think back about the best that Bo Nix looked at practice at training camp, which we can all agree. I mean, would you agree with me that there were few and far between there were moments where he looked good at training camp? Like, noticeably good. He looked solid, but I'm talking about good.
The one practice that I saw that he looked good was the Arizona practice.
Yes.
And again, like, I was looking at it going, the Cardinals are just playing zone.
Off and soft. And that's where Bo Nix gets going.
Yeah.
Free access, quick completion throws.
He'll crush you.
He will nickel and dime you to death.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton will call it as such as well. The other times I thought Bo Nix looked really good, and I think you and Andy have talked about this multiple times on the show. The 2-minute drill.
Yeah.
And what happens in 2 minute when you are up against the time? What kind of play calls come in?
Quick.
Go. Not verbose.
Yeah.
The opposite of verbose.
Yeah.
It might be thunder means what usually 17 words ends up meaning.
Get to the line of scrimmage and
operate
go.
Because time is of the essence.
Right.
Bo looks good in that scenario. Would you agree?
Yes.
The other one, man, is the red zone. I always thought that in the red zone periods against the Broncos defense, against the Cardinals defense, I liked the comfort level of Bo Nix. And what I saw in those situations throwing the football were from shotgun, quick, put the ball in the belly of the running back, quick RPO throws, glance posts, and using the size of Cortland Sutton, Patrick Bryant, and at the time, Devon Bailey, who's no longer with your team, but you still have those body types.
Right.
Like, why not more of that?
Get him in those spots.
And he was good at that at Oregon.
Very much so.
He was really good at Auburn with the RPO game.
I agree. And Sean, what it appears to me is happening is I think that Sean is trying to force a next step on Bo Nix that I'm not sure that he's ready for, that I'm not sure that Sean is necessarily ready for. And oh, by the way, like, there are some new guys on your offense this season, and it is early in the year. Let's let this thing happen, and let's master some of the easier stuff. Andy's been complaining about it all week, and I don't think he's all that terribly wrong. The amount of different personnel groupings that Sean ran out there in that game. Sean Payton has also had an entire offseason to just sit there with his
too much time.
Exactly.
Too much.
And work out the perfect script and the perfect game plan and get himself to that place. And one of the things you have to remember is Evan Ingram's still new here. Okay? Like J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey, like these guys are still new here right now. Marvin Mims is being asked to do more. He's also new here. Let's bring it along, but let's master the easy stuff first, and then you can get a little bit more advanced. And the good news is the Broncos defense is good enough that you can still win games in the midst of this process before your offense is necessarily firing away at like a graduate level.
And I don't think it would be for Sean Payton to have to admit that he was wrong. How about just admit that the build of your team was actually very wise and playing to the build of your team, which is simplistic offensive football within reason, right? Sean Payton's not going to run out there with two formations and call three plays.
You don't want to go double wing?
He's not going to go the way of 2A high school football.
Okay.
But there are some simple ways that you can get your run game going. You can get Bo Nix going and, frankly, minimize the turnovers, which I believe is the only way that the Colts can beat you in this game, is if the Broncos turn the football over again.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Mike Sanford in with us here on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We have got the finalized injury report for Broncos-Colts. Who's in, who's out, and who to watch for before we get to Sunday. We'll have all of that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Buffs, Houston, tonight, 5:30. But I got a Broncos injury report first, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Sandman, you ready for an injury report?
Yes, and I want all the good news. I want the Evan Ingram good news. I want the John Franklin Myers good news.
I can do that for you.
Yeah.
I can provide that good news. Evan Ingram was a full participant in practice yet again today. No designation plan. John Franklin Myers, full participant today. He was Thursday and Friday after a DNP on Wednesday because of a knee. No designation, good to go. Alex Singleton, full participant all week long.
Still has another broken thumb?
Did
you know he did a second one?
Did he really?
Yeah, he I don't know if he re-broke the same one or just broke a thumb, but...
Well, he had a broken thumb.
He had a broken thumb from the first week of training camp.
Right.
He broke his thumb, new or re-injured, against the Titans.
I was not aware of that.
This is true.
How's he play video games?
It's tough. But you know what, though? That man can hang out in the club because he has some dang club. He's played some club football games, some clubbed practices.
Is he going to go double clubs this
Double
week?
club is intimidating. Can you imagine if you're on the other sideline like, I don't know what to do with that guy. And the quarterback's got to be thinking, if I throw an interception to double club guy.
Double club.
Then I might as well just give up this game for the rest of my life.
It would be if as double club guy, if you could intercept the football, or quite frankly, even if like recover a fumble, not easy to do without the use of digits.
Did you see some of the AI graphics that were made after CeeDee Lamb's atrocious performance?
No,
where it showed him playing football with no hands, like just it was and like my mind thinks now of Alex Singleton intercepting Daniel Jones and potentially breaking the internet. If Daniel Jones throws a ball to the outstretched double clubs
and he's able
Alex
to
Singleton and he
pinch
squeezes
that thing.
He goes lobster style.
I started thinking about the Black Knight from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh my gosh.
It's a flesh wound. Nate Adkins, he's out. He's not playing. So he's not back from the tightrope. And Dre
did give a little limited participation.
Limited participation.
Which I like.
Thursday
I'm
and Friday.
about that.
Dre Greenlaw was a limited participant at practice today, but he is still listed as out. So, in the very least, listed as limited rather than a DNP, which is better than we've had so far. That means this was the first time he practiced in any capacity in the 2 weeks of the regular season. So that's good news when it comes to Dre Greenlaw, but he is still listed as out. So it will be a big Sternad game.
So what happened, according to Lance on the Shot Mazda text line here, one price, one person, 1 hour, is that he broke the same thumb, but in a different spot. So the dream, the dream of double club, at least for one more week, is going to be paused. Because I think Alex Singleton is more than capable of breaking his other thumb.
Yeah,
in this contest.
He could do that.
He could definitely get that done for us.
By the way, really quickly, speaking of, I mentioned Monty Python right there. So tonight, Spinal Tap 2.
No way.
Into theaters, okay? Spinal Tap 2. DMac, I believe, is going to see it. I don't know if he's doing it tonight because of the Buffs game, but he said he's going to see it this weekend. What's a legitimately good comedy sequel? Because comedy sequels are tough. Like, there's a lot of really crappy ones. What's a legitimately good comedy sequel that is out there with Spinal Tap 2 coming out tonight?
Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey.
Bogus Journey. With the Battle of the Bands when Wild Stallions defeated Primus.
We got very demonic and angelic in Bogus Journey, if I'm not mistaken.
Bogus Journey was, I'll call it hit or miss. It's a strong entry, though.
Well, you've got to throw out all the various vacations. Because Christmas Vacation was not the original.
That's true. And European Vacation, I have always considered to be vastly underrated.
It's pretty good.
I think people overlook it, and it's got some unbelievable lines in it. He's on the plane. He orders a beer. Would you like it in the can? No, I'll have it right here.
Good call. American Pie 2.
I don't remember that movie.
All I know is it had some really sweet pop punk on the soundtrack.
Good soundtrack.
Really good soundtrack.
Let me throw out
Got some Shannon Elizabeth too.
Wayne's World 2. Very funny movie. And maybe that one worked better because Mike Myers as Wayne Campbell, they'd done the sketch for long enough, so there was more they could do with the characters. The other thing that I know about that movie was by the time that they made it, Mike Myers and Dana Carvey hated each other and weren't even on speaking terms. And yet the movie I thought worked wonderfully. Actually, Austin Powers too.
Pretty much all of those were good.
The Spy Who Shagged Me,
That's
also
right.
very good.
Because the first was International Man of Mystery.
Maybe it says something about Mike Myers.
Was the third Goldfinger?
It was.
Or Gold Member?
Gold Member.
Yes, that's right.
With Fat Bastard and Beyonce. Yeah. But
Wild.
those were all good. We'll see.
What about 22 Jump Street? Or is that more of a remake?
Well, 21 Jump Street was the remake, and then they made 22 Jump
That's
Street.
right. Yeah.
I don't think I ever saw that. And 21 Jump Street was good, actually.
Really good.
Yeah, that movie was funny.
Was Hangover 2 good? I don't remember it being good.
Not really.
I thought it sucked.
No, the first one was so good.
So good.
I think just
In fact, it was so good that I forgot that a majority of the young men that I coach on the football team and that are 15 to 18 years old
never saw it,
have never seen it.
Right.
So we're in Vegas
And you're
at a
making
hotel.
hangover jokes.
And I'm doing bed check, and I said, I'm going to stay around here in this hallway till about 2 or 3 in the morning to make sure that none of you wake up with a baby named Carlos in your closet or get a Mike Tyson tattoo or have a tiger in your domicile first thing in the morning. And they looked at me like I had 17 heads.
They didn't know the reference.
They're like, all right, coach, I'm going to go to bed now.
That's so weird. That
We'll see you.
Hangover was a movie that came out in our adulthood, and yet for kids, they don't even know about it right now. That shows how damn old we're getting.
Ooh, Meet the Fockers. Meet the Parents wasn't that met by the second being Meet the Fockers?
Can I tell you my beef with Meet the Parents just as a movie? There's funny scenes, and De Niro and Stiller, their chemistry is great. Those scenes are wonderful. What always bothered me about that movie was the wife character / De Niro's daughter. That character never rang true to me. And the fact that she didn't ring true was why the movie worked. She could have at any point in that movie stepped in and been like, my father is acting insane. My fiance is acting insane. Nobody needs to act this way. And yet she was a god-awful character and act like she was still carrying a torch for Owen Wilson. And that's what always bothered me about that movie. Her character, to me, was a hole in that movie.
Who is she?
I'm trying to think of the actress's name right now off the top of my head.
Is this her?
Don't know.
Is this her right there?
Yes.
Okay.
What's her name?
I just have a picture. Her name, Terry Polo.
Terry Polo. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. See,
don't know much of Terry Polo.
We got home eventually. Terry Polo was on one of the seasons of The West Wing. I remember that about her as well.
She's 56 years old.
Still bringing it.
Still got the fastball.
Still got it.
Decent slide piece too.
Spinal Tap 2. They'll be turning it up to 12. Kreckman and Lindahl. Let's take a break. When we come back,
I think that'd be a good idea.
What are you talking about?
I'm kidding.
You're on the Kreckman and Lindahl show now, Sandman.
I agree, and I'm excited.
There's no off ramp we don't take on this show, okay? And we have to have meetings with the boss as a result. When we come back, I want to talk about this Broncos secondary. I read 2 great stories today about the Broncos secondary. This goes back into my, and I will not stop on this rant at all, that the Broncos defense needs to be celebrated because it's going to be an all-timer. I'm going to give you reason to celebrate a couple of guys in that secondary, and I'll tell you about that coming up next. Let's do this. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Ska Friday and a Bud Light Football Friday. Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. All right, Sandman. So the Broncos, they win last week. Bo struggles, 3 turnovers, 4 for the team as a game. Marvin Mims had a muffed punt in that game. That's something I think I'll keep an eye on a little bit going forward here.
Keep an eye on Marvin Mims, period.
Yeah.
Because something was awry with his performance.
Yeah.
And I promise you that Sean Payton wasn't very pleased with what he saw on tape.
Can't imagine that was the case.
On multiple fronts.
Yes. So let's talk about this defense, though. They gave up 12 points, okay? There were 4 turnovers, and they gave up 2 field goals off of 4 turnovers. They gave up 133 total yards. They sacked Cam Ward 6 times. This is a defense that last year was one of the best in the NFL, and this year already looks like it's one of the best in the NFL. They are living up to all of the hype. This defense is awesome. Bo, not great. Offense, not great. Defense rules, and I continue to hammer home this point, is that Broncos fans, if you want to have fun this year, do it by getting fired up about what this defense is, because I think it's going to be an all-timer. It's going to be a really good time to watch. Enjoy that part of it rather than just constantly getting worked up over what Bo Nix is or is not turning into. Okay. So if we're going to have that conversation, then I think one of the things that people have to be able to do is people have to be able to get attached to guys on their defense. Well, Sandman, I think this is one of, if not the best secondaries in the NFL. There was some great content today by the guys that cover the Broncos here locally about this secondary. I want to start with Luka Evans and his story in the Post today about Riley Moss.
I read this. This was fantastic.
This is so good, okay? The headline, Dirt Man and the Prototype, why Broncos Riley Moss is wired for the pressure as Pat Surtain's CB2. I did not know that Riley Moss's nickname at Iowa was Dirt Man. But apparently it is, why, you ask? Because he's dirty. And that's kind of what's going on a little bit with Riley Moss. Luka Evans, who's doing a really good job covering the Broncos so far. I'm really enjoying his coverage. And Luka Evans, by the way, Luka Evans, if I'm not mistaken, Sandman, he was the guy that Lincoln Riley kicked out, right?
I think I actually brought that to this
Yes.
this hour right here of radio.
Get him out of here. Because he was
the Orange County Register.
Yeah, asking a few too many questions that were hitting too close to home.
That was my home newspaper growing up.
The OC Register?
Yeah, I was on the dream team of the OC Register.
Were you really?
Yeah. That was about the only thing I've ever achieved in my athletic career.
OC Register Dream Team. That's not on your Wikipedia page.
Yeah. You know what it looked like? Looked like an old Reagan rally, actually.
That's one of his districts.
That is correct.
A little bit. Okay, Riley Moss. There's some great stuff in this story. Luka Evans dug in and talked to one of his old teammates, a guy by the name of Jack Corner, who was Riley Moss's one of the safeties, okay? He said Moss would come over to Corner's house after practice to watch a movie and crash on his leather couch shirtless, unshowered from the morning's practice, stinking up the joint. That's an a sweaty back on a leather sofa. That's gross.
It's gross, but sometimes after a workout, it kind of hits pretty hard, man.
It does for you, not the sofa.
No, it's not great for the sofa, and it's not great for the owner of said sofa.
Right.
But it does feel good peeling yourself off after being lodged right to that leather sofa.
Ripping yourself off of a leather couch. There's a lot of good stories in here.
Because in college, I had a total hand-me-down, probably third generation hand-me-down Lazy Boy recliner.
Nice.
That was just pure leather. And I would go just shirtless and lay on it and just melt into it immediately after running the upper decks at Albertson Stadium in Boise, Idaho.
Did you find it in an alley?
No, I think it was passed down from grandparents to our family, then family to me.
Okay. So a family heirloom there.
It made its way via a U-Haul, one of those smaller U-Hauls.
I had a lot of alley furniture. That was how I got down. Mm-hmm. I never got bed bugs. It was fine. It was fine.
Okay, so
Dirtman, as he is known,
Riley Moss, Dirtman.
He is. It is also said here. One of his teammates had the family had a lake house. They were known for going up there for weekend benders. And according to his teammate Jack Horner, Moss was never one to say no if you needed a guy to have fun with. Iowa safety Quinn Schulte saying, quote, "My favorite memories of him I probably can't share with you." As Luca writes, still, the life of the party rose each morning, ran wind sprints up hills, and sweated it out in 8-minute ab workouts. Corner saying, quote, "I've never seen somebody who can just like show up the next day with a hangover, throw a chew in his lip, and he'll be the most athletic guy on the field. No stretch, no nothing. Just show up, lace up the cleats, not even brush the sleep out of his eye, and just be the most twitchy athlete out there."
I heard the same thing about him.
Yeah.
Because I was asking at the Combine, there were a couple of Iowa people that I spoke to.
Mm-hmm.
I know a few of the guys on their coaching staff. And I was asking about Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
You know, who's more athletic? Compare him to Riley Moss. And what everybody said was that, surprising to me, I thought Cooper DeJean was the freak of all freaks in terms of just pure genetics.
Yeah.
Because he kind of looks like it.
Right.
No, I said, no, that's Riley Moss.
Really?
Yeah, Cooper DeJean is like ultimately disciplined, wakes up at the same time every single day. And Riley Moss, this is what I heard from one of his teammates. Yeah, I'm not so sure about what he does away from football, but he is a baller, man. He is just a baller. He shows up. So University of Iowa cornerback has a lake house family had a lake house that benders took place.
Yeah.
Was known to be a little bit stinky.
Yeah.
It's probably go from from practice immediately to, some type of post party, right?
Great
game to post party.
Great party town, by the way.
Great
City.
town, period.
Yeah.
Love Iowa City.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any chance that Riley Moss has ever consumed a Busch Light?
Or 30,000? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes. The other thing I love about this story is it paints the picture of like, this is Riley Moss, the dirt man. And on the other side of him is Patrick Surtain, son of football royalty, ultimate discipline, flawless technique, comes from Nick Saban, one of the great DBs coach that has ever lived. Nick Saban comes into the NFL anointed and has lived up to all the hype and is one defensive player of the year. And Surtain very much a structured, get to bed, take care of the body.
You probably can't find a bigger superstar to professional ratio right now in pro football.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got both going.
Checks every box.
At a high level.
Uh-huh. And he's got Dirt Man on the other side.
Which is great.
I love it. Which, like, if you need somebody that has to have the right mentality, that's going to be targeted as often as you were going to be when you're across from Patrick Surtain, and, Alec Guyo Manor got a whole bunch of looks last week from Cam Ward going up against Riley Moss, and Moss played great. He allowed 3 catches for only 21 yards in that game.
And targeted.
Did Riley Moss. I mean, he's that good, but he's also that mentally tough, and I think the guy honestly has just a legit effort kind of attitude that is exactly what you need when you're across from Surtain.
Would you argue that you almost would have to have something inherently wrong with you to be opposite of Pat Surtain II?
I mean,
and also just happen to be of the you come from the aisle of the liquor store or the wine section,
sure,
where you might just get a little bit more traffic heading your direction as an exciting white.
I think.
Do you have to have something wrong with you?
Yeah, I think you do, because, okay, we watched for years as corners that played on the other side of Champ Bailey, just that they struggled, and they struggled mightily here in Denver, having to play on the other side of Champ Bailey. That wasn't an easy way to make a living, and a lot of guys, I think, it kind of swallowed them. You read a story like this, and again, this is Riley Moss, White corner, was really bad early on at Iowa, got better through the course of his career, became one of the best corners in the Big Ten.
I told you my story about him, right?
Yeah.
That I said, we're going after this guy.
Right.
Yeah, and 2 interceptions later, I said, yeah, he's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a starting NFL corner now.
He is that good. And I think he's a great story, and maybe he just has the right mindset, in addition to just being a really friggin' good player and a crazy good athlete.
Great athlete.
To be able to do it. The other great story today, our buddy Nick Kosminer had a wonderful piece on Talanoa Hufanga. Led the Broncos in tackles in week 1. His impact was noticed all over the place. I didn't know this about Talanoa Hufanga. Maybe you do, Sandman. Do you know he has gone to a high school football game here in Denver every week since the season started, since he's been here?
That makes me kind of almost have a little like FOMO. I haven't seen him at one of mine yet. I got to get him there.
Yet to get to a Valor game. But he's and he said this is something that he was doing. When he was a kid and he grew up in Corvallis, Oregon, and his older brother was playing at Oregon State, and he and all of his teammates, we would go see them, but then his brother and their teammates would go to his games. He eventually went to college at USC. He went to a ton of high school games around Los Angeles, and he just said, like, he's just a football guy. He wants to be out there in the community. He's also, as violently as he plays the game on the field, his teammates adore him. He always has a smile on his face, and he was voted a captain already as a Bronco when he showed up here. But the Talanoa Hufanga is just a guy that friggin' gets it, is embracing this community right here. And again, a dude that is beloved inside his own locker room. And it's just funny because the guy plays like he's trying to give himself a neck injury.
He does. And one of his mentors, I don't know if Kaz referred to it in the article, but somebody that is a fellow Oregonian and also a fellow Polynesian safety is Troy Polamalu.
Yep.
And there are a lot of similarities in terms of how Talanoa Hufanga is attempting to live up to one of his heroes.
Yeah.
And it is a reckless style of play. It's the type of play, while Talanoa Hufanga is actually much more physically blessed than Troy Polamalu was. Polamalu was what, 5'11" at the best, maybe?
Yeah, he wasn't a huge dude.
5'10".
Strong as hell.
Oh, strong.
Fearless.
Hufanga's got length.
Yeah.
And that's what he plays with almost the sense of, I can be a box player, I can be a blitzer, but I have the length to be a very good cover player. This was a great acquisition for the Broncos. And it wasn't like the safety room was broken.
No.
Was PJ Locke still a Bronco?
Good player.
Good player.
Yeah, good player.
Brandon Jones, still a Bronco, obviously starting alongside.
He was awesome last week.
He was fantastic.
Yeah.
Did you hear what Hufanga had to say about him after the game?
What's that?
Said, I can't physically beat him to the building. He's like, that he is the earliest arriver every single day. And that's coming from a guy that is widely regarded as one of the more football-minded, football discipline-oriented individuals in Hufanga. That's a pretty special tandem in the back end.
It's pretty good, man. This Broncos secondary, like, you got the defensive player of the year, but they've surrounded him with a bunch of dudes that are really friggin' good. You partner that up with Benito and Cooper, and let's not leave Jonah Ellis, or let's not leave Dondre Tillman out of it. My God, all those guys are good. Let's not leave Zach Allen and DJ Jones and JFM and company off that list down low. There's just good football players all over the place on this defense. Embrace it, guys. Jeff Legwald, that man embraces defensive football, covering the Denver Broncos for ESPN. He'll be with us coming up next. Scott Friday, Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Jeff Legwald of ESPN preparing for a fun trip to America's Heartland, Indianapolis, Indiana. But first, we talk about this Broncos team here on the Friday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nate Kreckman, Mike Sanford, Jeff Legwald. How are you, pal?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're doing very well. Let's start with your piece from this week about Sean Payton throwing himself under the bus for the sake of his young quarterback. Jeff, we've talked a lot about what Sean Payton's media strategy has been leading into this season. And Sean Payton, the reason why we talk about it is because Sean Payton very clearly believes in media strategy. What did you think of his defense of Bo and his criticism of himself after this game? What's he trying to get done?
Well, I think part of it, he was telling the truth. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't disagree with a lot of what he had to say, that's for sure. But also, Sean Payton has had a lot of other bad games, Leggy, where he did not necessarily self-critique as hard.
No, but I think it was a combination of the two. I mean, I don't know how as a coach and a play caller you could look at the first half and sort of be okay with how any of it went. I mean, they couldn't get plays in. They had, to me, the tip-off, and, maybe Mike can speak to this too, the tip-off to me is when I see veteran players before the snap looking around like, what are we doing? That, like, there were two plays in the first half Sunday where they had to move Cortland Sutton. Now, there's no way Cortland Sutton lined up in the wrong spot twice in the first half of that game. So I think they had a lot of communication issues. They were late on the play clock a bunch of times. And I think, my own theory has always been, and I've asked Sean Payton about this, but in all the years I've done this job, he easily has the biggest call sheet I've ever seen on game day. I have several call sheets coaches have given me over the years. Many of them are just on an 8.5 by 11 sheet, laminated. His is a giant call sheet, and he also has an addendum.
Yeah, he taped an extra sheet on it.
And it looked like he was working off the addendum the entire game.
Yeah,
what was wrong with the other 73 square inches of real estate on your call sheet?
So that's just, I think sometimes they get caught up in volume, and they, this isn't the first time they've talked about that, but they always promise to examine it, and, we don't always see the results. But, and I think at this point in Bo's career, I think, I think they probably at some point need to be a little smoother, whether it's, stop with all the line changes, as it were, between plays and go that route. But I think all involved until the second half, and they were willing to at least run the ball and use some play action for the quarterback, who I think he's really good at it, and they don't do it enough. But when they finally started to do that, he settled down.
Like, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I actually, when I went back and looked at the film on pro.nfl.com and also saw the snap totals and route totals for a player that had caught my eye throughout the course of training camp, and that's Pat Bryant, the rookie. Really, outside of R.J. Harvey, the only other real significant rookie getting playing time. He had 2 total routes, essentially 2 snaps offensively. That was a sign for me that Sean knew that this was a wildly aggressive and massive game plan, which would have been too much for a rookie to operate and execute.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that. Again, when I see veteran players looking around before the snap, they're not all on the same page. And, and I can't ever remember a coach or anybody telling me, Cortland isn't ready on game day for some of the calls. And here they're moving Cortland Sutton twice in the first half. So I just think it was I think there was an awful lot in for week one, but that's just my beat writer opinion. He still, I asked him earlier this week, do you ever worry early in the season about using too many personnel groupings and those types of things? And he said it's more important for him to challenge the defense than it is that it outweighs any problems you might have trying to do that.
Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. So much of what Sean Payton is trying to accomplish with the massive play sheet is confusion for opposing defenses and keeping them off balance. Well, Leggy, he has got himself a worthy adversary this week in Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator of the Indianapolis Colts. Again, a guy that is very good at trying to keep his opponents guessing out there on the football field. What's this matchup going to look like, Leggy, and who has the advantage in a Sean Payton offense versus a Lou Anarumo defense?
Well, Sean's had the advantage over the years because he had better personnel, and last year the Broncos moved the ball, and the Bengals' defensive personnel wasn't very good. Lou's got more people to work with, in Indy this year, and I charted the Dolphins game a couple times, and there's one sack of Tua where the Colts run a double twist. And it's, everybody in the defensive front did not stay in their rush lane. They twisted and they moved every single player out of their lane into another place. And, he's always looking to find that, get a free runner because you can't cover all the movement. The also thing that they do great, and I asked Sean about this today after practices, they sort of give their defensive personnel the ability to, if they slide protection your way, you drop out, and the other side then flips it. They do that on the fly in real time, so that makes it tough sometimes because if you're the quarterback and you think you've covered the pressure, and then at the snap you suddenly discover they flipped it on you, after you made the call. So I think this is not a game to have so much in the game plan the quarterback feels unsettled. Ball's got to come out fast, and they have to run the ball with a little more intent in the first. You can't have 7 carries for the running backs at halftime and think you're going to slow these guys down.
Leggy, one of the more surprising aspects of game one was the usage of Tyler Bidet and the notable omission of Jaleel McLaughlin from the active roster. 11 routes run by Tyler Bidet, plenty of protection snaps, 6 targets with just 2 catches for 16 yards. That's more targets than Marvin Mims. I believe more targets than certainly Pat Bryant.
It was as many as Troy Franklin,
and
6 targets.
Same as Troy Franklin, which was second, I believe, only just to Cortland Sutton. What do you make of Tyler Bidet in this offense? Is this somebody that you do think will be a part of this, or is this a third down protecting back that's because of the volume of drop back passes is getting more reps in this Sean Payton offense this year?
I think it's that, Mike. I think it's a protection thing right now. Originally they were talking for Dobbins, or I was told Dobbins would be in that role, but they seem to think Bidet is the best. Like Jaleel is probably the best receiver of the backs, and if you're going to throw that much, for my money, I'd like Jaleel in there because that's a big play, potential big play, waiting to happen. They had a section in the game where they threw to Bidet on 3 consecutive plays.
Yep.
Which was, to me, quite really pushing him prominently. And they did not practice that way at all in training camp or the OTAs. I didn't see any cluster of plays where he was even the safety valve on 3 consecutive snaps. So it was surprising. But again, they seem to be making a lot of these decisions based on the passing game rather than, how they're going to look running the ball. And but they also had a drop, and Bo had an off target. He dropped the ball. It was he threw it to his back hip, but I thought the drop on the one screenplay was going to be a big play, but it is odd to me that, that's the whole thing about week one on offense to me is what you guys are talking about. It didn't seem like the guys getting the snaps and the routes and the targets, that's not how they practiced. That's not how they worked through the preseason. So it was an odd game for me, and I think it's something to keep an eye on as they move forward here, because look at who they're coming up against here. They're going to need to be cleaner, in the next few weeks.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. You don't win many games when you're -3 in the turnover margin, and now it's the Indianapolis Colts on the road at Indy on a Bud Light Football Friday. We're talking to Jeff Legwold of ESPN on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Leggy, let's flip it to the other side. Daniel Jones, one of the stories, really, of the NFL in Week 1 after a pretty successful outing there against the Miami Dolphins. When you got a chance to go back and look at Daniel Jones, the efficiency with which he played, keeping the ball close to the line of scrimmage, getting the ball in his hands of his playmakers, looking for yak plays, using Pittman, using Tyler Warren. When you went back and looked at the way that Jones played last week against Miami, what in that is repeatable against Denver, and what in that is going to really give Daniel Jones problems against the Broncos defense?
Well, I mean, I've said that it looked to me like Miami had something else to do last week. That was as lackluster. And I know some people on the Dolphins staff, and even they were stunned at the flatness, for lack of a better word, of what happened. An amazing statistic in that game is the Dolphins blitzed 45% of the time, second highest rate in week 1, and they didn't touch him. So not only were they sending extra rushers at Daniel Jones, they didn't make him the least bit uncomfortable while they were doing it.
There was one of the lowest pressure rates in the NFL against Daniel Jones last week, Leggy.
With one of the highest blitz rates.
Crazy.
If there's not a red flag on defense bigger than that, you're not going to be afforded that with the Broncos, I guess is my point. So, the Broncos, Vance prefers, we don't often count blitz pressures as 4-man rushes, but Vance has a variety of 4-man pressures where, 2 of the guys are DBs, or one's a linebacker and one's a DB. The Dolphins didn't do any of those kinds of things. The Broncos have a far bigger variety in the pass rush, and they have Pat Surtain to do whatever they want with, who I know it's hard to appreciate sometimes how good Surtain is, but to have the level of concentration to completely remove a receiver from a game, and then the one time they try you in the game, you knock the pass away, that's a level of pro concentration that is really elite. And the Dolphins don't have any of that kind of personnel. They don't have the speed up front. So the Broncos can present a lot of problems. I do like Tyler Warren. I loved him coming into the draft.
No doubt.
And they're very smart with him. They move him all over. I mean, that could be an issue for the Broncos if they're not prepared to have a plan for what are you going to do if he's in the slot? What if he's in the bunch? What if he's in the inside on the bunch? What if he's on the outside? I mean, they do move him all over the place.
Leggy, nobody covers the NFL draft, the combine process, the evaluation of talent, the media better than you. And this is a Colts roster that I look at, and over the last 5, 6, 7 drafts, they've accumulated some really good players, guys that I coached against at various levels, that I know very well. This is a talented team that was quarterback starving. How much concern do you have for the Broncos just from a matchup standpoint with the talent that is young and building and growing together with some competent quarterback play?
I mean, that's always an issue. I think they're better. I think the reason they picked Daniel Jones is what you're talking about, that if they don't make mistakes, if they don't, if they just keep the ball on target, But I think they can present some pretty good matchups. Now, Daniel Jones didn't look too enthused about going downfield with the ball at all in that game. And I just don't know that you're going to be able to play that lateral passing game against the Broncos if you don't at least challenge the middle of the field somewhere. But they're younger than they've been the past couple of years, and I think the defensive front seven, I see some players in there that are, impactful and able to do some things. And like I say, I think Warren was one of my favorite players on the board just because of the versatility. And I don't think we're going to be too many weeks into the season before we see him throw the ball either, because he can do it for real.
By the way, Leg, you get hyping Tyler Warren. When it comes to tight end play, though, can we have a moment of appreciation for Tucker Kraft, South Dakota State legend Tucker Kraft? Leggy, how good is this dude?
Oh, this is the matchup. You got to have. I mean, this is why this has been such a problem for the Broncos. When you're playing nickel and dime defenses 75 and 80% of the time, you got to have that guy. That's the matchup you can win over and over again. And the good offenses have it. And he is, I love draft and developmental and fit stories. I love those stories because I appreciate scouting, and he's a spectacular scouting. I mean, you knew his talent when you watched him play, but that team knew exactly what they were going to do with him when they picked him. And, they were ready for him to contribute in that way. And I always like that.
Yeah, it's amazing when stable organizations commit to something and develop players, and then they turn out to be those kind of dudes. Because Tucker Kraft. I mean, people are talking about him like this can be a George Kittle kind of football player for the Green Bay Packers.
Nate, that was the instant thought I had last night. That's a young George Kittle. That's George Kittle year 2, year 3. I mean, for the Broncos, Nick Bonito. Look at that career arc.
Yep.
That is exactly how it's supposed to work if you're good in the draft.
Yeah, stability. It's a hell of a thing in the NFL. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. Get Leggy's coverage right there. We'll be talking to him on Monday after Broncos-Colts. Leggy, good stuff, dude. Travel safe.
Appreciate you, fellas. Take care.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us right there. Sandman, we got breaking news. Give
it to me.
From Houston, Texas. Turns out the media is not that irresponsible. Ryan Staub is starting at quarterback tonight for the Colorado Buffaloes. He has officially been announced he is starting tonight.
So Pete Thamel was not just first. He was also right.
He was also correct. Yeah. So I'm sure Dion will text him an apology today.
No doubt. I got time today.
Ryan Staub going tonight against Houston. Kickoff in a little less than an hour. The Buffs and Houston on the road in Houston tonight. TDECU Stadium. Tedeccu? I don't know if I'm saying that right. I have no idea. But Ryan Staub is going. What does that mean for the Buffs? And again, is Dion going to backpedal at all? It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
There was a report by Pete Thamel that Ryan Staub is the expected starter against Houston. Are you able to confirm that?
I'm not confirming nothing to y'all. Y'all know that. We ain't like that. We good. We have capable guys. Staub has been doing a phenomenal job doing and getting the majority of the reps, but I haven't made that assessment and decision yet.
Hi, Coach.
You know, in today's media, we don't care about being correct anymore. We just want to be first. And there's no subjection to you when you're wrong. Nobody says nothing. You just go with it. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's where we are in media. Nobody gives a darn about being correct and being right. Everybody just want to be first. That don't make no sense to me. I would love the integrity that we once had with media. I would love that.
You're not going to find that integrity here, are you, Nathan?
Not at all.
Not with these two media members.
So I'm looking at the Colorado football depth chart for tonight as the Buffs take on Houston. Ryan Staub at the top. It's the classic. It's Ryan Staub or Caden Salter or Julian Lewis. But Ryan Staub's name is at the very top, and it's not an alphabetical order thing because technically Staub would be last amongst those three names. Ryan would also be last amongst the three first names.
Unless Coach Prime is going with the Bible verse, the first shall be last and the last shall be first.
I bet he knows that one, actually. So, Ryan Staub is the announced starter for tonight with the Buffs taking on Houston. I said it earlier in the week, like, Dion should just run Caden Salter out there for just direct snap, QB run, and then put Staub out there. The way, technically Kendall Hinton didn't start against the Saints.
Phil Lindsay.
Yeah, Phil Lindsay had a wildcat snap to begin that game, so he's listed as the starter. I suppose Dion could still do that. I guess we haven't taken the first snap of the game. Dion could still say that Pete Thamel was wrong. He could get him on the technicality if he wanted to, but Staub's playing. By the way, Nate Landman yesterday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
That was a big get.
It was NFC Defensive Player of the Week.
Peanut punch extraordinaire.
Not bad at all, right? You coached him, right?
It was a year before I got here.
Year before. Okay, because 21 was his last year.
I was at his pro timing day.
Okay.
Yeah. He's had a good career.
What's wild about it is he's starting in the middle of that Rams defense. 10 tackles and a forced fumble last week on the peanut punch. He's
co-worker here at Kroenke.
Co-worker.
Yeah,
we
nice.
gave a shout out to Kevin Demoff, our shared boss, yesterday here on the show. But also, he's on a 1-year, $1.1 million deal. Like the definition of prove it after a few seasons in Atlanta as an undrafted guy, and now he's out there with the Rams. What could he be like a Zach Bond kind of guy?
Alex Singleton?
Yeah. Like one of those sorts of players.
Ironically, the similarities between Zach Bond and his career at Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Who coached against him, he was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Singleton in his college career at Montana State, and then also his career in the NFL. And also with Nate Landman.
Yeah.
Those guys they find tackles. They find double-digit tackles about every game they're in.
And you have to have one of those guys.
You have to. And
yeah.
The Broncos, they got one in Alex Singleton. The Colts have one in Zaire Franklin on almost a different level than anybody else in the league.
What was Zach Bond when he got paid? 3 years at 51. Okay? And he was coming from a guy from afterthought territory, and then he had that great season. I think he was top 5 in Defensive Player of the Year. Wonderful season for that Eagles defense, and then he got himself paid and got paid some big-time dough. I hope that happens for Nate Landman. That would be awesome.
How about Zach Bond is 153. He's on pace, projected to have 153 tackles this year, which is what those types of players do.
Talanoa Hufanga is on pace for 170 tackles this year, which I can see it.
It wouldn't surprise me
if
he has health.
Right.
One thing we know about Hufanga, he will be around the football.
Yeah, he's always going to be, and that's just kind of the way that he plays the game. Sandman, what was your pick today on Morning Sprint for Broncos-Colts?
17-14 Broncos.
Denver? Okay, yeah.
And the question that I posed to our listeners, and I'd love to pose to you in spring, coming out of this contest, week 2, are we going to say that Bo Nix or Daniel Jones is the better quarterback?
I hope we're saying it's Bo Nix. My God.
Would you be surprised if it wasn't?
No. I think Daniel Jones can play. I don't think he's a bum. And also, Daniel Jones is a veteran, and he's surrounded by pretty damn good talent.
It's a good squad
on that team. What about like Josh Downs as a slot guy? He could have a huge game this week because you have to assume Surtain erases Pittman. Okay, it's going to be white on white action with Riley Moss against Alec Pierce. But then Downs,
second rounder, Alec Pierce.
Yeah,
just three years ago.
That's so Downs in the slot. He could have himself a big time game. And then again, what's the matchup for Tyler Warren? Tyler Warren is such a fun player because Shane Steichen, he'll use him everywhere.
And already has in one game as a rookie player.
I mean, he was in the backfield. He was at tight end. He was in the slot.
Outside
he was
wide
split
receiver.
wide.
Yeah.
Like he was all over the field. You can find so many good ways to use that guy. And he's also a dude that you don't have to take him off the field because he can actually block. So there's no tell in what is going to happen if Tyler Warren is on the football field because he's just that good. He to me is the critical matchup in this game. I think Josh Downs will have a good game, and I think Tyler Warren is the critical matchup. If Tyler Warren, if his stat line looks like Tucker Kraft's did last night for Green Bay after this game,
you're probably not winning it.
No, you're crying in your chicken and noodle soup after this game.
So I answered my own question with, after this game is over, who am I going to say is the better quarterback head to head?
Yeah,
Bo Nix or Danny Dimes. And my answer is going to be the Denver Broncos defense is the best quarterback.
It is.
And that's why you win. And I think it's going to be a tightly contested game with a lot of chaos, a lot of quarterback hits. These two defenses are going to roll their sleeves up, and Anarumo and Vance Joseph are going to call some blitzes, man.
Okay, the AFC West this week, all right? There's a good chance the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be 0-2. They're a home dog against the Philadelphia Eagles, and they did not look impressive in week 1. And the Eagles, on the other hand, I thought looked really impressive. All right? Chargers play the Raiders on Monday night in the late game on Monday night. One of them is going to be 2-0. Okay? So no matter what, one of them is 2-0. Broncos got to get this game. You have to keep pace. It's not time to go falling behind right now, and especially with what your next 3 opponents are going to be. You have to get this game. I'm thinking the same way that you are. I'm looking at this as like a 20-16 kind of Denver victory here this week. I think that's what we're going to be looking at when this thing is all said and done. I'm not anticipating a big offensive explosion for the Broncos in this game. I think it's going to be tough given what they look like. Plus, I think Indianapolis's defense and Lou Anarumo are a hell of a lot better, and there's good skill position weapons for the Colts. I like the Broncos to win this game. I think this is a good spot for them. I think they make Daniel Jones have a tough day, and they get this victory, but I think it's going to be a fourth quarter game.
And I concur in every way, shape, or form. If the Broncos turn it over more than 2 times, they lose this football game.
Yeah, you can't win a road game against a veteran quarterback in the NFL like that. Arvada West legend tonight, 7:30, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mike Sanford, Connor Cape will be on the call tonight. So if you're looking for high school football, this is the place to get it. Of course, we're going to have football all weekend long. Tomorrow, college football, Wisconsin, Bama at 10 a.m., Georgia, Tennessee at 1:30, Wyoming and Utah tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Kyle Whittingham and the Utes going to Laramie. That one's going to be a lot of fun. Old school kind of Mountain West showdown right there. Plus on Sunday, Bears, Lions at 11 a.m. We'll have Giants, Cowboys.
Bears.
Over on 9:50.
I heard that.
Bears. And then Falcons, Vikings on Sunday Night Football tomorrow night. So listen to it all right here on Altitude Sports Radio. But listen to the Sandman calling some high school football tonight at 7:30 here on Altitude Sports Radio. The great Mike Sanford, everybody. Enjoy the bye this weekend, man. Let the heart rate slow down a little bit. Sit back and have a drink and put your feet up and watch some football and just take her easy for a minute.
Or spend a nice, easy Friday spitting hot gas into a microphone for a total of 7 hours,
Well,
baby.
I meant tomorrow.
Oh,
Take it
okay,
easy
okay. Thank you.
tomorrow, okay? Yeah, you're going to – I know what's going to happen to you when you get on the mic tonight. Mike Sanford, everybody. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Latest Broncos injury report and so much more next. Let's go. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL spring. Let's do it.
All right, it is time for the high five, and we start with injury report news. We'll start with the Broncos injury report. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Evan Engram was limited earlier in the week with a calf injury. He was a full participant in practice yesterday.
Full participationer.
Yes. There's English. Yesterday and today, he is going to play. John Franklin Myers, the defensive lineman, was full yesterday and today. He'll play despite a knee injury. Alex Singleton will play. He has a thumb injury. Nate Atkins had been limited the last couple days, but he is still out with his ankle injury. Dre Greenlaw was limited in practice today after not practicing Wednesday and Thursday, but he is out. He will not play once again with his quad injury. Today, Sean Payton was asked, how is Dre Greenlaw progressing?
Yeah, all good. You know, we'll list everything on the injury report like we always do.
Stop asking questions, you creeps. That's what Sean Payton is trying to say right there. We'll wait on Dre Greenlaw. Have our patients use extreme caution. He was limited. He was listed as limited in practice today, as Spring said there before, and hopefully he's ramping up towards playing against the Chargers. In the meantime, I thought Justin Strnad played well last week, really. To me, I had a hard time finding anything to complain about on a defense that gave up 133 total yards to an NFL opponent. I couldn't really find it. I couldn't find much to complain about a defense that had 6 different dudes have a sack in that game. I guess they didn't force a ton of turnovers till the very end, but also, like, did you see a lot of turnover-worthy throws by Cam Ward in that game? Like, and I mean, the fumbles are just sort of, but there's a randomness to fumbles. Essentially, like 6 sacks, one of them could have resulted in a fumble. It just didn't happen to in that game. So, again, my word on Dre Greenlaw, and I know like it's the big injury question right here. And yes, I think most of us, we should probably have our doubts about what's going on with Dre Greenlaw, given the amount of injuries that he's had. But like, okay, they're playing fine. You can use the benefit of extreme caution when it comes to getting him back. So
it's week 2.
It's week 2.
He has an injury history.
He does. Take it easy.
You want him right as the season progresses.
It'll be just fine.
He was limited today. That's better.
It might not be just fine. That's the thing. But guess what? Like, this defense is so friggin' loaded. I don't think Dre Greenlaw is going to be the difference between this defense being excellent or being bad. Like, I think Shavarius Ward missing this game for the Colts, that's bad for their defense. That's their number one corner. That's bad for their secondary. You don't want to be missing him. The Broncos are so friggin' loaded all over the place. Like, who's the guy that if he misses the game, you would say, ooh, they're screwed there?
There's depth, even if Surtain was to miss.
I'll put
because you're so deep at corner, but you're so deep at corner.
You're so deep. I'll put Surtain at the top of the list.
Sure, I would too.
Just because
he's still very deep,
the best player. But your depth is fantastic. Chris Abrams-Drain is your number 5 corner.
Exactly.
He's a really good player. Like, in the trenches, I don't want to play a game without DJ Jones. I will circle him as the defensive lineman that you can least afford to lose. And the reason why I say that is because his skill set is so specific to what he does in the middle. Like, they played some games without Zach Allen last year, and they did okay. And that's not to say he's not a great player. If Nick Benito misses a game, I thought Jonah Ellis was awesome last week. And I think DeAndre Tillman is a good player. And, oh, by the way, like, while I don't think Justin Strnad is as good of a football player as Dre Greenlaw, also, I thought Justin Strnad played okay last week. I had no problem.
He's a good depth linebacker. He kind of showed it last year.
Again, well said.
After, remember his rookie season, it was like, oh, boy, that's a bust. And look how far he's come.
Yeah.
It's good depth inside linebacker.
The problem is if the injuries stack upon themselves. Sure. And they will at some point in the NFL season, and the depth is going to get tested, but you are loaded with talent up and down your depth
with
chart.
Dre Greenlaw being limited today, but he'll be out. Appears that he's trending to play against the Chargers week 3. Can we start to expect that?
I wouldn't expect it, no.
Or at least
I'll say
more possible.
I'll say hope for it, but I wouldn't say expect it right now.
I understand that.
Yeah, I can't get to that place. I need to see him be a full participant in a football practice before I can say we should be expecting it right now.
But guess what? It's probably not even necessary next week, even against the Chargers. Because again, you're largely healthy, and it's the early portion of the season. You need Dre Greenlaw in the back half of the season, towards the playoffs especially. That's when you really need him.
I agree.
And you got to protect him for that.
Yep. Get to that place. Get to that place. You can't afford to rush him back right now.
High five. All right, for the Colts, defensive end. Latu. Latu. Your guy, Nate.
That's my dude.
That's a great name. He is questionable to play with a hamstring injury. He did not practice the last 2 days. A couple of cornerbacks with injuries. They are both out. Backup cornerback Jalen Jones is out with a hamstring injury. Starting cornerback, you mentioned him, Nate, Charvarius Ward, he is out with a concussion. Sean Payton was asked today what the Colts being without their 2 CBs means for the Broncos and their game plan against the Colts secondary.
Well, there's one corner that's a starter, and then the other who also plays but is significant in their special teams. We pay attention to all of that. And so sometimes you want to see in the first series, if a player is down for any team, us or the opponent, in those early series, you're kind of seeing, all right, who's taking over the role and where is he going to be at? And it's no different for us as well.
I'm confused on this Latu designation. He didn't practice. He hasn't practiced in 2 days, but he's questionable with a hamstring.
Mm-hmm.
How does he have the closest injury designation to playing if he hasn't practiced since Wednesday and he was limited on Wednesday?
Because he wasn't good enough to practice, but they're hopeful that the hammy's good to go for Sunday.
Okay.
And they just held him out entirely, just thinking that gives the hamstring the best chance of healing quicker.
My reaction to that is okay.
No, I'm with you. And dude,
he had an interception last week, by the way.
I'm not an NFL defensive end, but I just pulled a hamstring recently. One good to go in just a couple days. I'll say that.
How'd you pull your hammy?
Tennis against Tom Nalen.
You got hurt against Nalen?
Yeah, it was a total fluke play. It was like a high ball.
Yeah.
And I just tweaked the thing. Yeah.
Did you tweak it or did you pull it? What happened to the hammy?
I couldn't move the rest of the match, and then we played the next game.
Yeah.
And I'm crushing Nalen, by the way. No offense, and he's a decent player.
Okay.
But now I can't move, and Nalen's starting to win points.
Because
he just goes short against me, and I can't move in.
Savvy.
And I had to retire. Nalen got the win.
You hung it up.
Yep.
You couldn't finish the match.
Yeah. Dude, the hammies are no joke.
Yeah, he would. I could see him working you like that, by the way. Just going full Naomi Osaka and just running you along the baseline all day long.
Yeah, he's a winner. He's a competitor.
He'll exploit a weakness.
Oh, yeah. He saw his opening.
He's not above that.
No.
Wow. How's your hamstring now?
It's better.
Okay.
But it wasn't good to go in a week. It took more than a week.
Yeah. Heat and ice, man.
Yep. So there you go. Latu. We'll see. That's important.
Are you going to be healthy by October 4th for the Taco Bell 50K?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will be.
Okay. I heard a little wavering in your voice.
Well,
right
I was dealing with, dude, I've had so many leg injuries this year. I had a sprained ankle. I had a pulled hamstring.
Oh, I remember the ankle. That was bad.
And just recently, I've dealt with the Jamal Murray shin splints in my right leg.
Ooh, are you doing the right shin splint stretches for that?
I need to start doing that.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know.
I can give you a couple.
Thank you.
We'll work on it in the break.
Thank you.
I know a thing or two about shin splints. If it comes to leg injuries, I've had all of them.
Okay, we're on the same page.
Yeah, I know the stretches. All right. That's the. By the way, that Mark Springer injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Mark Springer. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, Cowboys news as they get set to host Russell Wilson and the Giants.
Which you can listen to right here on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950 on Sunday.
Yes, you can. They are staying in contact with free agent edge rusher Jadeveon Clowney, who visited the Cowboys the other day. Clowney wants to wait and make a decision on who he's going to sign with, but the Cowboys are looking for edge rusher help. I wonder why. Well, Micah Parsons is now a Packer, and the Packers moved to 2-0 last night. That defense looks great. After the game, Packers fans chanted, "Thank you, Jerry." And today, Jerry Jones went on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. He was asked if he heard those chants.
Well, I'll tell you, the way they're playing, the way Green Bay is playing, then I'm all for them enjoying and chanting anything that they really want to play. And I understand that. You know, this is such a laydown to me with back when we traded Herschel Walker. And I just can't tell you the kinds of really not criticism, but naysay when we took what arguably then was by many the best player in the NFL. And we got, of course, future picks, got players and future picks at the same time.
And so, again, Jerry, having just done all of his interviews for the America's Team doc, is simply trying to recreate the single most important trade in Cowboys history that gave them the ammunition that they needed to be able to load up. Here, again, and I will say this is the key difference right now in this moment is like, You already have Dak Prescott on a $60 million contract. So, like, a reload and rebuild is really, really tough to do when you have already got a quarterback that is on that contract. I don't see the similarities that Jerry is trying to find as he looks for a silver lining in the fact that he traded away one of the very best defensive players in the entire NFL in his prime. By the way, in the thank you Jerry chants last night from the fans there on Amazon for the postgame show, that was quite amusing.
Yeah, and it's warranted, and it's clever. In Herschel Walker, running back, shorter shelf life. Pass rushers, longer shelf life. Freaking Von Miller's still playing.
Yeah,
played last night. TJ Watt just got paid in his early 30s. Micah's like 26, and you're trying to win right now with a quarterback and wide receiver who you're paying a lot of money to. And those first round picks next year, you're going to get rookies next year, and that's going to equal Micah Parsons in his prime. Probably not. And he traded him to a conference rival and made them look. They could win the freaking NFC. They could win the Super Bowl.
Right now, so in the NFC, the Eagles, obviously, because, they wear the crown. The Packers, to me, look like 2-game sample size. They look like the second best team in the NFC right now and challenging to be the best team in the NFC. The way that offense is going, how good their secondary is, and what Micah Parsons does for that pass rush. And again, he's a part-time player right now. I don't know who's third. Like Minnesota, Flores' defense is awesome, but you got a rookie quarterback. Lions looked uneven in week 1. You go out to the NFC West. We know how good the Rams are, but you got to wonder about Stafford. I think Tampa Bay is a really good team right now in the NFC South, but I look at it as Philly and Green Bay are the class of the NFC, and until I see otherwise, there's no reason to believe those won't be the two teams that'll be playing for a conference championship and a trip to go to the Super Bowl.
Completely agree. And I guess it's good news for the Broncos that he didn't do what he should have done and at the very least trade him to the AFC, because then Parsons would be in this conference. But if you're a Cowboys fan, I mean, you're just like, what just happened?
He didn't even take a full bidding war. Again, like, if you want to make a deal like this, like quite frankly, like also another Dallas team in moving Luka, like, just make the announcement and say, bidding war open. Mm-hmm. What do you got for me? And I'm not even saying that the haul that Jerry got stinks, but like, make teams outbid each other. Make teams fight and claw to be able to make a trade like that. I don't get it. Nothing about the Cowboys' decision-making in this process has made any sense to me, and the way that Parsons has played so far has only proven that Dallas is further away than we even realized. Let's get one more here in the high five, Spring.
High five. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes is a home underdog for only the second time in his Chiefs career as they host the Eagles, who they lost to in the Super Bowl. Xavier Worthy got trucked by his own teammate, Travis Kelce, in Brazil. He is doubtful to play against the Eagles, but Andy Reid was asked today, what are the chances that Xavier Worthy plays in this game?
I'd probably tell you it's slim, but there's still a chance, yeah.
That's just gamesmanship. He's not playing.
It doesn't seem terribly likely, and when you listen to what Kelce said on the podcast, I mean, he's just crushing himself for it right now. Vibes are bad around that team. Chiefs have never started 0-2 in the Mahomes and Reid era. They haven't started 0-2 in a season since 2014. So they've never actually done this, and now they got to go and take on the Philadelphia Eagles. By the way, that is not the Sunday night game. When I went into the schedule, I was like, I'm assuming that's the Sunday night game. It's not. That's the what do they call that? America's Game of the Week there on Fox. So that's a Tom Brady affair on Sunday afternoon. But actually, it'll be what do we got? Atlanta, Minnesota. The Kirk Cousins grudge match on Sunday Night Football, which you can of course listen to right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On Sunday at 2:05, you're going to be watching the Broncos and the Colts, and perhaps you would like to have a couple of beverages along with your game spread. Well, we're here to help you, because we give you a drinking game every single week ahead of every single Broncos game. And when we return, we get you your Week 2 Broncos-Colts drinking game. That is next on a Bud Light Football Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We do it every single Friday ahead of the Broncos game on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. It is time for your Broncos-Colts drinking game. And guys, we do want you to enjoy responsibly. We know some of you may not imbibe. That's okay. We still encourage your participation. Perhaps make it an extra chip every single time that one of our props hits. Perhaps making an extra sip of the soda, whatever you're enjoying during the game. Maybe a nice lemonade, maybe an Arnold Palmer, which is my standard remote drink order. Whatever you like to do, enjoy along with us. Broncos, Colts, here it is. It's drinking game time.
Come on, let's go drink till we can't feel feelings anymore.
Thank you very much.
That
Peter
went
Griffin.
against everything you just said?
It really did, but you know what?
Hey.
That's how we kick it off, okay? I want to be inclusive, and yet, I know how most of our listeners get down, let's be honest. Okay, let's start off with penalty props, Broncos and Colts. Spring, we got a new one.
Yeah.
1 week into the 2025 NFL season, and we have got a new Broncos penalty prop, and we're looking at you. Here it is, Spring. Drink if we have a holding on number 5.
Holding, offense number 5. 10-yard penalty, first down.
2 Trent Sherfield holds.
The veteran wide receiver is going to get tagged for his second penalty of the
Offense
day.
number 5. 10-yard penalty from this foul. Thank you. Second down.
Well, Sherfield again.
Sherfield again.
He sure does like to hold while he's out there. Stop it. Here's your standards. Naturally, holding on the left tackle.
Holding, offense, number 72.
He was, by the way, clean sheet last week for Garrett Bowles.
You know, he's gotten better.
Well, there was nowhere to go but up after his first 3 years in the league. Where his coach openly, or excuse me, not his coach, his general manager openly questioned if he understood the rules of the game.
You know, it's... you put a taste in our mouth, we will never forget. I mean, I still play this freaking drop all the time.
Josh Allen.
I don't do that anymore.
The reason the prop exists is because of those first 3 years. He essentially now he just gets called for a standard amount of left tackle holds, which you're going to get called for those.
Exactly.
And he's not opposed to clotheslining a dude that's about to wreck his quarterback, which that's what he should do if he's beat.
But you know us. You know, we don't forget.
We don't let it die.
We don't forget.
It's a good bit. You kidding me?
And everyone, even though he's better now, anytime you hear this.
Holding, offense, number 72.
Everyone remembers.
Every Broncos fan just goes, again? My God. Still doing it? One more penalty prop. The McFlinchy prop.
McGlinchey. Well, start. Offense number 69. 5-yard penalty. It's been a rough first quarter for the right tackle.
Clean sheet for McGlinchey last week, but now he does have to play on the road. A little more challenging.
I think he only got called for 3 false starts last year.
It was the first year that it was.
Yes, the first year it was a problem. So again,
really
he's gotten
bad.
better, but
He's improved.
when the McGlinchey rhymes with McFlinchy, it's just a thing.
Drink if there is a Bo Nix interception after he threw 2 last week. Yeah, drink. Also,
you're going to take a drink. He's going to throw 1, right?
Listen to this note. Bo Nix has had 5 games with multiple interceptions since the start of last season, which is tied with Baker Mayfield for the most in the NFL in that stretch, according to ESPN Stats and Research.
Well,
it's like what Sanford said earlier. If he's bad, if he goes bad, he's really bad.
But and here's my concern is that Sean is going to do the thing again, even though he took accountability for play calling. And I do think most of that was him acknowledging, begrudgingly, might I add, but he had no choice. Well, he didn't have to acknowledge, but even he was like, yeah, I called more pass plays than I should have. But I still think when he calls these pass plays, and I think we're going to see this again on Sunday, he's going to want to open it up for Bo Nix and give him overcomplicated things and overcomplicated looks than he should, because I think he's trying to prove a point right now. Now, I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I just have a hunch he's going to do it again.
If the broadcast mentions that Bo Nix had his first lost fumble in Week 1 since his junior year at Auburn in 2021, drink.
Brutal.
By the way, our broadcast team this week features the best play-by-play man in the biz, the excellent, outstanding Kevin Harlan. If Kevin Harlan should say the word deuce...
What a smooth deuce right there.
You need to drink.
Who probed and found the deuce.
He does love that word. Now, this could be in reference to any number of things. It could be in reference to Broncos practice squad running back Deuce Vaughn.
Yes.
It could be after a gain of 2. It could be in reference to any excellent play made by number 2, Patrick Surtain. So monitor the deuce.
Could be a safety. This game has a safety written on it, maybe. Given it's Daniel Jones and Bo Nix with some good defensive lines.
Jonathan Cooper very nearly had one last week against Cam Ward.
DeForest Buckner.
That would be put a deuce on the board right there.
If either team, now it's got to be the Broncos. There's no way, not against this Broncos defense, but could the Broncos score?
69 points.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say I'm going to take the under.
Man.
I'm taking the under on that one, Spring.
Oh, that would be something. Sean Payton would come on Monday with...
I have 2 middle fingers.
That's what he would do, but that's not happening. There's no way.
Any mention of Peyton Manning as both a Colt and a Bronco you have to drink.
You know, what's weighing on my mind is how soon I can get a Bud Light in my mouth after this win.
You think Peyton will be at the game?
Nice job, Peyton. Bud Light Football Friday. This one's got his attendance written all over it.
It is a Colts game.
He was there last week.
Oh, he was?
For the Irsay celebration.
Okay.
For the memorial.
All right.
Now the Broncos are there again.
Okay, well, then he'll be there.
I could see him being back. Any mention of the 12-9 Thursday night crap fest back in 2022 you have to drink?
No, that's not Aikman laughing from that game, but same sentiment.
That was the game where the broadcast was laughing about the people leaving at the end of 9-9 regulation.
That was Russell Wilson's second Broncos game? Third tops?
It was very early in the tenure.
Remember when he missed KJ Hamler wide open, and KJ was frustrated?
As well he should have been, throwing the ball. Yeah, Russell Wilson, oof. We learned today that Riley Moss's nickname at Iowa is Dirt Man. Now that's been reported, if Dirt Man makes the broadcast, drink.
You know, and Kevin Harlan's a pro. He might
does his research.
Pick up on that. Dirt Man is similar to Landman, which is how Kevin Harlan referred to Nate Landman. He was the Landman.
Is he the Dirt Man or is he the Dirtman?
Dirtman.
That we don't know. It did not make one. This was one of the major upsets of Week 1, but it's back in the drinking game, and it's going to make a broadcast. If the Bo Nix Drew Brees Summit is mentioned, you have to drink.
We're wasted at this point.
A Nick Bonito sack or tackle for loss, drink.
Oh, against Daniel Jones?
A Patrick Surtain pass breakup, drink. Good luck, Michael Pittman.
Will they even throw his way?
A Bo Nix scramble for first down, drink. But it has to be a first down. Okay, now we get into some really game plan specific stuff. If the Broncos have twice as many throws as they do runs at halftime, just finish your drink.
Chug, 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 chug.
If Bo Nix targets Cortland Sutton on third down, you have to drink. That one's going to get a few.
Yeah, I mean, I said this to Berto earlier this week. That's another problem is Sutton was the only weapon that I had any faith in.
9 targets, 6 catches.
In terms of pass catchers.
Right.
Even Ingram. And I know he got banged up late in that game, and I know you said, I thought Troy Franklin played well.
He played fine. Played fine.
Do you think Pat Bryant gets? And I
think he ran 2 routes last week. Sanford said,
"Get him out there." That's kind of why you traded Devon Vele.
I will say, receiver is typically viewed as the hardest leap college to pro because of the amount of things you are asked to do that guys don't do at the professional level. Now, obviously, Pat Bryant played for as first class a college football program as you're going to find anywhere in the nation at the University of Illinois, and playing for arguably the greatest college football coach of our time in Brett Bielema. So clearly, like, Pat Bryant is prepared to be able to make that leap. But again, tall ask.
He's a smart player, and
why is he such a smart player? University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign.
Of course,
thank you.
Only the finest come out of that university.
Mm-hmm.
And I get your point on receiver being a difficult jump, but yet year in and year out, you do see across the NFL rookie wide receivers make impacts.
Sure do. If Sean Payton is seen shaking on the sideline like he's in a 7.3 Richter scale earthquake, then drink.
This is America. That's going to be you after that.
Calm down, dude.
Oh, he's going to be a ball of energy.
Have a glass of water. A play caller, I think, needs to have a slow heartbeat in the storm. Sean is, Nope. My anxiety is going to meet the moment. He's committed to it. And finally, last prop on Broncos-Colts drinking game. Should Jonathan Taylor drop the ball before crossing the goal line? Just finish the entire case, shotgun style. If there's a barrel nearby, do a full keg stand. Chug all of it. If Jonathan Taylor should hand the Broncos that gift yet again.
Well, if you're a Colts fan, I hope you're sitting down. The Jonathan Taylor touchdown run overturned, dropped the football before he crossed the plane, and because it bounced into the end zone and out of bounds, it's a touchback, and Denver gets the football. Just unbelievable.
Remember, they go to commercial break. Aspiro's great there. If you're a Colts fan, I hope you're sitting down.
Ooh. Broncos, they won that game. I think the final score of the game was like 31-13.
Yeah, it was like a tie game when that happened.
Right. And Benito scored a touchdown. Like, it turned into a massive blowout. I think if that touchdown would have stood, it would have made it like 20-7 Indianapolis.
Yeah, something like that.
And I'm not saying on its head. Denver was going to be done. But it was that game, the script of that game was not going their way, and the Colts were about to have a 2-score lead and start leaning into their run game, and instead, Jonathan Taylor dropped that thing, cracked the door open, and the Broncos kicked it down like the Kool-Aid man.
Bro, if he does it again, I mean, that would be an all-timer. Quite honestly, if anybody does it in this game, it would still be an all-timer.
We can all root for it.
I think you drink if anyone does that.
Well said. Buffs in Houston just underway. Yes, number 16, Ryan Staub at cornerback for the University of Colorado. You reporters really need to be you need to be more responsible. Just reporting things that happen. How dare you do that? Kreckman and Lindahl wrapping it up on a Friday afternoon. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Colorado punting the ball away on their opening drive, and nice work by the special teams down it inside the 5. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Cougs down there in Houston as Ryan Staub's first drive of the game yielded no points for Colorado. Staub, of course, being announced as the starting quarterback tonight for CU. Tomorrow, we got a full day of college football here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We've got Wisconsin-Bama at 10 a.m., Georgia-Tennessee at 1:30. So the two biggest games of the day, of course, you'll hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Wyoming and Utah at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Sounds like Caden Anderson is going to be cleared to start at quarterback for Wyoming, at least according to his head coach, Jay Sawvell. They got a tough one with the Utes coming into Laramie tomorrow afternoon. So we'll have that game for you as well. We get a full slate of NFL action coming up here on Sunday, 11 a.m. Bears-Lions on 92.5. Great grudge match. Ben Johnson having to go back to Detroit. Amon-Ra St. Brown is already asking Lions fans to boo the hell out of Ben Johnson when he comes back for that game. Is Ben Johnson making any tweaks or corrections on Caleb Williams? Well, we should certainly find out right there. Both of those teams 0-1 and desperately in need of their first victory. Giants-Cowboys is going to be on AM 950 at 11 a.m. on Sunday as well. So when you're out and about on Sunday before the Broncos game, which kicks off at 2 o'clock, all the NFL is right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Again, Bears-Lions 92.5, Cowboys-Giants on AM 950. And then, as we always do, we'll have the Sunday nighter for you of Atlanta and Minnesota right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for Westwood One's coverage of the NFL. We like football. We love football. We adore football. We snuggle football. We spoon football right here on Altitude Sports Radio. So make sure to get all of it right here.
We make love to it.
We do.
Sweet,
gentle.
It's sweet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that. It's that kind. Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hot.
It can be. It very much can be. It can be whatever you're into.
Yeah.
It can be whatever you're into. 20-16, Spring. That's my prediction.
Okay.
20-16. I like the Broncos to win. And again, it's because I think there is a mismatch between the Denver defense and Daniel Jones. It's just quite frankly as simple as that. I think that the Broncos will hopefully play a cleaner game offensively, but I think Denver goes to Indianapolis and beats this team. I think a lot of what Daniel Jones was able to find success with against Miami last week, the low pressure rate against him, the quick outs and all of that, I just think he's going to have a tougher time doing that against the Broncos. Therefore, I'm picking Denver to get a road victory to come back at 2-0, which, by the way, I believe in the 17-game era, it's something like 74% of 2-0 teams make the playoffs. So that's a good sign there for the Broncos. Get this victory, come back home, and then get ready for a massive ramp up and how tough the schedule is about to get. But I like the Broncos to win it 20-16. I like Denver laying the 1.5. However, I like the under on that total at 43.5.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a maybe more routine win before the season started.
Sure.
It looks more complicated now. That being said, I still think this is a win, and I do feel pretty good about it. But I do think, and I like that 20-16 prediction. I would go something in that ballpark as well, because I think this is more of the same. I think it's going to be a very similar game to last week. I think there's going to be moments during it where you want to throw your remote at the television and, what's going on with the offense. But I think, much like last week, at the end of the day, the defense will just simply win them this game. Defense will simply win them this game. I think Daniel Jones will ultimately have a decent little year, but this ain't the Dolphins' defense.
No, bad.
It's not
matchup.
even close to the Dolphins' defense.
After this, Denver is going to see Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, and Jalen Hurts and the Eagles in their run game in back-to-back-to-back weeks after that. I think this is a Denver defense that, as they did last year, will feast on the lesser quarterbacks. When it comes to the tougher opponents, Denver's going to have to score some points. That's where we're going to need the offense to finally start to show us something and show us some consistency. And what I'm looking for this week out of the offense more than anything else, number one, I want to see balance. I want to see much more balance out of the offense in terms of the run-pass ratio. It cannot be as out of whack as it was. Here's the good news on this, guys. Denver ran for 95 yards in the fourth quarter of that game. Even if you take away the 50-yard run by R.J. Harvey, the numbers were still really good and really run-heavy in the fourth quarter. I like the idea of the last thing that Sean Payton saw as a play caller on Sunday against the Titans was his offense finding a rhythm, leaning into the run game.
Mm-hmm.
More of that, please. That's one of the biggest things that I want to see. I'd like to see them have more success throwing the ball to the backs in this game as well. Again, the target share was goofy in that game last week. Like, I'm not surprised at all that Evan Engram that Cortland Sutton had 9 targets in that game. Nothing surprised me about 9 targets for Cortland Sutton. However, Tyler Badie got 6 targets, but it was only 2 catches in that game. R.J. Harvey was targeted once, and that was just like desperation. J.K. Dobbins was targeted twice in that game, and he had 2 catches for 5 yards. Get that part of the game plan going a little bit. Give Bo Nix some of the easier stuff. Stop rolling him left constantly. And I think that Denver should be able to find some more success offensively if they lean into the run game, if they get their backs more involved, and if Sean Payton can stop just being so enamored with his play sheet and just find some easier stuff.
Yeah, simplify it.
Find the easier stuff.
I wonder if we see Jaleel McLaughlin and less, or if maybe no Tyler Badie, because Badie dropped a screen pass early in that Titans game, and not just dropping that, in general, more traditional halfback screens. You have the personnel for that.
I agree.
Whether it's Jaleel or Badie, and R.J. Harvey can do that as well. Just more traditional halfback screens. I'd like to see they didn't line Mims up in the backfield once.
Nope.
A different look, and that was a look that worked for them last year.
It did, and Marvin Mims, 3 catches for 12 yards in that game last week, plus he had the muffed punt. I'm looking at Marvin Mims and saying I believe that there's a bounce-back game coming in Marvin Mims. I think he's too good of a football player. I think if he has another weird one, we should maybe start to scratch our heads a little bit. On Monday, we'll be reacting to all of it here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. But you heard it here. Broncos 20, Colts 16, Denver 2-0 before they take on the Chargers. That's going to do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl Show here this afternoon. Our thanks once again to Jeff Legwald, who was with us today on the show. Mike Sanford hung out for 2 hours on Valor Christian's bye week, so we appreciate that greatly out of our pal Mike Sanford for hanging out here. Thanks to Andy Lindahl, who joined us from Houston. No score first quarter, Colorado and Houston right now. The Blitz is next, and then we have got high school football Friday Night Lights here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 coming up at 7:30 with Arvada West and Legend with Connor Cape and Mike Sanford on the call. Back Monday at 3 o'clock. Can't wait to talk to you then. Mark Springer on the other side doing excellent work as he always does.